Chapter 1: Kill Konoha and change his name to Kenpachi. This is a special Part 1, Become Missing Nin, Cut Down Konoha. Readers, please take a look at the related works. How is it? At this moment, the entrance to the Anbu base. The ninjas who arrived after hearing the news have already surrounded it. There's only one way out, you have to go through. The situation inside is unknown, and waiting here is a good decision. Namikaze Minato raised the ninja who had been trampled on the ground by the 8 swords at first, and asked with a worried expression on his face. I don't know, he just asked me where Mitarashi Enko is. Anbu ninja said with some embarrassment. As Anbu, Lord Hokage's direct department, was defeated by a child. Looking at the wound on his hand, he still has some lingering fears until now. Is that really the case? Minato gave a wry smile and sighed. I even wanted to let go, and in the end, I had to ask the ninjas in my village where the other party was hiding. Unconventional means. If I could describe it in 2 words, it would be outrageous. He knew the boy Yi Bajian. He also mentioned each other more than once in front of the 3 generations of adults. Even before Sarutobi Asuma choked on Enko with a puff of cigarette, he dared to stand up and kick him out of the meatball shop. So if someone took his sister, how could he possibly tolerate such behavior? Looking around, the entire entrance has been blocked. The 3rd generation stared intently at the passage, while Anbu's ninja had pulled out the kunai to prepare for the fight. Does this matter need to be so big? Compared to Orochimaru, Heiken, who wanted to save her sister and didn't want her to suffer, turned into a sinner. Is this really appropriate? 3 generations of adults. Standing up and returning to Sarutobi, Minato's face was tangled and gloomy. Wait for him to come out. Sarutobi shook his head and didn't want to say more. The departure of Orochimaru and Jiraiya made him a little upset. The anxious wait began. Anbu's ninjas didn't dare to come out, and the 2 Hokage kept silent. I don't know how long it took, the 2 figures hugged each other and walked out of the passage. At this moment, everyone's eyes swept towards them. Tick. On Zanpakuto, a drop of blood slowly flowed to the ground, and when he swept the blood, Namikaze Minato sighed coldly. Sure enough, is it too late? When did Enko see this kind of battle and was startled? She instinctively wanted to hide behind Bajian, but she just bit Kiba to protect her brother. Lord Hokage. Don't be afraid. Shaking his head, strong arms wrapped her around her again, and the boy thrust Zanpakuto into the ground with a mockery on his face. He wanted to see what the Konoha bastards would do with themselves. What are you responsible for? Kill your comrades. Yi Bajian, privately release the prisoner. However, the person who spoke made Bajian a little stunned. Aside the crowd, Danzo, who is in line with Orochimaru, is long overdue. And on his face, with unpretentious anger, Zipping was extremely angry at Bajian's behavior. You're saying it again, who's the culprit? The terrifying murderous aura spreads instantly. The wildness of Kenpachi Zaraki is all on this little boy. Everyone present was shocked. Why does this little boy possess such a terrifying murderous aura? They had no doubt that if Shimura Danzo treated Mitarashi Enko with the title of a prisoner, the teenager would shoot directly. Ignore the consequences and do whatever it takes. Grab Konoha's forehead with one hand. The blue veins on the small palm were exposed. Minato slapped his shoulders, and he seemed to understand what the other party was going to do. 8 swords. Just as he was about to say something, the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him spoke first. Yebajian, put down the knife. Looking around, and glancing at the blood on the 8 swords sword, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh. You've made a big mistake, don't make another mistake. Make a mistake. 8 Swords smiled. I don't think I'm wrong. Ninjas are desperate to carry out their missions, but in the end the people they want to protect are caught in their villages. Why? Neither humble nor arrogant. Even quiet, outrageous. The other party's behavior was not like a 5 or 6-year-old child at all. Sandai frowned and spoke again. People from Anbu, the purpose of taking Anko is just to cooperate with the investigation. Like you, Anko is a part of Konoha and she has that obligation. She was Orochimaru's disciple before the end, and now Orochimaru has defected after killing the Anbu ninja. You should understand that it's okay to cooperate with the investigation. Work. Investigate the news of the big AECA snake pill. Bajien looked at the old guy in front of him calmly. Looking around, everyone who should be there is there. Bajien turned his head to look at Anko. Sister, do you know about Orochimaru? I don't know, I've said everything I can, and I can guarantee it's the truth. Anko stretched out his hand and said solemnly. Hehe, you guarantee. What guarantee do you use? Two Hokages didn't speak, but Danzo started to attack. He came, of course, with his purpose. As early as when Orochimaru asked for this young man's information, he became curious about Yabajian's cattle production. Now that Orochimaru is gone, the only thing he wants to do is to arrest the boy and study the unusualness of him. Finally, for him, nothing said by someone who has not been tortured by demonic illusion can be considered a true confession. You fart. Bajian's face was hideous. Confession. Prisoner. He was already furious. Who taught Orochimaru? Why didn't you ask him to confess? When? Who made Anko's disciple of Orochimaru? Do you think she is rare? Snake Pill ran away. You don't go after Orochimaru and torture her. Why don't you go and torture those ninjas who failed to hunt down Orochimaru? Maybe they did it on purpose. Let Orochimaru go. Even I suspect Sarutobi Hiruzen that you deliberately let Orochimaru go. In a word. Silence all over. Who taught Snake Pill? Slowly, everyone's eyes were focused on an old man present. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Sarutobi let out a wry smile, and Yuhi, whose old face was a little overwhelmed, stood up. Yes. Of closeness, he and Orochimaru are probably closer. And this kid speaks too hard. Simply heartfelt. Deliberately letting go of Orochimaru. He knew. It wasn't intentional, I just couldn't bear to do it. Lord Hokage, Anbu inside is just injured, not dead. At this moment, an Anbu ninja approached Minato and reported the situation in a low voice. Just hurt. There is a turnaround. His eyes lit up, and Minato suddenly stepped forward to speak. But, once again, Sarutobi and Danzo got ahead of him. Put down your arms and accept the investigation, otherwise the old man will take coercive measures. Mandatory action. Minato froze for a moment, then stopped quickly. 3 generations of adults, he just wounded the people inside, and didn't kill anyone, the matter has not arrived yet. Which step? I can vouch for him. Out, Sarutobi interrupted. What guarantee do you use? Hokage's existence is to protect everyone in the village. Obviously, Yi Bajian has threatened the safety of the villagers, and his temperament will continue to develop. I am afraid it is the second Orochimaru. The old man doesn't want to make mistakes. You don't want to make mistakes, what does it have to do with Yi Bajian? Minato opened his mouth, eager to refute the other's words. 3 generations did make a mistake, he let Orochimaru go. And this matter also came out from the end of Yi Bajian. Do you want to make up for the mistake of letting Orochimaru go with a sword against Yaba? 3 generations of adults. Is this how you used to be Hokage? Minato was completely stunned. He didn't expect Sarutobi to say such a thing at all. In short, the 4th generation, Danzo took 2 steps forward slowly. This kind of dangerous elements must be dealt with. This matter is still it to us, although you are Hokage, you are still too young. It's not just sunshine and warmth to deal with village affairs, but sometimes darkness is also needed. Quote. This is the meaning and value of the roots of this old man. Expected of Konoha. The jumping beam clown in front of him finally showed his original face. We're in the middle of Anbu Ninja and Root Ninja, suddenly laughed. The smile was inexplicable, but very happy. Perhaps there should be no illusions about this village in the first place. Myself and these people. After all, it is not a path. Look around. With the indifference on the faces of the people around, Bajian has a panoramic view. I can tell. Namikaze Minato wants to save himself. But what can a puppet Hokage change? In the end, what awaits him is nothing more than a sacrifice for the village. Puppet partial Hokage. This is also Orochimaru's evaluation of Namikaze Minato in the original work. Maybe he wants to change Konoha. Pity. Being young is both an advantage and a disadvantage. At this moment, both the Konoha elders and Shimura Danzo are on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. And that old thing will catch himself and give it to Danzo to deal with. Soga. After laughing, Bajian's hand that was holding the forehead was slightly forced to hold it in front of him. Konoha forehead guard. It seems that I have just brought this thing with me not long ago. With the grim smile on his face, Bajian slowly raised his Zanpakuto and aimed it at the wood. The pattern on the leaf guard. Little devil, what are you doing? Stop. Presumptuous. Bold. Ellipsis quote. There was a sound of anger all around. But in the end, no one can stop Bajian's behavior. Sharp Zanpakuto across the forehead, the scratches on it look so thrilling. Missing nin. In front of everyone, he became Konoha's missing nin. What is this? Challenge the authority of Konoha. Asshole. Talking is useless. Several of Anbu's ninjas have already touched Yabajian from the flanks. They will make this arrogant brat pay the price in blood. Are you afraid? Am I afraid? Maybe I was a little scared when I was reprimanded by those people just now. But at this moment, the appearance of his younger brother blocking the wind and rain in front of him makes Enko's fear disappear. Some are decisive in the face of death. Of the 8 swords, Enko also picked up the forehead guard, and Kunai crossed Konoha with another missing nin. I see. At Enko, Hachiken grinned. Murmured in the mouth. What he said, only Enko next to him could hear it clearly. Bajian is dead. Alive, named Janba. Silently glanced at the system panel. For the time being, only a template of Zengmu Kenpachi has been unlocked. The progress is only a mere 7%. The king of ping chopping only activated a chakra blade. Challenge Konoha with this strength. It doesn't look any different from dying. But he lightly touched a card in the system backpack, and the cruelty on Bajian's face became more intense. Ding! Are you using the template progress soaring card temporary? Template progress soaring card temporary. A one-time item that lasts 3 hours. In a short period of time, the progress of the template has been increased by 20%, and the combat power has soared. Note: forcibly improve the progress of the template and use the strength of the template. After the aging period, it will enter a state of extreme weakness because the physical fitness cannot bear the strength. If the impact risk is too great, please ensure the safety after use. Source: packed as a giveaway with newbie Zanpakuto. Value: 5,000 flat cut points. 3 hours. Enough. 27% of the combat power of the Zengi sword in its heyday. District Konoha. Merely Hokage. Have you tried the power from the world of death, known as the devil? As for side effects, what does it matter? Just get out of here. Give him time and Konoha will pay dearly. The pupils began to shrink, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes shot straight. You never know who is standing in front of you. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. After crushing the card, the aura on Bajian suddenly became unstable, and he roared wildly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Starting today, until the end of the day. Swish. Anbu ninja who touched the sides of the 8 swords suddenly stabbed Kunai. Clang. But when the golden light appeared on Bajian's body, their arms were instantly broken due to the force of the shock. Material Reiatsu Defense. Is the ability of Kenpachi Zakagi unlocked after the template progress is improved? It's a powerful feeling. Not bad. Holding Anko in one hand, a huge golden skull popped out of the young goblin. Spiritual pressure rises. Knife up and down. Those 2 Anbu ninjas rushed straight to the sky. Kill, the head. Blood spilled on his face, reflecting the face of Shira who had returned from hell. What power is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and 2 advisors quickly retreated. The ninjas of Anbu and the ninjas of the roots instinctively protected the shadow in front of him. It is their duty to protect the top. Look at your appearance. It looks like an animal. Like a dog. Boom. Reiatsu erupts again. The mad goblin started his slaughter. Howling. It has started. Chapter 2 Konoha's class missing Nin. Repeat, the author's main text is over. I still want to write some other content to open a side story, and write some content for my own entertainment, otherwise I won't get the previous manuscript fee, and I won't write it on behalf of me. Readers, please cancel the automatic subscription. If you are interested in the following content, you can read it. If you are not interested, you will not read it. There will be a notification when a new book is opened. Thank you for your support. Konoha weak at the moment. Not weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Grand Master of the 5-attribute escape technique, is a well-deserved cage-level powerhouse. And Shimura Danzo, according to the time analysis, should be transplanted with Uchiha Shin's arm, but there are not a few Sharingan, but the strength is not bad. To mention the real cage-level powerhouse Namikaze Minato, who made a name for himself in the First World War with Rasengan. The yellow glitter of the leaves. In addition to them, the various secret arts families and blood-stained races are combined, and the fighting power is amazing. So, at the age of 6 and just graduated, trying to escape from them. This is not an easy task. Kenpachi knows this very well. 27% of Zeraki's sword broke out, and it is not difficult to leave Konoha in a dashing manner. It's just that if you fight for too long and let those weird secret art families hold you back, it will be a little windy. Knife light flashed. Nearly 1/3 of the Reiatsu of the evil spirit instantly cut off the Anbu ninja standing in front of him. Blood splattered. Murder is spreading. Seping didn't expect Kenpachi to suddenly explode, and both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were all stunned. Instead, Minato shook his head with a wry smile. There is absolutely no room for maneuver now. Once started, the child in front of him has become Konoha's enemy. Waved at the Anbu ninja gathered behind him. He has no choice. Kaden, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Futon, wind style. Daitapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Life. Order issued. For a time, ninjutsu smashed into Kenpachi from all directions. There to watch the child fall, Minato turned his head away. The next moment, golden light soared into the sky. The huge skeleton extended out of Kenpachi's body again. Whether it was ninjutsu or those shuriken thrown by Anbu ninjas, they were all down in an instant. Not too many stops. Grabbed Anko's hand and quickly retreated. Leave Konoha and just live. He'll have a chance to show the village what they've messed with. Brother. On the way. Anko let out a small snort. She didn't expect things to be like this. Originally planned to happily wait for Kenpachi to come back to celebrate his first completion of the mission. Konoha's move shatters all good fantasies. Don't be afraid. At Anko and clenched his hand. The golden Reiatsu was passed to her. This is my brother's breath. He is protecting me. Anko's eyes were wet and he nodded slightly. Understand. It's all because Anbu took her away. It feels good to be flat. But she didn't want her brother to carry these things at a young age. The future of life is already predictable. Facing Konoha's pursuers again. This may not seem worthwhile to outsiders. But her brother she understands. Not a tall figure, but unusually strong. Ning's unyielding temperament is also the most attractive point. This is his brother. 8 swords. His brother's hand hard. Anko wanted to say something. I'm here, don't worry. Also, call me Kenpachi from now on. Konoha's Yapachi sword is dead. It was Yi Jonpachi who was alive and gave Anko a reassuring look. Jonpachi suddenly paused, then grabbed Anko's hand suddenly. Jump to the open space next to you. Boom. A violent explosion hit. The first column of ninjas appeared in front of Kenpachi. It's very fast. It seems that the communication squad has notified Konoha's guards. Squinting his eyes, Kenpachi's sword was aimed at the enemy in front of him. Kill. Boom. The golden sword pressure extended from Zanpakuto and slammed into the ground. Danzo and Sarutobi who were chasing behind him, Kenpachi let out a sneer. These two people are not fast. If it is not for the limited duration of the burst card, he is confident to kill them. Pity. I don't know how to get through the week period after 3 hours. I need to do everything in 3 hours. Possibly leave the land of fire, away from Konoha, and find a safe place. Too much entanglement will only make you fall into passive. Whoosh. Reiatsu outbreak. The next moment, the speed of Janpa pulling Anko soared again, and Zanpakuto slashed left and right. All those who dared to stop him were cut off. It was a bloody battle. Everything broke out so fast, so suddenly. Even when Kenpachi rushed out of Konoha village, the head of the ninja guarding the door slowly fell to the ground. The pursuit continues. Out of Konoha doesn't mean safety. And just as he was about to pull out the forest outside the village of Konoha, a figure in front of him stopped him. I'll just say it. The old guys Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo can't keep up with my speed. You can't keep up. Superior. Anko's hand, a cautious look appeared on Kenpachi's face. Yellow flash by Konoha. The little son that Jiraiya once thought was the son of prophecy. 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. Maybe the speed after the explosion of Reiatsu, others will not be able to keep up, but he will not. After the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobarama died. He is recognized as the number 1 speed in the ninja world. It looks like a loophole in the ninja world. 1. Minato's mood is a little complicated. Originally, he felt that he could chat with each other quietly, and even have a further relationship. But right now, nothing is possible. The child in front of him has become a missing nin. At the moment, they are veritable enemies. After a while, he sighed slightly. Minato took out the special kunai and got serious. Don't worry about what's behind you. Defeat me, and you can leave the land of fire. Is that so? Janpa nodded. Indeed it is. If he can get away with the yellow flash, Konoha really no one can catch him. But there was a question that made Kenpachi feel amused and asked involuntarily. To deal with Mia Genin, Hokage actually shot himself. Your chasing ability is so strong, so why don't you put down the opponent when Orochimaru betrays him? As far as I know, you have this ability. Right. Not Lord Hokage of Hokage. This is the soul torture from Kenpachi. Orochimaru was captured, he did not show up. Deal with the defection of genin from a village, he personally dispatched. Interesting. His own card is even bigger than Sasuke, who has no cows. How does he answer this question? Minato gave a wry smile. He probably couldn't answer either. Not Hokage's Hokage, it's him. The child in front of him sees the problem even more thoroughly than he does. Saying more is useless. Grab the opponent and hand it over to the village for trial. If you resist stubbornly, killing him is an explanation to your dead comrade. The battle begins. Yellow Flash's unique flying needs God formation, which is fully unfolded with the landing of kunai. Kenpachi never doubted Minato's fighting IQ. QB Ninetales Rebellion. In the original book, this guy just briefly analyzed Obito's ability, and then sees the opportunity to use the second stage of Flying God to give the opponent a Rasengan. This is a tough enemy. But he, like Obito, doesn't know his fighting style and details. Even if the progress of the template with 80% to 20% of Zenmujian is flashing yellow, there is no way to stop him. The duration of the board burst card is limited. Kenpachi did not continue to waste time, and slashed at the special Kuu inserted in front of him. Give Minato enough time to use these kunai. Kenpachi is not that stupid. Boom. The knife went down, and the sharp sword pressure directly destroyed a kunai. Minato's expression changed slightly. The first time he played against himself, the other party knew the weak point of the technique of flying need gods. That's right. Hiraishin is awesome though. But it's still no match for real teleportation. And the location of the transfer is also limited. That is, it is necessary to engrave the flying need magic formula to complete the teleportation. As long as you grasp this point, the art of Hiraishin is not indecipherable. A flash of fire appeared on the knife. The characteristics of the chakra blade are slowly turned on. The light of the sword is flying, and every once in a while, Kenpachi will chop a kunai. The boy with the fire knife. The battle with Namikaze Minato officially begins. Minato was a little shocked by such a fighting idea. Anko next to her was a little worried, but with her strength, she couldn't get involved in this level of battle. Time passed little by little. Kenpachi's physical strength gradually decreased, and Minato's chakra also consumed most of the Hiraishin transfer again and again. A staggered, people distance apart. The power of the devil. The fighting blood in the body is just around the corner. The feeling of the body being torn apart made Kenpachi feel the peak of the strength that this body can withstand. Template power is template power. But it is him who carries this power. Zaraki Sword 8 Evil Ghosts. The world of death. When he unleashed his liberation power, even his own body, Kabuto, would break. At this moment, Bajian felt this kind of torture. Are there any side effects? His strength is one of the uses that he has exercised in the process of constantly swinging the knife. The discomfort caused by this sudden increase is indeed a side effect. Glancing at the burst duration, Kenpachi bit Kiba. It has been more than 2 hours since use. The battle with Yellow Flash took nearly an hour, and the rest of the time was spent on the road. Must fight fast. Yellow glitter is really tricky. Such a high-intensity battle went on for so long. Almost to the final blow. Squinting his eyes, Bajian held the knife in both hands. The swordsmanship of Kenpachi is divided into one-handed swordsmanship and two-handed swordsmanship. Also bigger. Swish swish. The last 5 specially made kunai fell to the ground. Little son, take a deep breath. The trick, he has it too. The most effective attack right now is only whizzing. The body dances. Here comes the real yellow flash. This is the Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance and Roar 3. Combining the art of flying gods with flash bombs, it throws kunai with the Horician art in battle, and uses flash bombs to emit a dazzling yellow electric light, making the opponent mistakenly think it is a ninjutsu that obstructs the line of sight. Defeat the enemy. That's how the yellow flash got its name. Golden light shines all around. Kenpachi, who was used by Feiyu's magic bag, felt a dazzling light strike. Rasengan. A low growl came. Minato took a ball with one hand and aimed at Kenpachi in the center and pressed it down. Boom. Shock struck. A burst of golden light overshadowed the strangely named trick. When the materialized Reiatsu defense appeared again, it was Minato's eyes that stabbed. Reiatsu burst maximized. The skeleton that materialized the Reiatsu defense directly shattered Horician kunai. But that Rasengan still pressed Bajian's back stubbornly. It hurts. Pain hits. Minato's final entry. It was the moment when the evil spirit roared and swung the knife at him. Golden Sword Press. The only attack method of the King of Flat Cuts is flat cuts. Swish. Boom. Smoke is everywhere. Minato gasped and landed on the stone next to him, gasping for breath. He looked down at his arm. There was a knife on it. But it is completely different from ordinary injuries. The pain, as if the soul was injured, made little son almost faint. Rasengan is hit. But whether it is Qin Shao, he still doesn't know. But when the smoke cleared, Minato could only smile bitterly. That child has disappeared. Even Anko in the distance disappeared. Have you managed to escape in front of your own yellow flash? What a surprise. With worry in his eyes and clutching his arms, Minato turned away. He was powerless to pursue. Jien sang. It was the next morning. In the Uchiha clan, Itachi suddenly sat up from the bed. Wake up. To his surprise, his father, Uchiha Fugaku, was sitting next to him, as if waiting for him. My lord father. Rubbing his aching neck, Itachi was a little confused. What about Jianzang? Don't mention the name, Itachi. Fugaku shook his head. What's going on? With a bad premonition in his heart, Itachi asked quickly. Now he is the S-rank missing nin who killed hundreds of Konoha ninjas and wounded the 4th Hokage. Holding down Itachi who was about to get up, Fugaku said amusedly. Things turned out to be like this. But that child left the last kindness in Itachi. The Uchiha family was not involved. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Konoha. S-class missing nin. Itachi was completely stunned. Well, I know adults don't like to read special chapters. Please cancel auto-subscription. The little author doesn't want to lose the gun. If you are interested, just glance at the catalog. If you are not interested, just finish it. It was already over. Sichuan. 3rd Chapter 2 Big Missing Nin. Such people never belong to Konoha. The Third Ninja War is coming to an end. Although there is no large-scale battle, small-scale friction still exists. This is a period of mutual exploration of intelligence and competition of the background of the major ninja villages. It is at this juncture that Konoha, known as the first ninja village, has two surprising news. Sanin who remained undefeated against the demigods in the Second Ninja War. Sunagakur village from attacking on Kikyo Mountain during the Third Ninja World War is called Orochimaru of Cold Kun. In Konoha and persecute Konoha children. During the experiment, he was caught by Konoha's third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. A fierce battle, the legendary Sanin became a Konoha S-class missing nin. For no reason, this is shocking news. Because of someone's presence, Orochimaru's defection was brought forward by a year. But what makes the major ninja villages puzzling is that the so-called human experiments, the major ninja villages have their own research in private. That is a shameful thing. Why should it be exposed and let Konoha's meritorious character become missing nin? They can't figure it out. It's also kind of funny. From Sanin to missing nin, they want to know Orochimaru's mental journey. But aside from Orochimaru's defection, there's something else that has sparked a wave of mutual likeness to the sky. Konoha Ninja School some time ago, and Yi Bajian, who is a double star with Uchiha, even defected. Like Orochimaru, the missing nin rank remains S rank. This judgment is puzzling. The reason is also very simple. The strength of Orochimaru is obvious to all. This respect, Sunagakure village is more authoritative. It can be said with certainty that without Orochimaru, Kikyo Mountain would have been leveled in the Third Konoha Ninja War. Nothing wrong with his defection being characterized as an S-class missing nin. But that kid was only 6 years old when he heard about August 20th. Can he also become an S-class missing nin? When the complete information came back, they were finally relieved. He graduated from the ninja school early at the age of 6, and the career of the ninja was only a C-level mission, but after confirming the situation, the mission level was raised from C level to A level. This is only a small piece of intelligence, and has nothing to do with defections. The cause and effect of the defection was because the family was out on a mission, and Konoha actually shot against his family. The level of genin, after Anbu rescued his sister, he killed him out of Konoha. The fourth generation of Hokage Namikaze Minato personally went out without the other side, and was seriously injured. That's right. The yellow flash of the third ninja war galloping through the battlefield, he was injured. Even when he returned to the Konoha village entrance, his body trembled several times and nearly fainted. Away from Konoha wasn't sneaky. Instead of leaving at night like Sasuke did, he rushed out openly. There's no way to hide things like breaking into Anbu. The conflict at the entrance of Anbu was also seen. Therefore, the specific details of Kenpachi's defection have also spread to the ears of each ninja village. While Shock and Ijanba were powerful, they were also a little fortunate. Thankfully, Konoha's intolerance cost them a man who could hurt Hokage at the age of 6. World genius. This is really incomprehensible. Stupid. So stupid. Everything is what Konoha deserves. People worked hard to go out to perform tasks, and because the task levels did not match, I am afraid it was an experience. The moment of life and death. So desperate for Konoha, but Konoha stabbed people in the back. He simply doesn't treat Ijanpachi as a human being. If it is them, such talents will definitely be vigorously cultivated. Stupid Konoha. Surprising things are always going to happen. Well. After all, they are the first forbearance village, and they are not short of geniuses. In short, 2 Konoha's level missing nin are small episodes in the ninja world. Missing nin is not of interest to the still frictional borderline. Can betray Konoha will betray them in the future. No shinobi village will accommodate missing nin. This is also in the ninja world. The ninja who defected from one ninja village never joined another ninja village to get reasons for asylum, such as the fate of the betrayer. Konoha. In Hokage's office. Minato's arm was bandaged. There was still a bit of pain on his face. Looking down at his arm, the pain from above is like a soul being cut by a knife. This pain has never been before. Not poison, but pain from the soul. Is it his knife? Namikaze Minato recalled that scene. If he was slower, this arm would probably be cut off by Chishushu. But the pain in the body seems to be different from the headache caused by the person standing in front of you. What kind of? I need an explanation. Danzo stood there with a gloomy old face, next to the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking a cigarette. This is to ask the teacher to ask the guilt. I didn't care about my injury. I just asked why I didn't get Yi Bajian under the bar. Sorry, I can't stop him. But I don't think as Hokage, I don't need to tell you anything. If you are not satisfied, just send the chase ninja yourself. After all, your fundamentals never obey. The deployment of Hokage is personal, no matter how good the temper is. At this time, I am afraid there will be a little bit of anger. It's a fact that he didn't stop Yi Bajian. But there is no need to explain anything to others. Especially Shimura Danzo, the so-called high-level executives of the previous generation. He has done everything he can do. Get tough. Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sneer and turned away. This look is obvious. Come to puppet. Look at the Hokage you supported, and now he has learned to resist. Puppet's eyes, Sarutobi responded with a calm face. No puppet consciousness. For Danzo. At the beginning of the fourth generation of Hokage, there were two people who had the highest voice. One was Namikaze Minato in front of him, and the other was Orochimaru who had defected. In any case, Minato is the most suitable one. Taking a breath, Sarutobi walked over to Minato and looked at his arm. If you are injured, take a good rest, and I will help you temporarily handle the government affairs in the village. And Kushina, if you're pregnant, you need to spend more time with you. What is this? Forcing power. Really like your style, 3 generations of adults. Minato smiled wryly and stood up without saying a word, walking towards the door of Hokage's office. However, although the words of the third generation may sound harsh, it comes from the kind of taste that you can't do it. Sarutobi, Minato did want to take a break. The injury to his arm doesn't seem to be serious, but the pain really makes him unable to concentrate on work. 2 major S-rank missing nins did make Konoha's atmosphere temporarily depressed. Especially after the families of the deceased ninjas who died in the battle got the equipment, it was an unimaginable disaster. Orochimaru doesn't know yet. But in Konoha, several people were confused about Kenpachi's departure. Anko's best friend, Kurenai Yuhi, sat blankly at the door of Midarashi's house, waiting for the figure after all. Did not go home. Even her best friend became missing nin. But the level is obviously not as high as those 2 heavyweights, and they are only sea level. But this change made her a little unacceptable. The footsteps approached, Kurenai Yuhi raised his head and looked into the distance. The purple-haired girl was standing at the entrance of the street with a bitter smile. Azuki Yugao. When the figure in her heart was gone, she didn't know what was the meaning of life at the moment. Why, he didn't take me with him. Holding her pink fist, the girl turned around and left. This is a true portrayal buried in her heart. Nanhi River. 2 Uchihas are here again. Gathering silently, but not so contrived sad. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shisui. Yi Janpachi's departure had the greatest impact on them. Sitting on a familiar stone, he looked up as if to see the man holding the wine gourd drinking freely, and the figure wielding a knife with pride. Jien sang. Holding a stone and throwing it into the river, Itachi had blood and tears in his eyes. Tomo slowly appeared. But it didn't break. Just 6 years old. Mangekyo is still so out of reach. Shisui looked at this scene and shook his head, but after all, he didn't open his mouth to persuade or say anything. There should be no feelings at the root of affiliation. But that is only for others. Uchiha Shisui's character is so sunny, but he is full of confusion about Yi Bajian's defection after all. Village. Friend. He didn't know which side to stand on to protect his friends. If you want to protect the village. But reality is too cruel. Friends were hurt and so many people died in the village. Where should he stand? Maybe he wouldn't be able to face the fact that Kenpachi had defected before he figured it out. Maybe next time. Itachi. Next time I'll take you to chop up Konoha. With Jianzhang's words echoing in his ears, Itachi lowered his head. In order to protect himself and protect the Uchiha family from suspicion, he chose to go to Anbu alone. But he really wanted to fight side by side with his friend, the only man he recognized in Konoha, and chose to leave here. What kind of pain did Jianzhang bear? Clenching his fists, Itachi looked up at the sky. Since then, the training ground has lost a back. Somewhere on the border of the Fire Nation. The surrounding scene hurriedly passed. A skinny teen is carrying a child on her back and is making her way through the Forest Zero. Anko and Yakinpachi. The weak state has arrived, and what makes the girl even more frightened is the state of her younger brother. At this moment, the pores all over his body opened, and the cracks were oozing blood. If it weren't for the slightly heaving chest, others would have thought the child was dead. It looks a little miserable. The side effect of forcibly using the template ability is completely revealed after the end of the burst card. At that moment, Jonpachi, who was in severe pain, almost fainted. Rao's willpower was firm, and after advancing for half an hour again, he finally fell down. The body no longer obeys. Only the hand holding the knife refused to let go. Tears, Anko hugged his brother and didn't know what to do. It's all my fault. Why did you become a disciple of Orochimaru? Her brother would never suffer this pain. Orochimaru. Biting Kiba, Anko raised his head, breathing hard. A cave in the distance caught her attention. I don't know when the chasing troops will come, but if my brother doesn't get treatment now. Step by step, he carried his younger brother into the cave. Flame, Anko took out a towel made from the corner of his clothes and wiped his brother's wound. This wound wasn't caused by Namikaze Minado's attack, but the physical disposition after the explosion of power did not match that power, and then it collapsed. Anko. You have grown. A cold voice came. Anko's original posture of wiping Kenpachi instantly turned to Kunai's figure, who was already aiming at the entrance of the cave. Orochimaru. After seeing the man clearly, Anko's pupils shrank suddenly and stood up. Yes, I have the guts to point my weapon at the teacher. With admiration in his eyes, Orochimaru walked into the cave step by step, but with his playful look, he obviously didn't take Anko seriously. Except for the shaking of Kuei's hand, he looks like a ninja. Am I shaking? Anko looked at his hands. Kunai is shaking. No, it's her hand. Clang. At this moment, the smell of blood suddenly hit. A figure appeared in front of Anko. Holding the knife into the dirt under your feet. Yuhi light shone in the blood-covered child's eyes. Broken body. But still can't stop the man who acts by will. You're taking a step forward, I swear. Kill you at all costs. Net. Draw a knife and point it to Orochimaru. Kenpachi's face is full of killing intent. He didn't pass out, but regained some strength behind Anko's back. Physical condition is still very poor. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have a life-saving trump card. Leaving Konoha used a burst card. Desperate. It is easier for a person to grow in a desperate situation. The steel-like will is the result of tempering in desperate situations again and again. It's a bit earlier than expected, Hachiken-kun. Orochimaru 0.6 stopped and spoke to Kenpachi calmly. I have no ill will. And can help you. Eyes flickering, Orochimaru pointed at Kenpachi's body. What an explosion of power this is. Frontal breakout of Konoha, and even wounded Namikaze Minado's 4th generation Hokage. What secrets his body hides. Give me a reason to trust you. Kenpachi's murderous aura remains undiminished, and even if Orochimaru has any changes, he will attack without hesitation. I'm interested in your body, that's the truth. Touching his chin, Orochimaru showed a weird smile, but he didn't hide the greed in his eyes. But perfect, I won't put the first opportunity to try on the perfect container for inspection. It's not the first. Although my long technique has been designed, there are still problems. More so, just one of the perfect containers. No corpse issue. Janba was unmoved. Second. You're only 6 years old, and I don't need you until you reach your potential. So, Bajian-kun, I have no reason to hurt you, otherwise I wouldn't be standing here and talking to you. The second point is not fake. Understands Orochimaru. And the most perfect age for not turning a corpse is 12 to 15 years old. Obviously, at this moment he does not have the value of being a container. Nodded. Kenpachi withdrew the knife. Smart people, but also crazy in a way. Turning his head to the side, Orochimaru showed the master's smile. Nothing different from what I imagined. Hachi-kun, like me, never belonged to Konoha. Chapter 4. A boy wielding 2 knives, Akatsuki no Sora. Ninja World. Country of Tien. A certain not-so-magnifique village has landed. At this moment, this village is not Yinyan village, it can only be regarded as one of the many experimental bases in Orochimaru. The dim operating table, Orochimaru looked at the child above in deep thought. Just now. Some conspirators in Konoha have already spread the word. It stands to reason that I have a cooperative relationship with him. But in the news that came over, there was a desire to get the child in front of him. Danzo seemed pretty sure he could find him. And actively hoped to get this child, and control him under Danzo's command. Even hoping to get Orochimaru to help. Such a pity. He shares the same thoughts as Danzo. I don't want to give this child to the other party. Take a deep breath. Looking at Kenpachi in front of him, Orochimaru's eyes were filled with exclamation. In terms of single-round resilience, this level is comparable to the Uzumaki clan. At this moment, Kenpachi's original broken body has gradually recovered, and even more quickly than before. Received the various nutrients provided by Orochimaru while still holding the seemingly ordinary knife in his hand. Orochimaru glanced at the knife before. Nothing special was found. Even he felt that it was not as sharp as his own grass pheasant sword, the so-called Saratodachi. But since it is his thing, it must be different. Spread. For knives, Orochimaru is more interested in Kenpachi's body. It's just a pity that so far, he has not detected anything different from ordinary people from the blood of this child. The place. So this is all the more worthy of his amazement. No doubt he doesn't have any Kekkei Genkei. But this kind of resilience and the amazing power that erupts are the most valuable for research. What secret is it hiding? Orochimaru's face was full of curiosity. Suddenly, Kenpachi's fingers moved slightly, and his eyelids slowly opened. The picture in the eyes freezes. On Orochimaru's pupils. Are you awake? 8 Swords-kun. But his true Orochimaru at the moment is as polite as Kenpachi's friend. Tone. That's why Kenpachi agreed to let him treat him. What about Yuhi 04 beans? Orochimaru, feeling his still weak body. Eyes asked squeak. The door of the laboratory was pushed open, and 2 figures walked in. Not much to say, of which. Enko_. Seeing that Kenpachi was awake, he couldn't help but sprinted over and hugged him. Enko threw herself on the bed, and Kenpachi's gaze followed her behind. The other people are a little familiar. Hairstyle is similar to that of Enko, and the age is similar to that of Enko, but the delicate facial features and the standard melon-seated face have a different flavor. If Kenpachi is right, she should be Yuhi Lien as a girl. Crystal Escape Ninja. The first container that Orochimaru valued in the early days, but later gave up on Yuhiren because of the bodies of Itachi and Sasuke. Although this girl is also Orochimaru's subordinate, she is the enemy of Yakushi Kabuto. In the original book, Her ending was not bad. She lived a good life after Kong Liang, and even wanted to go to Konoha to visit the hero Naruto after the Ninja World War. No surprise that she's here instead of Kabuto. Kabuto is only 1 year older than Itachi. There is no reason to be in Orochimaru's lab at this time. The first time Orochimaru contacted Danzo after his defection was through Yamato at the root, that is, the intelligence passed by it to each other. Eyes and feeling the soul fluctuations around him, Kenpachi patted Anko's back. 8 swords, Kun. Although the scene of brother and sister hugging is heartwarming, Orochimaru's blood is cold, and he will never be moved by such a scene. Yebajian is dead, the new name is Yejianba. Pointing to his missing nin forehead guard, Kenpachi said calmly. Did it go backwards? Very good awareness. Back the most. Orochimaru nodded. Leaving Konoha meant a new life, a new life. Dropping names is not common. I don't know yet, what are your plans in the future? Orochimaru was still considering which child or Itachi was more suitable for the final choice of container. It is at least 5 years before the container can be used. Reincarnating too early will affect the lifespan and potential of the container. This is inevitable. Therefore, in the past few years, he will observe the growth speed and progress of Jinpachi and Itachi. Whoever performs better is the perfect container. Practice, then chop up Konoha. Very short sentence. But what surprised Orochimaru was that he didn't hear any tone of resentment and hatred. Yes, only the same calm as always. It seemed to him that it was too small a thing. Is this the consciousness of missing nin? Orochimaru nodded. Probably an illusion. He even felt that the child's arrogance was above him. Because it is also destroying Konoha, if he speaks, he will not be able to suppress the excitement in his body. Dislike the war, destroy the things that others cherish, and defeat the beliefs of others. Orochimaru is passionate about it. So what are your beliefs? Knife in hand. Chopping off the unremarkable knife, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Swept. He dares to say. Some people believe it, but naturally some people don't. Xiaohui's Yuhi Lien snorted, looking a little disdainful. By Orochimaru-sama. This kid seems to have taken his place. As expected of you, Kenpachi-kun. With admiration in his eyes, Orochimaru suddenly thought of something, but if you want to destroy Konoha. The current strength is still a little worse. In terms of swordsmanship, I consider myself not your opponent, but if you want to learn some ninjutsu. What more to say? The boy had already put Zanpakuto on his chest and interrupted Orochimaru. Sorry. You can't teach me anything. This knife is enough. Kenpachi, who has the template of the king of flat slashing, only needs to keep swinging his sword to become stronger. Especially after using the burst card this time, his desire for power has risen to a new level. And the daily tasks have been changed to never-ending. As long as he keeps swinging the knife, it will be too late to cut Konoha. Early things didn't even need anyone's help to defect from Konoha, and he didn't lose anything. But this kind of behavior like a lost dog makes Kenpachi extremely unhappy. Traitorous. No, even if he leaves, it should be dignified, and no one dares to leave in a high-profile manner. Not now. That fake village is disgusting. Destruction is what awaits Konoha. Stand up and walk forward. His body has recovered, but he plans to make up for the time wasted these days. The progress of the first template is about to reach 10%. The second template has waved to him again. Lord Orochimaru, why are you being so polite to that kid? When Kenpachi and Anko left the lab, Yuhirin finally couldn't help but ask. Just a kid. Why? After glancing at her calmly, Orochimaru left only one sentence. Don't think of him as a kid, of course, if you can also hit the 4th generation Hokage with all your might. The words of the man known as the Yellow Flash, when I didn't say it. Leave Konoha. Instead, the days became calmer. After turning around the village of Tianjiguo, Bajian knew it. This is the prototype of Yinyan village in the future. Orochimaru is ready to defect from Akatsuki. The village will be thoroughly planned. The population of the village is not large, but the internal facilities are not bad. But it has something that even Konoha doesn't have. It's the strange feeling of everyone getting together and enjoying the warmth. It can be seen that the people here live very happily. However, these have nothing to do with Kenpachi, and the arrival of Kenpachi has no impact on this place. It's just that there is an extra boy swinging a knife on the hillside at the entrance of the village every day. Uchiha Itachi was missing as a sparring partner, but it was the opposite of the expected boring training. His mind is more peaceful. Knife swinging day after day. Struck Orochimaru was that the snake's keen senses allowed him to discover the child's growth every day. For Orochimaru, this was a terrifying change. The growth model that seemed to have no upper limit allowed him to discover a new continent. Blink of an eye. A month flies by. Hey, it's time to eat. On the hillside in front of the future Yinyan village, a girl reluctantly came over with a food box. Why would she do such a thing? Instead of stopping to take a short rest like he used to, the boy was crazy like he was enchanted. Knife against the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for swinging the knife 8,000 times, and getting 0.2% of the unlocking progress of all flat cut templates. Ding! Congrats to the host, the king of flat cut. The progress of unlocking the first template is 10%, and the second template permission has been opened. Do you want to extract it immediately? Came to collect the sword, Kenpachi took a deep breath and chose to extract. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second flat-cut template from the world of death, which is completely Kurosaki. Ichigo. The absolute protagonist in the world of Kurosaki Ichigo. Possesses 3 abilities in the body, emptiness, quinsy, and death. And what Kenpachi drew was the complete Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo who controls the true solution. The Reiatsu on his body started to get restless. The stone under his feet cracked, and the violent force full of destruction made Kenpachi's eyes red Yuhi. Black and gold Reiatsu gathering together. In just a split second, the terrifying impact made Yuhi Lien, who had brought the meal, fly upside down. Whoosh! A figure instantly appeared under the hill. His eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Orochimaru came. Be attracted by this terrifying energy fluctuation. What's up? He has absolutely no idea. Slowly, the spiritual pressure dissipated. The boy is still the same boy, not much has changed. It's just that the knife in his hand has become 2. One black and one white, 2 huge zanpakuto are wrapped around their hands with weird chains. And the black martial arts uniform on his body has also become a black and white tights. Double knives. The sword evolved for Shiro in Kurosaki Ichigo. A boy wielding 2 knives. Orochimaru recovered from the shock. What a terrifying power this is. Has the mysterious power hidden in his body finally awakened? 2 knives. The same has that kind of flesh and blood connection, as if it is the feeling of your own arm. After the Zaraki Kenpachi template appeared at the same time as Kurosaki Ichigo's template, such a change was actually made. But Kenpachi knew that when his master solved it, the 2 knives would fuse together. The dual blade form is only temporary. But there is no doubt that 390 asked, he became stronger. Admiring the new blade obsessively, Kenpachi smiled strangely at Orochimaru below. It's only been a month. Wait until your immortality is completely perfect. You sure? Is it my opponent? Tilted his head, holding 2 huge knives, but his body lightly landed in front of Orochimaru and Yuhirin. Thank you. Taking the food box from Yuhirin's hand, Kenpachi nodded calmly. Damn it. He's getting stronger. Orochimaru who raised this thought, but also Yuhi Lotus next to him. She really refused to accept Kenpachi's position in Orochimaru's heart, and even threatened to challenge it once after Kenpachi recovered. That time, she lost miserably. As if encountering a natural enemy, the indestructible Jingdun is completely worthless under this man's knife, and even a single knife can smash her Jinglong. In terms of the strength of the master at the moment, she could not beat the opponent at all. Where's Anko? Opening the food box, Kenpachi looked at Orochimaru. Recently, she has become obsessed with medical ninjutsu to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. Orochimaru took a deep breath to regain his composure. The vessel became stronger, and he should have been relieved. But now, there is some mentality that is not sure about Kenpachi. He's improving so fast. Almost out of control. I don't need you to teach me anything. This is what the boy in front of him said. No cheating. Medical ninjutsu. Kenpachi smiled with some emotion. It seemed that day when he saw that he was injured but could not do anything, so in order to prevent such a thing from happening again, Enko now devoted himself to medical ninjutsu. Kenpachi-kun, I'm afraid I have something to tell you. It has been a month since the defection. Ninja world is still calm, but Orochimaru has encountered something interesting. What? Frowning, Kenpachi asked. I was approached by an organization called Akatsuki, and the people who invited me to join were strong. He pulled out his hand, and the ring he carried was engraved with a blank word. Akatsuki is fast. Even found Orochimaru. But what does this have to do with me? Putting down the food box, 2 knives were placed on his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right, and Kenpachi remained calm. Then what? Akatsuki. It really has nothing to do with Kenpachi. I recommended you to the guy with fairy eyes. If nothing else, in a few days, the one named Pain will send someone to test your strength. Sprinkle. Please be mentally prepared. An eerie smile, Orochimaru turned away. Maybe. He should really see how strong the boy who fought with all his strength was. Chapter 5 Konoha's Pursuit, the 2-knife ninja in the slaughter. Is it intentional? Or some other reason? At the junction of the land of rain and the land of fire, there is a certain building in the forest. Kenpachi looked at the person in front of him, lost in thought. He understands Orochimaru's thoughts very well, and uses the people in Akatsuki to force himself to use his full strength, and then Orochimaru will measure his combat effectiveness a little, laying the groundwork for the future reincarnation. However, Akatsuki's person in charge of evaluating himself is too weak, right? Orochimaru and Sasori in the distance have completed a temporary team. And next to them stood the leaders of Akatsuki, Pain and Konan. In addition, Kakuzu, the old man of Akatsuki, is also a calm observer of Kenpachi. The current Akatsuki staff has not yet been expanded, far from reaching its peak. In other words, people other than Pain couldn't even evoke Kenpachi's fighting spirit. Glancing at Biwajuzo in front of him, the double sword pattern that Kenpachi originally maintained slowly changed. One of the Zanpakudo into the ground, and just held a knife and hooked his fingers to Biwajuzo. This kid. Do you look down on people? Biwajuzo's expression became colder. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen in Kurigakure village, such an insult was unacceptable to him. Of course, he also felt it in a more insulting way than this. Example, in the Third Ninja War, he was almost kicked to death by one of Konoha's genin. Might die. The man who kicked the ninja people into the 3 treasures of auspiciousness. Because of that person, people's names plummeted. In the past, when others mentioned that the 7 ninja swordsmen would suddenly change their expressions, they thought of that legend in fear. 7 people can destroy a small country. But now, they mentioned the 10-man ninja sword, they thought it was a joke that even Genin couldn't beat. Might Dai taught the world a lesson with the 8 inner gates, telling them that Konoha Genin is what they will always be. Can't get dad. There's nothing wrong with that. Because people are really strong. But why do you treat me with such an attitude? After all, this uncle is also one of the 10 ninja swordsmen. Why did you see this uncle drop a weapon on purpose? Can we start? Holding his own beheading sword tightly, Biwa Juzo looked at Pain in the distance. It was humiliating enough to let a group of 10 people, the famous ninja sword, deal with a kid. Now he's still being looked down upon by that kid. As a missing nin, he's not that good. My broadsword is already thirsty. That's what Akatsuki is all about. Hack the opponent to death, the other party knows how many floors a bag of rice can carry. The finger flicked the beheading sword, and the crisp sound of dingling made Janba almost spit it out. Broken knife, beheading broadsword looks good, the only feature is that it can absorb blood to restore itself. Known as a knife that won't break. Unremarkable. This is Kenpachi's evaluation of the beheading sword, and whether it is appearance or sharpness, it is absolutely incomparable to his already changed beheading sword. And a battle that was over before it even started. On a par. Let's start. Emotions are almost brewing. Pain nodded to signal the start of the battle. Akatsuki's members have to go through a battle before joining the group. If the combat power is too low, it's not to say no, Akatsuki before the end, even Kakuzu. Anything that can be killed in seconds is contained, right? This battle is just a little understanding of the strength of the person who joined the organization. The art of Kurigakur. The battle begins. Without saying a word, Biwa Juzo sent a Kurigakur technique. Came from the village of Kurigakur, and is quite skilled at the master of this trick. Kurigakur, known as the silent killing technique, is invincible in battle. And when this move is used, it means that Biwa Juzo has entered a state of battle. Have the techniques of Kurigakur been used? It seems that Biwa Juzo is serious. Conan in the distance said calmly. Orochimaru, the kid you brought is going to die. Sasori of the Red Sand, who was hiding in the golem, looked at Orochimaru and said. He still can't figure it out until now. He's just a kid. Is it worth raising a teacher like this? Don't look at him being a bit bluffing with 2 big knives. This kind of thing, he is afraid that he can beat 10. You can't beat him. To Sasori of the Red Sand's enchanted confidence, Orochimaru responded with only one sentence. You can't beat him. Yes. Is the puppet technique strong? If the opponent's knife is hard enough to split the puppet with one knife, then the puppet technique is just a joke. That's it. Janba's 2 knives are extremely hard. Especially after the change in appearance, Shimaru confirmed this even more. Orochimaru has always had a vague understanding of Kenpachi's strength. But after being together for a long time, he can clearly feel that there is a kind of heart-palpitating power in his body. And every time after swinging the knife, the heart-pounding power will increase again. What a horrible way to grow up. Obviously this is not the most pervert. If you say that you were in Konoha before, the practice of pervert doesn't seem very intuitive. But after being in contact for so long, the other party can continue the same action persistently. Repeat the swing. Tireless swing. Don't be boring, even enjoy it. This is where Orochimaru is shocked. Boring is the biggest enemy of cultivation. If you can overcome this boredom, you will definitely become a strong person. He already has the heart of a strong man. The only thing missing is time. It's a pity that I thought Pain would take the shot personally, but I didn't expect it to be just a small shot. Hello. This kind of stuff. How could it be possible to test the strength of Janpachi? Sighed. Orochimaru looks at the field. The silent killing technique has completely spread, and they don't know what's going on in the thick fog. Clang. The sound of golden iron chirping came. The two seemed to have already fought. But what is surprising is that the voice changed again in just a moment. Click. What's broken? Is it that kid's knife? People's eyes widened, but they still couldn't see what was inside. Pout. Ah. Scream. But the source of the sound turned out to be from Biwajuzo. The caster was injured, and the Kurigakure technique slowly dissipated. When Akatsuki's members saw what was inside, there was only surprise on their faces. The kid was still standing there, the only difference was that the knife he was holding in one hand had already stabbed in Biwajuzo's chest. On the ground was the beheading sword that was cut in half. Why? Can you spot me? A soul wounded. Trembling. Biwajuzo's voice was full of shock and puzzlement, but more of a moan of pain. Why, he just wanted to know why the Kurigakure didn't work for this man. Sample. The other party is not from the pupil family. Who extremely restrained the art of Kurigakure, was not in his eye sockets. But even so, when he was approaching quietly, the man even blocked his chest to prevent him. Yu's beheading sword snapped instantly and inserted his sword into his chest. The technique of Kurigakure is ineffective. Why is his knife on the decapitation knife as easy as cutting tofu? This is Biwajuzo, the perplexity before death. The art of Kurigakure. Kenpachi looked at the dying man calmly. Usually, in order to let the deceased rest in peace, the person who killed the other party will tell why he succeeded. The classic villain dies in the kind of bridge where there are too many words. But Kenpachi obviously does not have such kindness. He grabbed Zanpakudo's hand slightly, and under Biwajuzo's terrified eyes, Zanpakudo was in his. The body begins to stir. The friction between the knife and the meat and the bone makes a pleasant sound. The crunching movement reverberated on the field. Swish. Close the knife. Blood spilled on the ground. Didn't take off the ring on Biwajuzo's hand. Regained his two Zanpakudo and looked at Pain. Pass. Glancing at Kenpachi, Pain turned and left. And Conan gathered countless pieces of paper to form wings, and finally landed in front of Kenpachi. Back to the village, Pain will assign teams. Take the ring. The blue word on it made Kenpachi narrow his eyes and raise his head again. He is the blue dragon of Akatsuki. And this woman in front of him. It is Akatsuki's white tiger. Interesting. After finishing work, although one person died. But it's not a Monyu thing for Akatsuki. Everyone is missing Nin. Please be careful with each other. That's what Akatsuki is all about. Of course, in the later stages of the Hokage world, even people in Akatsuki have their own bonds. It's a pity that now that bond has become a precaution. A very dangerous person. The group has walked towards a Megakure village. And beside Biwajuzo, two figures slowly appeared. Half black and half white Ju emerged from the ground, while Obito used his pupil technique to transfer space. Looked at Biwajuzo's face distorted in pain. Ju looked at Obito and said a word. Really dangerous. The kind of means that can attack the soul, can't prevent it. Obito is only showing caution in a Sharingan. He had no idea that things would turn out like this. Konoha kid who teamed up with Uchiha Itachi turned out to be the missing nin who killed hundreds of Konoha ninjas and seriously injured Namikaze Minato. Missing nin is nothing. It's just that there will be an orphan wandering aimlessly in the ninja world in the future. He actually joined Akatsuki under the recommendation of Orochimaru. This has to be taken seriously. What is his purpose? Or was it intentional to join Akatsuki? Obito doesn't know. He only knew that once Janpachi grew up, he would be an extremely difficult enemy. Double knives. Incredible little devil. Obito and Ju disappeared in place. Biwajuzo on the ground. A Megakure village. Exclusive meeting room where Akatsuki holds meetings. Pain looked at the few people in front of him in deep thought. Grouping. It's really a headache. Especially when the two newcomers to the organization are a little weird. More headaches. Orochimaru, one of Konohasunen, who Pain is very familiar with. Konoha ninja who wanted to kill him at one point when he was young. Everything is okay. The other member is even more eccentric. At only 6 years old, a dual-blade ninja with extremely strong fighting power. Except for them. It's Akatsuki's White Tiger Conan. Akatsuki's Sky Orochimaru. Sasori of the Red Sand. Akatsuki's Hokuto Angle. As for Akatsuki's Nantu just died. In addition to Absolutely and Uchiha Madara, these people are Akatsuki's fighting power on the bright side. I and Conan will not be assigned teams. They have to deal with the affairs of a Megakure village in a Megakure village. The Angle acts alone for the time being. Generally, the people who team up with him are in danger. The last teammate with him has become his heart candidate. As for Orochimaru and Yakinpachi, Pain had no plans for them to form a team. They joined Akatsuki together, so there's no guarantee. Let them be together, I'm afraid something will go wrong. For a while Kakuzu acted alone. Orochimaru teamed up with Sasori. Kenpachi, I'll ask your partner to find you later. After a short thought, Pain declares the meeting over. Akatsuki formed the team for 3 reasons. First, avoid dogmatism. Second, to assist each other to improve the success rate of the mission. Third, mutual supervision to prevent spies from leaking Akatsuki's secrets. Pain thinks very well. The combat power is not strong, and the strength is in reconnaissance and infiltration, so the future battles will be handed over to you. A few minutes later. Out of Akatsuki, Kenpachi saw his partner. Not so much a partner. That Obito sent to him. Absolutely. A mix of black Zetsu and white Zetsu. White Zetsu was transformed by the human being who fell into infinite Tsukuyomi thousands of years ago, and black Zetsu is the meaning of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Li Jiao Jiao, the planner of infinite Tsukuyomi. He calmly looked at the black and white mixture in the pitcher plant in front of him. Stroked his Zanpakuto, then withdrew his gaze and left only 4 words before moving forward. Go. Please be careful with me. At this time, infinite Tsukuyomi is just a bubble. But he and Ju had not thought of forming a team beforehand. It doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't delay his cultivation, other things have little to do with him. Hi, that's not funny. Emerging from the ground, he must follow behind Jonpachi. That's it. Akatsuki's strangest duo appears. Ninja World. Small-scale friction continues. And this time of war was when Akatsuki was active. In addition to hunting ninjas with high bounty, becoming a mercenary active on the battlefield is also their 1000. The so-called mercenaries. That person's money and wealth help people to eliminate disasters, and there is no need for a reason to kill. The name of the double-blade ninja has also entered people's ears in the killing again and again. Konoha. Inside Hokage's office. It's August, and the coolness of late autumn is not something Hokage can feel. Especially in the office when 2 Hokages make decisions together, this feeling is very unpleasant. Minato's arm has been restored and he is back at Hokage's post. Aside from being a little unsmooth in his movements, he was used to the tingling feeling in his soul. Now, he is looking at the intelligence in front of him with the 3rd-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Intelligence on the double-blade ninja. In 3 months, more than 100 Konoha ninjas have died at his hands. Tap the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemn. According to reliable information, he is Yi Bajian. The old man thought that he must send out to chase the ninja immediately. Release Hitaki Kakashi's caretaker of Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki column, and let him lead the elite Anbu. Send. Robbery. Chapter 6. Do you know how your father died? Kakashi. Kakashi. Hearing Sarutobi's words, Minato was stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile. Let's not talk about Kakashi's current state. Has the third generation of adults underestimated the fighting power of Ibajian too much? Able to take damage and leave calmly, and is classified as S-rank missing nin like Orochimaru. Kakashi to deal with an enemy of this level. His only remaining disciple is indeed very strong. Reikiri cooperates with Sharingan to exert great power. And his fighting IQ is also very outstanding. But Rao is so, can you really deal with Ibajian? To the information sent back, that S-class missing nin has also changed the way of fighting, from single-handed to double-handed. He got stronger. Minato can be sure. Most importantly, among those Konoha ninjas who were killed by the two-bladed ninjas, there was no shortage of powerful Jonin. You misunderstood, I meant Kakashi to lead the team. The third generation shook his head, and he would not do such a thing as letting his ninjas die. This time the team is all elite. It's all about Jonin, I don't think he can choose. Quote. And with the information that you fought him before, we have no reason to let him be in the land of fire. Huzuofe. The anger flashed in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the photo on the table. The little ghost above looked calm, but no matter how you looked at it, it was very abominable. He's taking revenge on the resurgent nation. Revenge on Konoha, reported. Chasing people become missing nin, they will honestly hide in a corner of the ninja world to avoid Konoha. Ninja. But this kid did the opposite and even took the initiative to attack Konoha's stronghold in the Land of Fire. Even on the front line of the Land of Fire, the stalemate with Kumogakure village has been affected. If you sit idly by, it may cause panic among the ninjas in Konoha village. Panic doesn't matter. The main thing is where to put Konoha's face. It's ironic that a kid, dubbed a Konoha genius, becomes missing nin. Now that missing nin is still staring at the Konoha ninja in the Land of Fire. Tolerable or unbearable? Such behavior must be stopped. After listening to the three generations, Minato sighed. He also knew this. But after hearing Kakashi's name, he has a vague feeling of unease. 273. It's not that Kakashi has to protect Kushina. Kyubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki column forces are not too dangerous in the village. Just Kakashi. Shaking his head again, the three generations next to him have already issued an order. His fourth generation Hokage be against. Willing to change, unable to implement. This is his situation at the moment. I didn't expect that with Kenpachi, you are getting more and more tacit understanding. The Land of Fire, a Konoha stronghold somewhere. There are corpses all around. The horror of the death of the ninjas is shocking. The two knives on the boy's shoulders were dripping with blood, but he himself ignored it in vain. Looking around, Kenpachi's eyes flashed a ray of light. Killed a lot. According to this trend, Konoha should not be able to sit still. Killing aimlessly. Not really. Glancing at his Shikai advanced quest, Janba let out a sneer. There is still a long way to go before the end of the quest to harvest 3,000 souls. The liberation of Zanpakuto means that the strength of Kenpachi will be greatly improved. Since you want to kill, then pick whoever you want to kill. Like the scratches on his forehead, Konoha's ninjas are his target. As for the cooperation that Ju said is getting more and more tacit. It's just that he thinks he's tacit. He credits his perception and detection abilities. No one knows that Kenpachi's perception ability is much stronger than his. The absolute perception is chakra and breath. But this thing can be hidden. But what Kenpachi perceives is the soul, and no one in this ninja world has hidden soul breath. Method. He is the only Grim Reaper in the ninja world. But Kenpachi-kun, you seem to enjoy targeting Konoha. Floating on the ground, Ju split out of white Zetsu, stacking the corpse on the ground, and then said, "It's not a target, it's just a convenience." The work of collecting and selling corpses for money must have been done very well. From this point of view, it is not bad to cooperate. At this moment, the two raised their heads and looked into the distance at the same time. Kenpachi-kun, something interesting is coming. Give it to you, I'll retire." Looking back, Absolute Kenpachi burrowed into the ground with a weird smile. It's finally here. The two knives were inserted into the ground, and the breath sensed in his mind was gradually approaching. However, among them, there is a soul aura that is extremely familiar. It's him. Just stood on the blood-splattered land leaning on his zanpakudo. Waiting on. Whoosh whoosh. People came very fast. A total of 10 six-paths figures fell in front of Kenpachi. From the perspective of momentum. Unsurprisingly, the first 5 are all Jonin level, the worst person behind is also Chunin, and the rest. All are elite Chunin. Plus the white-haired boy at the front. A very powerful pursuit team. Can be seen that Konoha really made a lot of money in order to kill Kenpachi. Yebajian, put down your weapons. 10 six-paths figures surrounded Kenpachi, and one of the masked ninjas shouted at Kenpachi. Lay down your weapon. Kenpachi smiled. He glanced at the two zanpakudo that he had inserted into the ground. Didn't he let it go? And it makes absolutely no sense to say that. 16 people can fight again. The breath in the body began to be restless. Slowly touched his zanpakudo, and at the same time, his eyes changed. The needle-shaped red yuhi in the left eye, the right eye is like a beast emitting murderous aura and turned into pure black. The ultimate power of the evil ghosts Tsuragi Kenpachi and Kurosaki Ichigo. Maybe when Kenpachi just left Konoha, he would be more cautious when he saw the lineup in front of him. But now. 5 months have passed since the defection. 5 months, under the endless swing of the knife. The Zaraki Kenpachi template has reached 21.1%, and the template of Kurosaki Ichigo has also been stimulated. 11.1% alive. He even activated the second flat cut feature and glanced at his system panel, and the terrifying aura of Kenpachi began to spread. The second level cutting feature, Killing Bloom. Killing intent blooms. Constantly fighting, let the power of evil spirits spread rapidly. Effect. Every time you swing the knife in a substantial attack type, the power and speed of the next knife will be increased. The effect is a superposition of small increments. When the accumulation reaches a certain level, your killing intent will fully bloom, ignoring. Everything is defended from knife to meat. This is a new feature that I realized after the second template Kurosaki Ichigo unlocked 5%. In simple terms, every sword of Kenpachi is stronger than the previous one. Of course, this is the accumulated killing intent during the battle, and normal practice will not get this effect. As for the final killing intent, Kenpachi hasn't tried it yet. Because since activating this effect, Kenpachi has never encountered a complete killing intent. Enemies in bloom. It can also be seen from this point, how terrifying this second level cutting feature is. The 16 enemies in front of them are very strong. But Kenpachi still doesn't think he can get into that state. Come and fight with me. Knife in both hands. Like a madman, Kenpachi rushed towards the enemy. Don't melee, use ranged ninjutsu to limit his movements. Nara 1 Mountain. Understood. It seems that he got information about Kenpachi from Shidai, and you doesn't actually need to report it. It means that the opponent's melee strength is outstanding. Just from the fact that this kid can wield 2 big knives and describe them with ease, they know the difficulty of each other. Close combat is courting death. The blood on the ground and the occasional corpse returned to Konoha showed it. But is Kenpachi really afraid of ranged attacks? Naturally not. The golden skeleton extends out from the body, and the effect of materializing the Reiatsu defense is like a semi-mature body. The physical ability of the beard broke free from the shadow imitation of the Nara clan, and the figure of Kenpachi rushed towards the crowd. Two different energy forms, but the effect is still similar. The evil spirits began to fight. There was only wailing in the crowd. His knife, as long as it hits once, can make the opponent lose. Your acquaintance is also here. Are you sure you want to go take a look? Do-Li. On the tree in the distance, two figures stood there. One of them is Ju, who is partnered with Kenpachi, and the other is Obito with a mask. Acquaintance. Obito glanced indifferently at Kakashi in the distance without speaking. Hate it? Not really. What can hate now solve? It's more of a dissatisfaction with the world. Infinite Tsukuyomi, that's what he's going to do. However, showing a penetrating smile, Obito looked at the Konoha ninja who kept falling from the lineup that was broken up by Kenpachi. I looked at Kakashi who was angry but powerless after his companion kept falling. Very happy feeling. Did not you say? Want to protect your comrade? Look. Your companion keeps falling. But what can you do? Obito would like to ask Kakashi if this taste is very comfortable. Killing, blood. This is the main theme of the ninja world. It is the right way for a hypocritical world to eventually go to destruction. But that kid. While Obito was happy in his heart, he also added a touch of fear. 16 Konoha elite ninjas couldn't stop a kid. Even the picture in front of you at the moment can be described as unilateral killing. Fencing 8's a materialized Reiatsu defense. And every time the two swords slashed, the speed and strength of Kenpachi would continue to soar. A knife is heavier than a knife. What is this ability? Desperate Konoha ninjas have no way of understanding this power until they die. Please report, there is absolutely no explanation for this ability. What happened? Companions kept falling. When the blood completely dyed the Yuhi ground, Kakashi held two heavy Zanpakuto around his neck. I realized that I was not the opponent's opponent at all. Sharingan Kakashi. But such a man. Companions are dead. Will my end be the same as theirs? Slowly closing his eyes, Kakashi waited for death to come. Perhaps the death of a man like him was the only relief. He woke up from his dream countless times and saw that his hands were stained with Rin's blood. That taste is simply tormented. Ninjas who don't complete their missions are scum, but those who don't protect their comrades because of missions are not even scum. He already understood this. But the pain of killing a companion with your own hands is not so easy to relieve. But for a while, the man didn't do anything. Slowly opening his confused eyes, the demon in front of him calmly made him feel terrified. Why don't you kill me? Kakashi said with difficulty. Suddenly I remembered something. While still maintaining the posture of beheading Kakashi at any time. Infernal horror smile. Especially with those two eyes with pupils of completely different colors. Breathtaking smile. Do you want to know the truth about your father's suicide? If you want to know, come with me. Withdrawing the knife, Kenpachi walked to Kongolan next to him. The truth about father's death. Kakashi's pupils contracted suddenly. The memory seemed to return to that night. When he got home, what he saw was the fallen figure, and the whole world collapsed. But didn't your father commit suicide? Kakashi frowned, and immediately thought that this was the other party's alienation plan. Can the footsteps seem out of control? When he regained his senses, he had followed Kenpachi to Konglanai. The contrary, Obito in the distance frowned a little puzzled. Even if he doesn't admit it, he still can't deal with Kakashi. Nor will they admit that they don't hate each other. If he really hated Kakashi deep into his bones, he would have used his means to kill Kakashi and get his Sharingan back. Obito knows that the power of two eyes is stronger than that of one eye. But he couldn't let it go. What the hell are you going to say? Kakashi looked at him coldly. The alienation meter is not so appropriate when used on myself. He is a disciple of the 4th generation of Hokage. After he has recognized his father's behavior in his heart, he has let go of that incident. Come here, maybe to see what kind of flowers he can dig out. You didn't understand when you gave up your mission in order to protect your comrades, but after the 3rd ninja war at Canopy Bridge, you understood your father. From the forest. Kenpachi calmly sat on the stone, took out the wine gourd and took a sip. But you can understand this truth. Your father understands it, and Konoha executives understand it. Do the villagers really fail to understand? Also. Slow down. Janba pointed to the top of his head. Why did the few people saved by your father express their gratitude to your father for saving his life, but just after a few days, they accuse them in a cold-hearted manner? Looking at the Konoha White Fang, he has made outstanding contributions to Konoha. Even wearing Hokage half-sleeves. If he were alive, who would it have had the most impact on? Saping was talking to himself, and seemed to tell Kakashi. Looking at the confused copy ninja, Kenpachi grinned and walked over and patted his shoulder. Go back and find out about that, maybe you'll find something new. As far as I know, Konoha White Fang, who can be called a hero, will never choose to commit suicide because of other people's rumors. And you are his son, you know that better than I do. Chapter 7. You should be interested in destroying Konoha, right? The Konoha White Fang thing, if you think about it, you know something is wrong. Dignified quasi-cage level powerhouse will commit suicide because of the gossip in Konoha village for a while. Feel sorry. People whose strength can reach that level are basically not that fragile. That's how autistic you have to be sprayed to make a suicide move. What? According to Kenpachi's analysis, this kind of death has a strong hint. Just like Kun let the minister die. The minister had to die. Perhaps this kind of thing is incomprehensible in the 2nd dimension. But that's the truth. The 2nd Ninja World War, the name of Konoha White Fang was known to the ninja world. Hatake Tsukumo's credit is not only the assassination of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, and then from the siege. Let go of this. And in the many battles in the country of rain, he played the role of commander. Outstanding. Konoha's undeserved hero. The Konoha Assassination Unit. But sometimes too much credit is not good. His presence made Konoha's top executives instinctively feel threatened. Even if it is impossible for Hatake Tsukumo to betray Konoha, a potential threat has already formed. And his strength also makes it impossible for the high level to fully control. Konoha needs strong people to be dogs. But this dog must be completely in the middle of its master and be obedient. Tsunamikaze Minato is alive, Hatake Tsukumo is dead. In fact, he doesn't need suicide to solve the problem, it's okay for a hero to become a sinner. Big deal. He didn't want to die, and no one could judge him in an open and fair manner. But he wants to prove his heart with his own death. Or submissive to the attitude of Konoha's top management. In the game, Hatake Tsukumo sees things more clearly. Why did the companion who was dependent on each other suddenly defected, and why did the village suddenly hear countless accusations against him? His remarks, why did no one at the top stand up to speak for him? All these things add up to the end of Hatake Tsukumo's suicide. But these, Kakashi did not see. The root cause of his father's death has not been found by Kakashi. I just understood what my father was doing. Abandoning the mission for the sake of his companions, his choice was the same as that of his father. There's a big problem he didn't think of at all. That is, his father died because his companions gave up the mission, but he was still alive. Why not go and think about it? Kenpachi didn't tell Kakashi the truth directly from the perspective of some conspiracy, but gave Kakashi a prompt, let him find the answer on his own. This method works well for people like Kakashi. Kakashi to start disliking Konoha just because of his own words. That's impractical. Kakashi's will is not so fragile either. But plant the foreshadowing and watch how things change. That's the fun way to do it. Especially now that the Kyuubi Nine-Tails upheaval is approaching. After Kakashi's last spiritual sustenance, his teacher also died. That was his darkest moment. Night. Konoha is brightly lit. I could vaguely hear the cries coming from the comforting forest garden where the monument of comforting spirit was buried. There are a few more names on the memorial tablet. Not even the corpse is complete. Inside Hokage's office, the atmosphere seemed particularly depressing under the deadly silence. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen face ashen. Namikaze Minato next to him only smiled wryly. Next, Kakashi got down on one knee and finished the story without expression. 16 people. With the most elite pursuit force that Konoha can dispatch now, only Kakashi himself came back alive, and everyone else was killed. This result is too heavy to accept. A long time. The 3rd generation finally put out the big cigarette bag and let out a long sigh. Kakashi is yours, handle this yourself. Shaking his head, Sarutobi leaves the Hokage office. My people. Please. Minato smiled. Konoha has never had a personal ninja, but a village ninja. 3 generations of adults should know this. Point 1. But he actually spoke to himself in such a tone. Are you blaming Kakashi for not doing things well? It's clearly the pursuit ninja you dispatched without authorization. I blocked it too, but unfortunately you didn't follow my advice. But so many people died, there must be an explanation. This pot. Kakashi, who looked calm, Minato rubbed his temples with a headache. Never mind. Carry it yourself. The death of a companion again may bring a heavy psychological shadow to Kakashi. But if you think about it, the child's growth rate is a little too fast. Quickly worrying, even frightening. Minato asked himself that with such a strong pursuit of ninjas, he could kill a few who retreated completely, but if he wanted to kill them all quickly and neatly, he would be injured too. According to Kakashi, after Jinpachi killed Konoha's elite squad, Yuhi's heart was not beating, and he even had a lot of spare energy. Obviously he didn't explode with all his strength. What does this mean? The future, all of Konoha's chasing ninjas will be ignored by him. How much to come, how much to kill. What a horrible growth rate. From the information, we can also be sure that a few months ago, he needed to break out some special means to forcibly improve his combat effectiveness, but the combat strength of Jinpa at this moment is the same as or even higher than the outbreak at that time. Double knife missing nin. Needless to say, this was a terrible disaster for Konoha. In the future, the ninjas who perform their tasks outside must always be careful about the existence of Yabajian, and even must tolerate the other party's activities in the country of fire. Upright missing nin. Minato smiled wryly. Let's spread the news. After seeing Yabajian in the future, you can choose to give up your duties and will not be punished. Also, strengthen the vigilance around the village, tell the ninjas of the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan who are in charge of patrolling, and raise the defense level. Go down and have a good rest. Now for sure. To deal with Jinpachi, you need to dispatch cage-level ninjas, otherwise it will be a death sentence. But now the Konoha cage-level ninja only has himself and Sarutobi Hiruzen. So here comes the question. As Hokage, I personally pursue the enemy. If the village is attacked, who will fight against it? And he has played against each other, and his own words will definitely not win, and he may even be injured. Conservatively, he should leave Konoha with the third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to pursue Yabajian and bring Anbu's elite ninja with him. But this is totally impractical. Because he doesn't have any power to command 3 generations of adults to fight. Looking up decadently, Minato was puzzled that Kakashi had been let down, but he was still standing here. Anything else? Frowning, Minato asked. Ms. Minato opened his mouth. Minato was stunned. This is the Hokage office. According to the system of superiors and subordinates, Kakashi should call himself Hokage. In fact, he hasn't heard this Minato-sensei for a long time. Some Miss Minato class fought side by side. What's the matter? The voice has softened a lot. After so many years, maybe other things have changed a bit, but the relationship between teachers and students has not changed. I want to know about my father. After a long silence, Kakashi suddenly spoke. Senior White Fang. Minato was stunned, not knowing what Kakashi was thinking. The death of Hitaki Tsukumo is a pity. But thinking about it carefully, he may have understood what White Fang was doing, having been promoted to the level of a father. Entrusting what can be entrusted to his son with his own death. Believe in your son. This kind of father is great, but also cruel. If Kakashi can't figure out the reason, I'm afraid he will be in darkness for the rest of his life. I don't know what Senior White Fang said, but I can only say that he is not as fragile as you think. Standing up, walking over to Kakashi and patting him on the shoulder, Minato reassured him. In his opinion, maybe Kakashi once again saw his companion collapsed in front of him, unable to do anything, and began to think wildly. Take a good rest, you are not to blame for Yabajian. His strength exceeded our expectations. I am very glad that you can come back alive. Although he also wondered why Yabajian didn't kill Kakashi alone, but that didn't matter. Kakashi is still alive. He is his only remaining disciple. Pity. This time Minato didn't understand the meaning of Kakashi's words. Even his consolation had the opposite effect. Father. Isn't that vulnerable? Turning around and walking out of Hokage's office, Kakashi took a deep breath. That's all he wanted to hear. Since he is not so fragile, why can't he think about suicide? This is completely inconsistent. Thinking back to the man's words, Kakashi finally caught something. Of course, he didn't realize that he had fallen into Kenpachi's calculations, and was just investigating the truth of his father's death from the perspective of a son. He was never a dutiful son. When his father was most lost, even he did not understand what his father did to give up his mission for his companions. But when he chose to do the same as Hitaki Tsukumo, he understood his father. That being the case, doing filial piety and trying to make up for the regrets in his heart is the only thing he can do. Night fell completely. As dark as Kakashi, South Changed Road. I heard that Kenpachi-kun has been working hard lately. Soup Country. Inside a certain Soup Izumi. Kenpachi is enjoying the comfort of washing away the blood and dust after the kill. Anko is next door. Orochimaru who was soaking with him. Not only is it hard to cultivate, but killing people is even more shocking. Leaning on the stone next to him, Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, as if expressing himself. He craved someone's body. And his knife. His eyes were on the 2 giant blades next to him. To be honest, he really wanted to see what was special about those 2 knives. I didn't find that the ordinary knife could change its form before. This really shocked him. I knew earlier. I should take a good look while Kenpachi is unconscious. Don't beat their minds or you'll regret it. Calmly wiping his body, Kenpachi reminded him. Except for Janba, other people can't move at all. Orochimaru did not speak. But you can see it from the eyes. He is hungry. I would love to research. Just as he was about to say something, the ground next to when Izumi wriggled, and Ju's figure slowly appeared. I seem to have told you, don't come to me after work. Turning his head to the side, Kenpachi, the only civil servant in Akatsuki, looked at Ju. This is his own way of life. Even with Akatsuki, no one can actually limit him. In addition to having to attend regular meetings, Kenpachi is very free. This is also because his cutting efficiency is extremely high, and he has made a lot of money for Akatsuki, so Pain doesn't have much objection to turning a blind eye. Off-duty hours. Black Zetsu was dumbfounded. Some people really think of killing people as a job and Akatsuki as a real organization. But after cooperating for so long, he also understands that Kenpachi's so-called off work is just the spare time to do whatever he wants after completing the monthly target. Yes. Have a private life. I thought Kenpachi-kun would be interested, so I came over and asked. Absolutely explained. Private life. It's the first time I've heard it. Orochimaru next to him also showed a curious look. Coming to take a bath with Kenpachi today was purely an accident. There is also his base in the country of Tang, and he happened to come over to get the materials, and he met Kenpachi who came to have fun, so he dropped by and relaxed together. Tell Kenpachi about Anko by the way. Anko, obsessed with medical ninjutsu, has completely changed. In order to be able to help Kenpachi, she studied those things all day, and even asked Orochimaru to get some information about the magic power and the art of Baihao. Pity. If Tsunade is here, the second master Muji healing ninja is about to appear. Konoha is about to change. That guy wants you to do a favor and go to Konoha to create some chaos. How far you can do it is up to you. After mentioning the interest of the two, Ju continued. Konoha is about to change. Janba raised his eyebrows and suddenly realized. The Kyubi Nine-Tails upheaval is near. Obito may have learned about the day when Kyubi Nine-Tails person Jinchuriki column force Uzumaki Kushina gave birth. As for the source, it doesn't matter whether it was leaked by Kakashi who ran to the memorial tablet or by Danzo. Important. Because of his existence, Obito wanted to bring himself while doing things. Interesting. Squinting his eyes, Kenpachi fell into thought. During his time with Akatsuki, Obito did not appear directly in front of him, because in a previous confrontation with Obito, Kenpachi had bluntly stated that he was not Uchiha Madara. That alone is enough to make Obito cautious. Including this message, Obito used Absolute to inform the so-called private life. Why do you think I'd be interested? Turning his head, Kenpachi stood up from when Izumi, as if he had just come out of a cow, he walked over to Ju and asked. If I were a woman, I would definitely fall in love with you. Horrible capital. Ju coughed and pointed to the Konoha forehead that was scattered around. The scratches on the top are obvious. You should be interested in destroying Konoha. Ruined. Kenpachi shook his head. Go back and tell him I'm going to Konoha. But it has nothing to do with his so-called private life. Anko said. She's craving Konoha's 3 color balls. That's it. I have something to do today, and I have to go to the hospital this afternoon. Probably have to run tomorrow. One more update for now. If you have time, come back and continue coding. Chapter 8 Long time no see, Itachi. You'll meet him sooner or later, so next time I won't choose to help you spread the word. On a hillside outside Tangji, Ju, who had finished reporting to Kenpachi, found Obito. Don't want to help Obito, but that every time I talk to that person after work, there's always a pressure. For fear of the pressure that he would slash over at any time. He was a moody person who couldn't guess Bingchang at all. And, you're going to destroy Konoha, you don't have to call him. Black Zetsu, who was squatting in the dirt, looked up and asked Obito next to him, as if he was squatting in a pit. He really didn't understand what Obito was doing when he fell to the ground. Looking down at Black Zetsu, Obito had a hint of sarcasm and disdain in his eyes. I can't see such a simple truth. Is this guy really Uchiha Madara's consciousness? Right. The so-called consciousness, the product of yin and yang escape, the failure of White Zetsu. In his opinion, the IQ is indeed not too high. We don't know yet whether that kid became missing nin and joined Akatsuki, whether it was instigated by the upper management of Konoha. Obito is still very confident about crushing Black Zetsu in terms of IQ. And explaining his own strategy, Obito also has a sense of superiority. Really. After blackening, what is stronger is not only strength, but also IQ. This is the magic of the second dimension. Kenpachi becomes missing nin, maybe others see it clearly and think it is reasonable, and after joining Akatsuki, it is extremely cruel to attack Konoha ninja. But based on these alone, it is not completely certain that the other party really does not have other purposes. Take this opportunity to see if that kid will go to Konoha, if he will kill again. Obito thinks it is like a game, let's see how Kenpachi performs in the game. He loves doing it. 840. If the heart is all dark, it is more convenient to use. Just like Nagato. In addition to testing purposes, I want to use Kyubi, Ninetales, to thoroughly understand what level of his strength is. Sharingan turned slightly. The last purpose is just piggybacking. Obito's real purpose is to find out the strength of Kenpachi. Throughout Kenpachi becoming missing nin to joining Akatsuki until now, it seems that no one has ever put him in a desperate situation. So, what about Kyubi, Ninetales? If it is the so-called strongest tailed beast, can he inspire his true strength and let himself see his strength clearly? That's the top priority. The Eye of the Moon project is progressing smoothly. At this juncture, he didn't want anything beyond his control to appear. Kenpachi is that unstable factor. Ideally, use Kyubi, Ninetales, to kill him without trouble. Pawns are enough. Nagato's performance is temporarily satisfied with Obito. The presence of Kenpachi would disrupt the plan. The real mastermind must have absolute control over everything. Is that so? He calmly looked back. He thought Obito was thinking something. It turned out to be just a pediatric approach. Use the tailed beast to test the strength of Yi Janpachi. How dare you think about it? But with just one Kyubi, Ninetales, are you sure you can do that? And if you don't do it well, you may anger the other party. Black Zetsu sees more clearly than Obito. Partner for so long, he has seen Kenpachi's attitude towards Konoha. As long as it is not on the opponent's side, it is an advantageous piece. Obito. You never know. The real pawn is you. With an eerie smile at Obito, Black Zetsu retreats into the land. Days 10 passed. The atmosphere of Konoha became extremely depressed. Kyubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, column forces due date is approaching. The whole village seemed to be tense. The civilians didn't know what was going to happen, but their eyes could see the changes in the village. Come. Back to the busy ninjas, the patrols have more than doubled their patrol time. This makes them understand that something too big is going to happen to Ping. Internal and external troubles. That's the situation with Konoha at the moment. The so-called ninjas that exist outside attack from time to time, making it difficult for the third ninja world to escape. Konoha, who had gotten a little respite from the battle, was once again overshadowed by a shadow. To be sure, this is a troubled village. But even so, every time a hero appears in this village to save everyone. The appearance of heroes will also make this seemingly peaceful village always show the false illusion of peace. What they saw was just what the higher-ups wanted them to see. 100 Kushimaru sub-pack. But the days have to go on. The depressing atmosphere in the village did not cause Konoha's businesses to close their doors directly. Although there are a lot fewer guests, the work that needs to be done in order to make a living still has to be done. October 10th. On this day, the owner of Konoha's three-color meatball shop welcomed an important guest. Looking down at the counter, the owner smiled kindly. I don't know whose child takes care of himself like this. The person standing in front of him looks young, but his long hair is on the top of his head, his eyes are calm and indifferent, black and white. The leotard dress is also rare in Konoha. Missing the two knives. The long hair that was originally draped behind her was changed to a hairstyle and clothes on the top of her head. With a completely different atmosphere. There are not many people in Konoha who are familiar with Kenpachi. No one will recognize him. And no one would have thought that the murderous two-knife ninja actually came to Mew and sat calmly in the three-color ball store eating balls. Sneak into Konoha. Not difficult. It's even easy. Knowing how Konoha's barrier is opened, Kisame Hoshigaki and Uchiha Itachi in the original. You can have a meal here calmly, why can't Kenpachi come in? Even if Konoha's vigilance is greatly heightened at the moment because of the force of Kyubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column about to give birth, people will instinctively ignore those children who seem to have little lethality. So, even if Kenpachi passed the patrol when he came in, no one stopped him. Great bullshit. Lefen is making balls. The owner of the meatball shop was sweating profusely. It would be good to meet this kind of customer who directly speaks 100 balls once a year. Especially if you give money first. Very motivated, although there is only one customer in the whole store because of some problems in the village. But even if there is only one, you must do your best to take care of it. This is the service tenet of the meatball shop. Continue to wear meatballs, but in the meatball store, another customer was ushered in. Konoha forehead guard. Although the young man in front of him is a real ninja. Boss, 3 strings. After saying this, the child with the tears on his face suddenly looked at the only figure in the store in shock. Ignoring the surprised eyes of the owner of the meatball shop, he involuntarily moved to the man's face step by step. Enter the eye. It's that familiar face. Long time no see. Shit. Putting the ball in his mouth, Kenpachi raised his head and glanced at the other party. We haven't seen him for a few months, and Itachi is a little more haggard than before. It is estimated that the affairs of the Chia clan and his own defection had some influence on him. At this moment, Itachi has already said no to that. The horror and confusion in his eyes, and the color that can't hide his excitement. Quote. To the chair in front of him, Kenpachi calmly picked up a kushimaru and handed it to him. Eat, I'll treat you. Sitting stiffly in the chair, Itachi's face was full of tangle. Jien sang. You. He spoke slowly, but at this moment, Itachi didn't know what to say. Others can't recognize this face, but he can't recognize it. He was the other's only friend in Konoha. Not seen for a few months, he became Konoha's class missing nin. Even slaughtered Konoha ninja mercilessly. It's probably that kind of feeling. Now he's in front of him. How should I do this? What? Want to do something to me? Kenpachi smiled and leaned casually on the chair behind him. Yes, this question may make you very tangled. As a ninja in Konoha, missing nin is right in front of you, so naturally you should do it. Even if you know that the missing nin in front of you became missing nin, it was Konoha who let him go first. Missing nin can't do anything, even knowing that it was all due to Konoha. Are you still doing it because of your duty as a ninja? This sounds extremely harsh. Weasel's face is bitter. Act on Jianzhang. Not to mention the question of being able to fight but not being able to fight, if you really draw swords to face each other, I am afraid that the inner hurdle. Give me an answer, as a Konoha ninja, know the dirty hypocrisy of Konoha, do it to me. Shot. You still choose to have a meal with me. Looking at Itachi calmly, Kenpachi spoke again. Hands on. Still eat. Seems like a very common question, but it's a good start. Whether the ending of the Uchiha clan will change depends on Itachi's choice. Kenpachi is not a bad guy. By the time he left Konoha, he had decided to say goodbye to the past. Of course, the premise is that no one will recognize him as a friend. Conversely, if the person in front of him has changed his duty of justice because of his continue to maintain the attitude of a friend, he doesn't mind helping a tinder that leaves the Uchiha family. The pain of killing one's own parents is not something a person can bear. The heart is strong, and such a person is not worthy of forgiveness. Righteousness. That kind of thing is just an excuse to bind the weak. If Kenpachi knew the righteousness of Akatsuki, he would not have left Konoha with Enko. Bullshit righteousness. Whoever messes with me, who do I kill? Live as you are, what is righteousness with him? If Konoha is righteous, then if one day Konoha commits a crime, the ninja world must destroy Konoha. So how will this person who killed his own family for the sake of righteousness in front of him choose? The side of Konoha, or on the side of the ninja world? Funny question. Jien sang. A long time. Itachi took a deep breath and picked up the ball in front of him. You misunderstood me. I'm just trying to figure out how to speak to you. But after thinking about it, I suddenly found that neither you nor I have changed. It's become just Konoha. Instead of Konoha's ninjas. Take a bite of the ball. Itachi suddenly sighed slightly, but I'm really angry. That day, I actually wanted to fight with Jien-sang. If you do that, the Uchiha family will probably end early. Kenpachi shook his head. Take the balls and go home, don't sleep at night. Protect your brother. Pushing Sanshi Maruko in front of Itachi, Kenpachi knew it. Some people don't see themselves until they die. Because of Itachi's words, Kisame Hoshigaki told himself when he was dying that it wasn't that hopeless. Relatively. The same goes for Uchiha Itachi. Seemingly simple conversation. But Itachi didn't know that because of his change, the fate of the Uchiha family would also change. Is something going to happen? Itachi asked nervously. Jianzhang will not say these words to himself without any reason. Having said that, there must be a reason for Jianzhang. Coupled with the changes in the atmosphere in the village, something must happen. It's October 10th. Tail Rebellion. Kenpachi shook his head. What was the point of telling Itachi and not telling him about it? In the original book, the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha collapsed again because of the Kyuubi, Nine Tails Rebellion, which directly led to the genocide in the future. But in this case, the role of the Uchiha clan is only to take the blame. The Kyuubi, Nine Tails Rebellion hits Konoha and it doesn't matter to the Uchiha clan. Even in the original book, the Uchiha family's desire to fight against Kyuubi, Nine Tails was ignored, and they were only given the task of hindsight. This order is under 3 generations. Uchi 4.4 Wave Clan away from Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Then, the Kyuubi, Nine Tails runaway was linked to the Uchiha clan in Konoha village, and the family moved the clan land that had been there for decades to the outside of the village. In this way, the intensification of contradictions is inevitable. If Konoha is wise enough to really let the Uchiha clan go all out against Kyuubi, Nine Tails Kenpachi promises that even Minato won't die. The reason is simple. Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, has opened Mangekyo. And his pupil strength, not to mention stronger than Obito, but certainly not weaker. Pity. Konoha's distrust. In the end, the mother became a tragedy. Of course, the most ridiculous thing is that the reality is more complicated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a third-generation Hokage, has no outstanding achievements at his age. Why not let him use the ghoul to seal off Minato's death was accidental and inevitable. I can only tell you that after today, the Uchiha family will not have a better life. But don't only see the shortcomings of the Uchiha family, but not the advantages of your family, and don't think that Konoha is right and blindly deny the Uchiha family. Think about that. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Kenpachi walked to the front desk. 103 color balls have been prepared, and he has no reason to stay here. The Kyuubi Nine-Tails upheaval is the home of Obito. But he obviously won't be content to be alone and just watch like this. Root, Shimura clan, Sarutobi clan. Please die. Jumping to a high platform, Kenpachi stretched out his hand. Two Zanpakuto appear out of nowhere and fall into hands. Night is coming. The killing has only just begun. Chapter 9. You're welcome, please count their lives on my head. Finally the day has come. Space is surging, and Uzumaki-like patterns slowly appear on the Hokage rock. Putting on a new mask means a new beginning. For Obito. Does he hate the village? Perhaps more is not recognized by the people in this village. Ruin here. Completely cut off everything with Konoha. Will focus all my energy on infinite Tsukuyomi in the future. After today, everything here has nothing to do with him. Glancing at the scene of Konoha village, I looked at the moon overhead. Obito's gaze finally fell on the darkness behind him. False village. Well, it's still ruined. The figure shook. The mezzanine of reality and Kamui space. He couldn't feel the temperature of this world, and the only thing he could feel was the endless pain this world gave him. Living in a false dream is the ultimate destination of this world. Before that. Namikaze Minato _ Can you take your last chance? Konoha. Outside the village. Anbu's ninjas guard the vicinity outside the barrier that reinforces the seal of Kyuubi Nine-Tails. And in order to facilitate Kyuubi Nine-Tails people Jinchuriki column force delivery in the special delivery room. Sarutobi Lake Biwa is encouraging Kushina to work hard. And Minato is guarding next to him, the chakra in his hand is surging wildly, and he desperately reinforces the seal on Kushina's lower abdomen. Even as the fourth generation of Hokage, seeing Kushina in pain at the moment is a little uneasy. The mouth, Naruto came out earlier, and if you say Kyuubi Nine-Tails don't come out, like a childish. No way. The first time I became a father, that was the feeling of anxiety. Wow. Suddenly. Under the calm night, a cry suddenly appeared. The birth of a new life is often accompanied by the joy of parents, just as the beginning of a person begins with a cry, but no one knows whether the child is willing to fall into this world. But this cry made several people in the delivery room finally relieved. Holding Naruto just out and showing Kushina a glance, Sarutobi Bawako took Naruto to the next room, while Minato stretched out his hand to strengthen the seal of Kyuubi Nine-Tails. Pity. The smooth delivery ends here. Scream came. Minato was shocked to find that Sarutobi Lake Biwa had fallen in a pool of blood, and his child who had just given birth to 04 was held by a man wearing a mask. The masked man Kue was aiming at Naruto and was ready at any time. Stab down. Fourth generation Hokage. Please leave the side of Jinchuriki column force. Exuded a cold light, and Obito's deliberately suppressed voice was extremely deep and hoarse, imitating Uchiha Madara's voice, which was completely different from that of a teenage boy. Paused, glanced at the baby in his arms. Obito only shows a Sharingan with a little cruelty. Otherwise, the child's life is only 1 minute. How did he cross the barrier? Minato bites Kiba and stares at Obito. But on Kushina's belly on the hospital bed next to him, with the increasingly loose seal and a painful wife, Minato must make a choice between his wife and his children. And at the moment he looked at his wife, Obito's kunai stabbed forward again. Hurry up and leave people, Jinchuiki, column force. Aren't you worried about this child's life? Decision time. Minato looked up at Naruto and shouted, calm down, calm down. Calm down. That should be said to yourself. Obito said coldly, I am very calm at the moment. In a light-hearted manner, he pushed Naruto to the open space behind him and affixed the detonating talisman. He watched Minato's movements in awe. As it turns out, the yellow flash didn't let him down. Abandoning his wife, he instantly moved to Naruto's side, and even tore off the swaddling clothes with the detonating talisman. Boom! The explosion hit. Obito had long since cared whether Minato was killed, grabbed Kushina and started Kamui. This is where the disaster begins. Kyuubi, Ninetales, breaks out. It's so slow. Under the calm night. Landed at the entrance of a certain clan next to the Hokage building. Shimura in front of him looked particularly dazzling. When did the Shimura clan get such a big piece of land in Konoha? The not-so-small clan next to it seems to belong to the Sarutobi clan. Stop. Kenpachi looked into the distance. Familiar soul fluctuations. Is it finally time to start? Minato finally abandoned his wife and came back with the child first. That mean that Kushina has been caught by Obito and opened Shikai to seal Kyuubi, Ninetales. Tune the tiger away from the mountain. After all, Obito was a little apprehensive about Minato's strength. Taking advantage of his affection for the child, let him get Kyuubi, Ninetales. Work done. The two broadswords exuded a cold light, and Kenpachi rushed in with bloodthirsty frenzy on his face. What do Jianzhang's words mean? Uchiha tribe. Itachi, who felt a little cold, was holding Sasuke and looking at the moon. But the chill at that moment made him involuntarily look into the distance. Right now he doesn't know what that means. After returning home, I kept thinking about what Kenpachi said. Go home with the balls, don't sleep at night. Protect my brother. From today onwards, the Uchiha family will not have a good life. What exactly does that mean? What is going to happen? Itachi looked at Sasuke in his arms, and finally there was a touch of softness on his face. Although mom and dad are not at home, I will protect you. Sasuke. Clack. Konoha Village Center. A figure fell to the ground. Looking at Joe's scene, the three Tomo under Obito's mask slowly turned. Destroy it. Konoha. The art of psychic. Got Kyuubi, Ninetales, under control, he just wants to make a fuss before he cuts off all his ties. Kyuubi, Ninetales, was captured, but because the seals of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, had to come in order from the end. So even if you catch Kyuubi, Ninetales, it's useless, you might as well put it in Konoha village and see those. Man desperate expression. Boom. Huge plumes of smoke rushed in all directions. The sudden change made the unprepared Konoha villagers instantly rush to the ground by the momentum. Roar. A combination of hatred. The strongest tailed beast, Kyuubi, Ninetales, separated from the Six Paths Sage. This moment. Breakout. Chaos begins. In the ninja world, people's physical fitness is not too strong. Even the most powerful ninjas will be taken away by a kunai. So just the brute force caused by the size of Kyuubi, Ninetales, will kill Konoha countless times. When the smoke clears. People are desperate. What is that? 9. Kyuubi, Ninetales, Fox. Quote. Boom. The earth trembled. Kyuubi, Ninetales, the strongest tailed beast. Even a random blow to the ground is enough to shatter buildings in an area. This kind of power alone is not something that ordinary ninjas can deal with. Destruction is coming. In a room in the Hokage building, a ninja falls in front of the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Sarutobi has put on the armor and entered the battle state. 3 generations, Kyubi, 9 Tails, appeared in Konoha village. The visitor said very quickly. I see, Kyubi, 9 Tails, is suppressed by me, and you are responsible for transferring non-combatants to the shelter. Kyubi, 9 Tails, appeared. Sarutobi looked solemn. Of Minato himself, his wife picks up the cow. There is even a birthing enchantment specially prepared for Kyubi, 9 Tails people Jinchuriki column, but even so, Kyubi, 9 Tails, still appeared. Why exactly? He does not know. But as an ancestor of Hokage, he must stop Kyubi, 9 Tails, from destroying the village before Minato returns. Destruction, wailing, blood. Konoha, a troubled village, managed to escape from the shadow of the Third Ninja War. Come Out, once again encountered a crisis. Every roar of Kyubi, 9 Tails, casts a cloud over the village. Countless ninjas and villagers died at the hands of Kyubi, 9 Tails. And Obito, watching all this from a distance, with a little pleasure in his eyes. Sometimes he found himself and Nagato actually not too different. But the difference is that he did not let others understand the pain, and then gave them a chance to enjoy peace. Idea. In this world of falsehood, it is better to destroy it. Extreme Uchiha is so. Psychological pervert, his heart was even firmer. However, if he knew that his plans would be blocked by Naruto in the future, he might just act directly. It might even be possible to stab the opponent to death with a kunai. It's time for a blast to add to the fun. Glancing at Hokage Yan, Obito, the man above the 4th generation Hokage Yan, sneered and commanded his tail. Start brewing Tailed Beast Bomb. Not long after, Tailed Beast Bomb brewed a huge impact and slashed a crack in the ground. Tailed Beast Bomb rushed towards Hokage Rock, a close call. The power of the explosion was so terrifying. Minato's flying needs magical transfer to complete. It seems that you need to choose a suitable location to transfer. But behind him a figure has come. Across his head but pierced through, and Obito grabbed his hand. Whoosh! Another flying god. Minato's figure disappeared on the Hokage rock. Is it transferred? The movement is quite relaxed. But next time it won't be so easy. Kamui activated, and Obito's figure also disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of Minato, which is where Kushina gave birth before that. Look at the enemy in front of you. Minato's eyes were serious. Time and space ninjutsu, there is no doubt that he is the opponent's ability as well as himself. Can kill all the Anbu ninjas directly under the 3rd generation, and pass through the top secret barrier. Knowing that the Kyubi, 9 Tails people Jinchuriki column force the seal during childbirth will weaken this. Even unsealed Kyubi, 9 Tails and domesticated it. And a ninja who can come and go freely without being blocked by the Konoha barrier. As far as the nest knows, there is only one person. His eyes narrowed. Minato stood up straight and spoke slowly. Are you, Uchiha Madara? Madara. Obito was stunned. The shoulders shook slowly. Laughing at yourself. Indifferent. At this moment, the last hope in his heart disappeared. Slowly putting down the cloak, revealing short hair that was completely different from Madara's, Obito looked at Minato again. You know it. You know. He even saved me. Obito's 3 Tomo turned slowly. I'm standing in front of you, look at me like I used to be. No, not possible. Because Madara is already dead. After seeing the short hair, Minato narrowed his eyes and said. No nonsense for years. To recognize the disciple standing in front of him, Obito has lost the desire to continue talking. The battle begins. A few moments, Minato had found Kamui's weakness. The instant materialization of the attack. This is a battle of attack speed. Hiraition succeeded in the second dan. Obito was again sealed by Minato's palm, breaking his connection with Kyuubi, Ninetales. Just compare Minato and don't know. Regains consciousness, which is not a good thing for Konoha. Kyuubi, Ninetales with conscious attacks are even more powerful. Even Obito's plan to rely on Kyuubi, Ninetales to test Yi Janpachi's combat power was not completely realized because of the speed at which he solved the battle. Inside Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen is wielding a golden cudgel against Kyuubi, Ninetales. And Kyuubi, Ninetales' pupils suddenly return to normal. 3 generations of adults. Anbu Ninja appeared behind Sarutobi as if to report something. Cover my ninjutsu. The next move is to force Kyuubi, Ninetales out of the village. Sarutobi tilted his head and gave orders frantically. Although the 3rd generation of Hokage has abdicated, Anbu in the village is still his direct troops, which is a fact. Minato also knows this. Puppet Hokage must have the consciousness of Puppet Hokage. 3 generations of adults, this is not what I want to say. Anbu Ninja behind him shook his head bitterly. I am in charge of transferring the villagers. I just went to pick up the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. 287 inches, but it's your family, and Lord Danzo's family. Shake of his body, Anbu Ninja knelt on the ground with a thud. They are all dead. Died. Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned his head in disbelief. Are they dead? How did you die? Look. Kyuubi, Ninetales. Stiff body. Sarutobi slowly asked 76,010. No, not Kyuubi, Ninetales. Your family and Danzo-sama's family. It was hacked alive. Hacked alive. Hacked. Sarutobi Hiruzen struck by lightning. How will it become like this? The night of killing continues restless. And on the high mountains outside the village of Konoha. The figure of Kenpachi slowly landed on it. Zanpakuto in his hands were dripping with blood. After harvesting a lot of life, the texture on it is more fresh. Yuhi. I thought you would kill for a while. The ground wriggled. The figure of Ju slowly appeared. I prefer to watch a good show here. Taking out the wine gourd and spilling it on the ground, Kenpachi seems to be toasting someone in advance. Soon. Kyuubi, Ninetales, who wanted to activate Tailed Beast Bomb, was moved to the side by Minato. With an explosion. Kushina, Minato and Naruto appear on the ground. At this moment, Kyuubi, Ninetales, has been controlled by Kushina's adamantine sealing chains, and Kyuubi, Ninetales' claws are desperate to pierce the two. The seal begins. Half of the Kyuubi in Naruto, Ninetales. The other side was sealed by Minato into his body. Is death imminent? Minato glanced at the Shinigami who was about to swing his sword behind him. The wife in her arms has lost her breath. Swish. But right now. A knife flashed by. The death god behind him was cut into pieces in an instant. You are also worthy of being called the god of death. Fall to the ground. He looked at Minato with 2 Zanpakuto's Kenpachi in his hand. As Hokage, he does his due diligence. But not a good husband and father. You are. The shackles of death are gone. But Minato's chakra and physical strength have been reduced to the extreme. And the scar on his chest is still seeping blood. Shish. Reaching out his hand, Kenpachi calmly looked at the man in front of him. Far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen has led Konoha's ninjas over. Don't get me wrong, I just want to see how your son will be treated in the future. Well, after all, he is the son of a hero. To fulfill your dream. Up Minato, Kenpachi looked behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's crazy face is already imprinted in his mind. Waved Zanpakuto, and the blood on it fell to the ground. Old dog. I took Namikaze Minato's body. By the way, there are hundreds of lives of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. You're welcome, please also put this account on my head. Fly slowly into the air. Kenpachi gave a bloody smile. Chapter 10 The most embarrassing moment in Konoha's history. The peaceful ninja world is back. Konoha, known as the first ninja village, once again suffered a huge blow. Kyubi, Ninetales, people Jinchuriki, column force childbirth, unfortunately trigger Kyubi, Ninetales, runaway. Konoha suffered heavy losses in this incident. And this loss was also passed on to the desks of the shadows of the major shinobi villages. The Kyubi, Ninetales, rebellion. Konoha has paid a terrible price for going from the lowest villagers to the top to the ninjas. The number of villagers and ninjas killed goes without saying. And the biggest blow was the fourth generation Hokage who had just been in power. Konoha's Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato sacrificed with his wife to seal Kyubi, Ninetales. His body was also easily taken away by the rumored double blade ninja in front of Konoha executives, for an unknown purpose. In addition, the biggest blows are the three generations of Konoha Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the root leader Shimura group. In a completely unknown situation, everyone in their family was chopped to the ground by the double knife ninja. Genocide. To be precise, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo at this moment have no concept of their family except that they are still alive. And this account. The double blade ninja was extremely generous and embraced him. Extremely arrogant. The blood debt is added, and there is no fear of any revenge. That's what the genius that Konoha let go of did. Maybe no one thought of it. Whom they single-handedly made to become a missing nin could actually do such a thing. Regret. Do not. Now they are already unable to do anything about Yi Bajian. 4 generations died, the dead rest in peace. He entrusted his beliefs to the next generation while he was alive, and he chose an animal to protect Konoha with his life. But does his death have value? Is it possible to wake up this long silent village? No one knows this. Is it really responsible to entrust our beliefs to the next generation? Do unto others, do not impose on others. If your son is not the protagonist, does not have a mouth, and does not have a plug-in, then please choose carefully. The dead. It is the living who suffer. At the last moment, the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen denied the idea of selecting the fifth generation Hokage. The face of him chose to come out again to receive the rights of Hokage. Is it really helpless, or is it my inner obsession with the Hokage position? Price of the third ninja war Konoha was too heavy, so he chose to unload Qian and let Minato take over. To be precise, his step down from the Hokage position is a kind of admission of his own mistakes, making himself a sinner of Konoha. But now, he's on top again. There is no choice for people to find Jiraiya or Tsunade to return to the village, but to return as the strongest Hokage. He belongs, Konoha begins to rebuild. But the blow to the village caused a chain reaction. The number of rubbings at the border of the Fire Nation became more and more frequent. There is no doubt that at this moment Konoha is extremely weak. Judging from the attitudes of the major ninja villages, there is a faint desire to continue the third ninja war. The atmosphere in the ninja world became tense as a result. Country of Field. It is still the stronghold that Kenpachi was rescued by Orochimaru before, the future Otohikura. The same bed. There are different people lying now. Simply a miracle. Looking at Minato's state and the machine next to him, Orochimaru's face was filled with exclamation and admiration. Confused. What a resiliency this is. Ordinary people's bodies are pierced, I'm afraid they won't live for a few seconds. Even a ninja can hold out for a few minutes. Even him, it is difficult to recover from such piercing damage. But with the chakra of Kyubi, Ninetales, the recovery ability is so pervert. Is this the advantage of Kyubi, Nine Tails, People's Jinchuriki, Column Force? Orochimaru sighed and looked at Yakinpachi beside him. At this moment, the other party is holding a spell in his hand, and a light blue one can be clearly seen on it. The little man stood there bewildered. What it is? Swallowed. Orochimaru thought that after getting along with him, he had already seen through Kenpachi, but the more get to know him deeply and find that what he knows is just the tip of the iceberg. I thought that you would start the 3 generations of Hokage. After a long silence, Orochimaru suddenly said. At the last moment, the man in front of him just came back here with Minato's seriously injured body. On Sarutobi Hiruzen. He can't figure it out. Don't you think keeping this scourge Konoha is worth more than killing him? According to Yi Janpachi's sleeping Canthus, he really couldn't understand if Sarutobi was spared. Kenpachi calmly walked over to Minato's bed, clutching the spell. And you seem to have told me that his life will be left to you. Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Revenge on Konoha. That stuff isn't easy. But it's true, Kenpachi's original intention is to take Konoha in one pot. But he found something more interesting. Think about the pain Naruto suffered as a child, and think about if that kind of picture made Namikaze Minato. Watch carefully. Then ask Minato how he feels about saving Konoha in the first place. This kind of thing seems to be very interesting. Like, deal with them. You don't even have to do it yourself. Even if it does, it's not now. Of asking for a tattered Konoha. Choosing the right moment to expose all the dark scenes in Konoha is very exciting, no? Yeah. As expected of you. Orochimaru gave a stern smile. He found that the man in front of him looked like a natural villain, and he did things that only villains could do. He can finish things like Beijing and genocide in an understatement, and he does it beautifully. Ah. At this moment, the weak man on the hospital bed woke up leisurely. Slowly opening his eyes, Minato's eyes showed the reflection of the two of them. 2 people. 2 Konoha, SS-class missing nin. Orochimaru and the 8 swords of the night. How are they here? Do not. Is why I am here. A humming in his head, and the awakened Minato finally remembered everything that happened before. Why did he save me? Instantly looking at Yi Janpachi, Minato's eyes were cautious and puzzled. He who is connected to the god of death can see clearly. With just one knife, the man slashed the phantom of death to pieces. Ability to attack the god of death. But also because of his attack, his soul was not taken away by death. Just as he was about to ask something, the boy beside the hospital bed put his finger on his lips. Shish. You just need to listen to me. Calmly jumped onto the hospital bed and squatted next to Namikaze Minato's head, pointing to the spell in his hand on the blue. Little man. As you can see, this is your soul, the thing that death pulled out of your body. My soul. Minato's pupils shrank for a while, and when she woke up, she felt something was missing. Don't worry, although I only need to squeeze this thing gently, it will have the same effect as you release the ghouls. But I don't want to do that yet, and I'll even give it back to you. The spell emitted a blue light, and Kenpachi calmly moved him towards Minato's body, with a spell. Like penetrating the body. At this moment, Minato finally felt something real. Of course, if you are obedient enough. I don't want to see that spell that penetrates into the soul if you do something against my will. He will explode like a detonator. The body that blows up the talisman, but the thing blows up the soul. Touching his chin, Kenpachi pointed to Minato's forehead. Well, I know that you are not afraid of death, and even have the intention to send information to Konoha even if you are desperate. Suddenly showing a kind smile like an old grandfather, Kenpachi continued to speak, but you. My son is afraid. At this moment, Minato fought a cold war. With the gentlest words, the most ruthless knife. What the hell did Yi Bajian go through outside to become so ruthless? The other party was right. If he used his own subjection to the other's soul as a threat, he wouldn't feel it. But if the one who is threatened is the son who has high hopes for him. That looks like you understand. Kenpachi nodded in relief. Then let me tell you the precautions. First, you can go back to Konoha to have a look, but you can't reveal the information that you are still alive. Believe me, your soul has no secrets to me, so if there is any abnormal behavior, I can find it from the spell as soon as possible. Soul message. Second, don't try to destroy the spell by using the ghoul seal again. That's impossible, and even if you succeed, I'll go to Konoha to kill your son without a second thought. Third, look at Konoha with your eyes, and when your son grows up, I'll give you a chance. After saying that, Kenpachi jumped off the bed and was stunned. I don't think these 3 points are too much for your savior. All in all, you can look at your son and go quietly to Konoha to see the village you guard. Instead, if you cause my dissatisfaction, I will let the big gentleman next to you use dirty soil to turn around. Resist, you, and your son, will all die. Resurrect Uzumaki Kushina and do something unacceptable in your presence. Patting Minato on the shoulder, Kenpachi turned and left. Threats are enough. But everyone knows how to choose. And in front of Namikaze Minato, there is only one way to cooperate. Can I know what your purpose is? Also, that Uchiha Madara. Watching Kenpachi leave, Minato opened his mouth and asked. Who do you think of Madara? Will you be knocked out by one move? No purpose, even if there is you. There is no need to know that. Kenpachi stopped and turned his back to Minato and said, and that person is not Uchiha Madara. The real Madara is just a Susanoo and you can't do anything about him. As for his identity, Uchiha with short hair, you are familiar with it, think about it slowly. Tilda give you a hint. Sometimes what you think of as death is just the beginning. After a pause, Janba tilted his head to look at the other party. Like you, clearly dead but still alive, like the one you can think of when you look at Kakashi's Sharingan. The ninja world is changing. Akatsuki still hides in the dark as a mercenary of war. Complete advanced tasks. Killing without purpose. Konoha today, kill Kumogakure village tomorrow. That's how mercenaries hired by people. Profit in war. Friction remains. The major ninja villages are frantically consuming their own heritage. There is no huge conflict, there are only contests hiding in the shadows. Country of Field. It is still the Yinyan village in the future. At this moment, the stronghold already has the appearance of a ninja village. According to Orochimaru, when the village of Otohika is fully established, he will defect to Akatsuki and become Otoki. The leader of the hidden village is preparing for the next step. And on the hillside next to Yinyan village, a boy wielding 2 knives finally stopped his movements. Jumped from above, falling in front of Anko, Yuhi Lien, and Namikaze Minato. 3 years. His neck, Kenpachi looked at Namikaze Minato with a sad face. He is worried. Because of the recent news in the ninja world, it's not very good for Konoha. As the 4th generation of Hokage, do you have to worry about Konoha even if you die? Kenpachi shook his head. 3 years. The boy is almost 10 years old. Still immature, but much taller. Naruto is 3 years old. Naruto, who has been thrown into the apartment by 3 generations since he can remember, does not know who his parents are. And Minato's anger followed. Apparently, aside from Konoha's trivia, what upset him was a little bit more. That's why Naruto's recent days have been very worrying. But what he sees now is only the surface. Shaking his head, Kenpachi looked to the east. You can practice at any time. But now, something needs to be done. 3 years. Konoha made a big change. Although rebuilt. But the problem is also more obvious. 4th generation Hokage next to him is worried not only by Konoha's external pressure, but also by his sons. Treatment also has internal problems in the village. The friction between the Uchiha family and the Konoha executives is getting worse. That's a legacy from time immemorial. Minato has always felt that the 3 generations have done a little too much. No matter what, as long as you have a relationship with the Uchiha clan, I am afraid it will become complicated. And as long as the Uchiha family bears the name of the Uchiha family, they will definitely not get justice. Treatment. The distribution of benefits is completely inconsistent with the contribution of the Uchiha clan to Konoha, which is the problem. Even after the Kyuubi Nine Tails upheaval, to Minato's shock, 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen turned Uchi. The Bo family's land was forcibly moved to the edge of the village. The meaning is obvious. They don't believe in the Uchiha clan. But even if you don't believe it, doing so will only intensify the conflict. Can't sit still. Looking at Minato, who was anxiously looking at the information sent by Orochimaru, Kenpachi remained calm. Asked. The messenger from the village of Kumogakure is about to go to Konoha. I don't know how it will turn out. Minato said with a wry smile. It's easy, I'll show you. With 2 knives on his shoulders, Kenpachi waved at Minato and turned away. The most embarrassing time in the history of Konoha, this famous show let Minato see that nature is good for the body. Health is not. Nah. After all, they came to Konoha to negotiate, and then took the opportunity to kidnap Princess Byakugan of the Hyuga family. Afterwards, he was beaten down and forced to kill members of his own village, but it was rare. This kind of thing is also done by Konoha. Chapter 11. Call Dad 3 times in the yard and I'll show up. This year's winter has been exceptionally cold. Perhaps God also knew that tragedy was about to happen. Konoha. From the centrally located Hokage building. The yellow-haired child who was only 3 years old and less than 4 years old carefully picked up the hot kettle and poured water into the bucket of instant noodles. For children without parents, this kind of work is especially neat. Sitting blankly on the chair, the child looked at the instant noodles with a warm smile. He hated the 3 minutes waiting for the instant noodles to heat up. Look at the furnishings around the room. It's simple, there are few things in total, but it's messy. He has lived here since he can remember. Fortunately, the old grandpa had taught him how to exchange money for food, and he would never starve to death. Finally, the 3-minute wait passed. The child picked up his chopsticks and ate his favorite food. It's just that a question popped into someone's head. 1. Does Naruto really like ramen that much? Maybe not. The habit of loving ramen is probably because when he was a child, he could only eat instant noodles and suddenly tasted the taste of ramen, and he always felt that it was the best food in the world. In fact, if you were well-fed and well-fed from an early age, like Konoha Maru of the 3rd generation of Konoha, there was a personal teacher to take care of, and the food like ramen would probably only be inferior food to satisfy hunger. After eating instant noodles, the child rubbed the orange clothes on his gloves and left his home. What he was destined to not know was that when he left, 2 figures opened the dilapidated apartment window and got in. There are still 3 days of expired instant noodles. Milk that has expired. Quote. That's all in the fridge. It's clearly the beginning of the month, what's the change in the wallet for? Boom. The palm slapped heavily on the table, and the yellow-haired man sat decadently on the sofa beside him. Tiny apartment. Single bed plus a desk and a small bathroom. This is where Naruto will live for the next 10 years. Where is my home? Even if Konoha was destroyed by Kyuubi, Nine Tails, why did Naruto live in this environment after rebuilding, eat such things? It's not the third generation's fault. To Minato's surprise, the boy who usually eliminated the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly say something like this. After all, with the money he gave, he was able to maintain his daily life of eating instant noodles, no wonder. Your 3-year-old son doesn't know how to use money to make money to give himself a better life. Patted Minato on the shoulder with a big smile on his face, but Minato heard it from the inside out. It's all sarcasm. This is the irony, and the 3 generations are eliminated in reverse. After all, let a 3-year-old child spend money and money, is it even a face? Obviously not. Seeing Minato's decadent look, Kenpachi shook his head and said nothing. Look with your eyes to see the real situation. As it is now, Kenpachi didn't incite Minato to hate Konoha or anything, just showed him. Looking at Naruto's life, let him look at the problem from the perspective of a parent. So I guess he will be very emotional at this moment. Maybe before he died, he carried all the pain on his back, as Kushina said, this is the ninja fate. But after he used Ghoul, his so-called ninja fate is over. Now he is an observer living in the shadows, watching how this village he guarded with his life will continue to develop. Obviously, he is disappointed now. In the original, Minato only met Naruto once in the sealed space of Kyuubi, 9 Tails. I also learned that Naruto's life was not very good. But that kind of notification is completely different from intuitive feeling. And Minato was dead at that time, and he couldn't interfere with his child's growth. What did Naruto's tearful words even mean? Can't make friends. Hated by everyone. Desperately using pranks to get attention. Naruto interprets the story of an inspirational Daiosei growing into a hero incisively and vividly. But has Minato ever thought about what if his son wasn't the main character? If his son was not approved by Asura, it would have been over by the time Madara pulled out of Kyuubi, 9 Tails. Come on. Fly up. Believe that your son is not cheating your own son. All in all, now Naruto's life makes him feel the same anger has slowly drilled out. Then select none. No normal dad would look at himself own son here. Such days. Be moved. However, Kenpachi knew that such days had only just begun. If Minato can't help just seeing this, his path will definitely change in the future. Hero. That thing is not human. If you are bored, you will choose to sacrifice yourself to save some irrelevant, people. Great people live very suffocating lives. Then why not choose happy people to be cool? It's sure to be funny when Minato sees his son being ostracized everywhere, even villagers throwing stones in his face. The son of the hero is ostracized by the people the hero saves. That's really something. Even release the news that Naruto is Kyuubi, 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Column Force, but does not release the fact that he is Minato's son. Kenpachi doesn't understand what this means at all. Kyuubi, 9 Tails Jinchuriki, Column Force and Minato's son, which one attracts hatred, doesn't Konoha executives know? That's right, Minato did make a lot of enemies in the Third Ninja War, and he insisted that he was Minato's child. Son, it's okay to be afraid of other people's troubles. But you can send people to monitor Naruto and Kyuubi, 9 Tails people Jinchuriki column every day. Are these people enough to protect him? Enough to make him live a better cow life, right? Unfortunately not. Looking at the chaotic room silently, Minato was determined to tidy up the room for his son. But in the end, if an abnormality is found in the room, his son will inevitably be questioned by Anbu's people. Fan caused unnecessary trouble. He took out his wallet, took out a stack of money and put it into Naruto's wallet. As a father, he really... I don't know what face I'm going to use to see my son at the moment. Perhaps the 3 generations have their own considerations to hone Naruto's character. Minato, who was puzzled, suddenly said something he didn't believe. How about training your mother? Kenpachi flipped through Byakugan, and pulled Minato, who looked a little distorted, through the window and left Naruto's house. Konoha in winter has a different flavor. Under the whiteness, at the gate of the ninja school, the purple-haired girl wiped the snow on the swing and sat on it. As if it was a little chilly, the girl sighed slightly with her own little hand. 3 years. I haven't heard from him for a long time. Some people say that time can dilute everything, but in Azuki Yugao's view, the one that entered into oneself as a child, the figure of the heart became more profound. The last time I heard about him was the EPUB, Nine Tails, upheaval 3 years ago. I heard that he killed all the members of the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan alone. Warming killing may have been when Kenpachi became missing nin, and she first complained about Konoha's higher-ups. Because from beginning to end, that incident was not Kenpachi's fault. When people left the village and worked hard for the village, Konoha caught it in return. People's sister. This is unbearable to anyone. Only Konoha with him after all. Here, she never dared to ask the man's information generously. Everything about him seems to be taboo. Under the deliberate blackmail of the third generation and Danzo, the man in my heart seemed to be a devil. Even the level of hatred is comparable to EPUB, Nine Tails. Body shaking. After the reconstruction, the Konoha is not as warm as it used to be. Even if there is sunshine in winter, it still makes her feel particularly cold. Is it cold? Just when the girl hugged her shoulders and wanted to get a touch of warmth, a voice came to her ears. At this moment, a sluggishness appeared on the girl's face, and her neck turned stiffly and slowly. Enter the eye. It was a familiar, yet slightly different face. It's been 3 years. He has changed a lot, but she still recognizes it. He is back. He slowly hugged the girl, took her into his arms, and sat on the swing together. This winter is not as cold as it used to be. You're back. Well, take you away. Good. No need to say too much unnecessary words, knowing each other's hearts of Akatsuki, no matter where people are each other. Your mind will always be close to a lot. Leaning against Kenpachi's chest. Azuki Yugao had an extra necklace around his neck. This thing should have been given to the other party 3 years ago, but it was delayed because of something. Necklaces are not expensive, but it was bought by Kenpachi's only reward for a mission. In addition to the necklace, there is also a bracelet on Enko's wrist. In the winter sun, there are 2 more figures leaning against each other, and the people who come and go are not only envious. Apart from his expression, no one dared to come to disturb him. Minato, who was hiding in the corner, looked at the 2 and sighed. Once upon a time, he and Kushina believed in each other like this. Time passes by. Until noon, when the girl's stomach rumbled slightly, Kenpachi suddenly smiled and pulled her up. Hands go into the distance. But just a few steps away, the scene in the distance caught Kenpachi's attention. Hey, are you from the Hyuga clan? Open a Byakugan and see. Yeah, open a Byakugan to cheer up big brother. Quote. The girl stepped back, accidentally stepped on the stone, sat in the snowdrift, and looked at her in a panic. She is much older than the boy. The bloody drama in the original work was staged. At just 3 years old, Hinata is facing the most important moment for people. But it is incomprehensible. It is clear that these children guessed that each other's white pupils came from the Hyuga family, but they dared to bully them. Negative. Do not. Is it a large amount? But from their performance, Heiken can infer Konoha's current situation. So-called clan. Apart from feeling good about themselves in Konoha, these commoners don't feel that they are so superior. There is even a special prejudice against the big clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brainwashing strategy. Pay attention to civilians and suppress blood-stained races. The Hyuga clan is relatively regular. If it is the current Uchiha clan, I am afraid they have already appeared. Head-on conflict. Princess Byakugan was still backing away. Just when the children wanted to throw stones at her, a figure appeared in front of her. Boy with long hair. Do heroes save beauty? Not really. Konoha this time, Kenpachi comes with his unique purpose. In addition to taking away Azuki Yugao, that is the Hyuga clan. Hyuga family in the original book made Konoha quite embarrassed, but whether Konoha was embarrassed has nothing to do with him. What he wanted was to reverse the idea of the Hyuga clan being dogs. The key to changing his mind is to let Hyuga thoroughly see the issue of Konoha's attitude towards them. And this opportunity is Hyuga younger brother, the death of Hyuga Hazashi. Take the opportunity to do something. Better let the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan join forces to rebel against Konoha. This is what Kenpachi wants to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the time to run into this hypocritical village. As for coming out to help Hinata, compared to the entire Hyuga family, it's just the beginning. Hey, who are you? Obviously. Kenpachi stood in front of Hinata, causing the dissatisfaction of these bullying brats. Unfortunately, they misunderstood the direction. Is not Naruto Uzumaki, nor will he be embarrassed by such a clumsy shadow clone technique and be beaten for no reason. He didn't have any idea of talking to the other party. He walked in front of them calmly, grabbed the collar of the leader, and raised his other hand high. Snapped. A crisp, resounding slap spread far and wide. In just a moment, the poor unfortunate child fainted. Throwing it to the leader, Kenpachi looked at the other two figures and instantly arrived in front of them and bowed left and right. Snapped. Snapped. 3 slaps. 3 children cow dead. The lethality of the slap thrown out by pure brute force looks pretty good. Hey, just teach me a lesson, isn't it too much? Minato in the corner couldn't help but came over. Minato, who had already changed his hairstyle and smeared lines on his face, was not recognized. Huh. Then let me ask you, if I don't come out, what will happen to her? Glanced at Namikaze Minato calmly. Your extra kindness has already harmed yourself, your wife, and your son. Do you want to kill her now? Extra kindness. Harm yourself, harm your wife and son. Minato finally bowed his head in pain, as if struck by lightning. Too lazy to deal with Minato. Kenpachi walked to the sluggish Hinata step by step, and put a hand on her forehead with a gentle smile. Go back and say hello to your father. Let's just say Janba has come. If there is something he can't solve and makes him uncomfortable, he can call Dad 3 times in the courtyard. I'll be in front of him then. 3 times Daddy. Hinata shivered, and looked at Kenpachi with curiosity in his white pupils. Is he my grandpa? The cute girl had absolutely no idea what those words meant. I don't know, the disaster of the Hyuga family is about to come. Chapter 12. Remember, you are dead. Did you see her? The encounter with Hinata was just a small episode. But the sensitive girl still showed curious eyes and asked. Who are you looking for? A 3-year-old baby. Janba almost stumbled to the ground without a single one. I really don't know how long Azuki Yugao's brain circuits are, and he can even say such words. Say nothing else. The single family is only 3 years old, and Kenpachi does not have that special emotion. Well, here comes the question. 3 years old, what can I do? Naturally he can't do it, and Kenpachi can't do it either, and now he's not old enough. So the episode can only be an episode, just let her give Hiyashi a message. Not many ideas. That's all. As for whether Hyuga Hiyashi could not think about it, he directly told Gao that he had come to Konoha. Kenpachi is not worried about this matter, since he said it is a choice that he will make after thinking about it, it is naturally reasonable. Kenpachi is missing Nin. Or missing Nin that Sarutobi Hiruzen hated so much. After all, their family, except for himself, had already died under the sword of Kenpachi. If Hyuga Hiyashi reports the situation to the third generation, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the third generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He couldn't help but wonder why Kenpachi found Hyuga Hiyashi and what was his purpose. Is the Hyuga clan connected to Kenpachi? From these points, unless Hyuga Hiyashi has a brain pump, he will not report to the third generation, among which the truth is the head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi can definitely see through Konoha or that Konoha. Only with the arrival of the Kumogakure village messengers, the atmosphere became a lot more lively. The messenger of Kumogakure village negotiated on behalf of the defeated side. Ordinary people feel that since those people are here for peace talks, then peace will follow. The Third Ninja War ended with the victory of Konoha. For Konoha, that's a great thing. They didn't know that Kumogakure didn't lose too much, nor did they want to attack Konoha aggressively. It's hard, they just want to use this method as a threat to get more benefits. Those people in Kumogakure are here. Konoha, a certain Onion Izumi, sat inside calmly, while Yugao behind him was wiping his body. In another private room separated from it, Minato's voice passed through the mezzanine. Come. Now is the private time of Kenpachi and Azuki Yugao. Minato is an outsider, this kind of scene. Of course it's not allowed in. Seeing that he understands. But there are always some doubts in my heart that I want to talk to someone, so Minato chose to be next to Kenpachi. The small compartment is waiting for a chat. Lazily, and took Azuki Yugao into his arms and took a sip. I always feel that things are not that simple. Frowning, Minato took a deep breath to analyze. Kumogakure village is not bad, or stronger than the current Konoha. In terms of their fighting power, if they attack with full force, Konoha will definitely be devastated. But they actually chose to negotiate. Little son with a sad look on his face. Compared to the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he knows the current Kumogakure village better. EPUB combination in the front line before, the wooden. The leaves have been torn open, and the enemy will also appear in the land of fire. From this point, he is even a tough spot in Kumogakure village. 3 different generations. In the early stages of the Second Ninja World War, and at the end of the First Ninja World War, he went to the battlefield. In the Third Ninja World War, he played a commanding role in Konoha throughout the whole process. Without really fighting against the major ninja villages, his control of the situation was extremely weak. This is an obvious conspiracy. Kumogakure village must hope to obtain enough benefits from this negotiation. So what exactly did they want? Minato's eyes were serious. Look at it slowly, didn't I tell you before I brought you to Konoha? This is the story of Konoha. At this moment Namikaze Minato is still thinking from Hokage's point of view. The most humiliating moment in history. Rather than being a bystander, that's why you make yourself look extra nervous. But let me remind you. After a pause, Kenpachi grabbed the wine gourd next to him and took a sip. Reminder of what? The little son was stunned. Namikaze Minato is dead. Look more at your son. Already dead. The dead don't worry about what the living do. This is what Kenpachi has to say. If you have the time to look at your son more, maybe you want to destroy Konoha with me. Minato smiled wryly and shook his head. Really? He is already dead. There are 3 generations of Hokage dealing with the Konoha thing. But he was still worried. The man next door, sometimes he feels that he is a wise man who sees the world of ninjas thoroughly. Sometimes a downright lunatic again. After years of getting along, he naturally regarded Kenpachi as a trustworthy person around him. Even if this person brightly kills Yi Ninja. This didn't stop Minato from appreciating Kenpachi. Sometimes, his words are worth thinking about. Is it unusual for a lunatic? With a sigh, little son Harishan left. People are taking care of their little girlfriend, it's not good for him to always talk and disturb each other here. 3 days later. The arrival of a messenger from Kumogakure village gave hope to the villagers and ninjas of Konoha. And the mood of Sarutobi Hiruzen in Hokage's office was obviously mobilized. Peace talk. This is what he dreams of wanting. Have entered old age. He only hopes to protect the village with the last moments of his life. When enough ninjas appear in the village, they will hand over the burden to the right side. Pity. Throughout Konoha, he couldn't even see a character who could play Hokage. Compared to the talented Konoha before, this kind of rakshasa made Sarutobi Hiruzen extremely uneasy. Hataki Kakashi. No, I don't know what happened to Kakashi, but I can see that since the arrest. After returning from the failure of the Yibajian operation, he seemed extremely silent, and he was not very interested in anything all day long. Such a person naturally cannot become Hokage. Tsunade, or Jiraiya. Tsunade. I vaguely remember the old man she called before she left, and the indifferent attitude, Sarutobi. Hiruzen could only smile bitterly. There is no doubt that the teacher himself has been hated by Tsunade. Because of the Senju clan. Or because of Nawaki. There is no need to delve into these, it is certain that she is still in Konoha, she must not. Will accept the invitation to return to the village. And Jiraiya power and prestige is no problem. That character is not destined to become Hokage. Sadness of the times. Why did Konoha become like this? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen even misses Hataki Sakumo and Namikaze Minato. But he didn't feel that what he had done was wrong. I also didn't realize why the real #1 ninja village became what it is today. He doesn't even know, it's all his sin, still shamelessly staying in Hokage's position. And now, he is about to make a huge mistake again because of weakness. Crunch. The door to Hokage's office was pushed open. Danzo's gloomy old face came into Sarutobi's field of vision. Danzo, I said that even you, knock on the door when you enter the office. Frowning, Sarutobi said with some dissatisfaction. Since he reappeared in this office as Hokage, his old friend. Attitude plummeted because of what Sarutobi understands. All along, Danzo wanted to be Hokage. Even after Minato's death, when they went to Daimyo House in the Land of Fire to discuss the next Hokage, the group. Tibetan capital desperately wants to recommend himself. Pity. Finally he stood up. Nadaime II Sama covering their retreat in the First Ninja World War. What time is it? You still have the mind to manage those. A slow step means that he has completely lost his chance in the future. Danzo walked straight to Sarutobi and said. When? What happened? Sarutobi frowned. Today is the day of the Hyuga family. Hyugahiyashi's daughter celebrates the day of the cow. Quote. A little baby's birthday, do you want me to celebrate her? Although the Hyuga family is the Konoha clan, but not yet. As soon as Danzo spoke, Sarutobi interrupted mercilessly. Can you hear me finish? Danzo frowned. It's okay to spend the day, but the people from Kumogakure village took the opportunity to kill Hyuga chicks. Tien was kidnapped. This is not the end, the consequences of robbing people in the Hyuga clan's land are obvious. The person who tried to capture Hyuga was killed by Hyugahiyashi who arrived. Finished speaking in one breath, Danzo stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. As he imagined, Kumogakure village really came with a purpose this time. While the target is Kekkei Genkei of Konoha, Byakugan of Hyuga clan. As for why the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has made great contributions to get Byakugan, and the battlefield. At Kumogakure village, Hyuga No matter which party owns Byakugan's, it means more than one layer of protection. Byakugan's reconnaissance is too powerful. With Byakugan, all the so-called skirmishes are not skirmishes. Kumogakure village lacks Kekkei Genkei, for whom the desire for Byakugan is above all else. So taking advantage of the truce to acquire Byakugan was their plan. It's the birthday of the little princess of the Hyuga family main clan, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. A woman is the best way to promote Byakugan Kekkei Genkei for Kumogakure village. Sadly, their plan failed. Hyuga Hinata was rescued. Phew. Think for a moment. 3 generations finally recovered from the shock. There is no peace that can be easily obtained. The so-called peace talks were just a pretense. A wry smile, Sarutobi sighed. What's the situation now, Kumogakure village and the Hyuga clan? Boom. The door to Hokage's office was kicked open. A black girl brought Ruo Shang, carrying the Kumogakure village ninja killed by Hyuga Hiyashi. The men came in. And behind them on a stretcher. Negotiated with Konoha. Earlier Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it was because Raikage was more concerned about this negotiation. Who knows, now it has become the toughness that people want to show themselves. 3 generations of Hokage. I, Kumogakure village, come to negotiate with you Konoha with sincerity. But why did you Konoha suddenly kill the messengers? I need Konoha to explain to Kumogakure village about this. Tough as always. Like the will of thunder in Kumogakure village. Although Mabui is still young, the resoluteness of his body has already caused the 3rd generation to see a trace of sweat on his forehead. Virtual. Do not. He was a little shocked by how shameless Kumogakure village was. It is clear that you want Kekkei Genkei of the Hyuga family first. Now that the wicked are the first to sue and beat them. What about the face? Standing up, the roar of the 3 generations loomed. Do the people of Kumogakure really think he is old? What do you want to explain? The reason why Shinobu is that his aura is still very intimidating. Who to scare? Looking at Sarutobi's appearance, Azabui had a look of disdain on his face. Before coming, she did some research on Konoha's situation. With the current situation of Konoha, it really is not the opponent of Kumogakure village. Of course, this is just an analysis to some extent. If the war is fought in all directions, then the price paid by Kumogakure village will definitely not be small. It will be more troublesome if both lose. After all, the 5 major countries and the 5 major ninja villages have 3 other major countries besides the country of thunder and the country of fire. They will never watch the 2 ninja village fight to the end and make a move. But there is a very important point. That is, Konoha will never dare to break the net with Kumogakure village. This is the reason why she is standing here without fear. A small price can be paid in exchange for peace. This is what all Hokages in Konoha want to do. Including the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. Yes. It is clearly written in the historical documents of the village of Kumogakure. The legendary powerful god of ninjas chose to bow his head on the conference table for peace. The 1st generation needs shadow to sneer at this, but coveting the strength of Senju, he still promised a short-term peace. And looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, S1, the proper one is conservative. Therefore, the other party will definitely meet her conditions. The corpse of the head of the Hyuga clan. If Hokage disagrees, then I can tell you the decision of Kumogakure village directly on behalf of Lord Raikage. Go to war. With Konoha, with the Hyuga clan. Never die. Go to war. Succinctly said. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart fall to the bottom. Danzo's eyes flickered next to him, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On one side is the Hyuga family. One side is the peace of Konoha. There was a dead silence in the office. After a long time, just when Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something, Danzo suddenly stood up. We will communicate with the Hyuga family about this matter. Please go back and wait for the news. Danzo. You. This tone is completely different from Danzo's always tough style. Sarutobi was stunned. Also, Danzo seems to agree to Kumogakure Village's request. This. 3. Chapter 13 Face. That thing Sarutobi is long gone. What are you going to do? And other Kumogakure village messengers have left the Hokage office. And Sarutobi Hiruzen got up from the chair and walked in front of Danzo, looking straight at him. Konoha just suffered a change not long ago. You're not doing very well in this Hokage position. There are some groups that have to be beaten. Danzo was very calm, sitting on the sofa next to him and began to analyze Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't you think the conditions in Kumogakure village are not a big loss for us? Loss. It only takes one person to die to solve a war. What a good deal this is. Die a person, or die a pivotal person in the Hyuga family. This is in line with their original concept. Suppress the clan. Support civilians. Although the Hyuga family has been very honest and disciplined since the establishment of Konoha. 1. Also outstanding in the war. But the problem is still there. They are the Konoha nobles. You are a wealthy family, you will be out of the control of Konoha. No, it is the possibility of being out of the control of yourself and others. Especially the extremely precious bloodline of Byakugan Kekkei Genkei. It is necessary to beat them to ensure that Byakugan, only Konoha can have it. Not understand, the Hyuga clan compromised and handed over one person to maintain the stability of Konoha, which is good for everyone. If you can't see the reason and choose to resist, then Konoha's attitude towards the Hyuga family will become the same as the Uchiha family in the future. Even the Uchiha family dared to drive them directly from the center of Konoha to the edge of the village, not to mention Hyuga. So that's what Danzo said, no big loss for them. 9-2, there is a problem. Sarutobi unconsciously lit his cigarette and took a puff. Face. Danzo looked at his old buddy calmly. What he was going to say, Danzo could see it from the way he lit the cigarette. If you have a face, you don't want it anyway. Why bother with this issue? Standing up, Danzo walked to the door of the office step by step, pausing again before leaving. Sarutobi. It's also a good way to sidekick the Uchihas and warn them. Think about it for yourself. Can. But not necessary. For Konoha, Sarutobi believes that everything he does is for the stability and balance of the village. As long as it's for the sake of the village, it can't be considered shameless. So at this point he can naturally ignore Danzo's cynicism. And sacrificing one person can save the village from danger. For such a righteous and awe-inspiring thing, the Hyuga family has only a choice to suffer. As long as you keep it low-key enough, you might be able to keep your face. Danzo's last words. Uchiha clan. Sarutobi squinted his eyes and took another puff of his cigarette. That clan hasn't stopped since they were forcibly moved out of Konoha. Friction occurs every day. Even the guards will take the initiative to provoke trouble. Beating is inevitable. Sacrifice Hyuga for the stability and peace of the village. Even Sarutobi wondered why Kumogakure village didn't want the corpse of the Uchiha clan's patriarch. If it is like this, there may be more things planned. Boom. The office door closed. Sarutobi walked to the office window and looked out at the scenery. He is the third Hokage of Konoha. Strongest Hokage. It is his duty to protect the village. On the premise of protection, sacrifice is inevitable. Danzo gave him a choice. He also knew how to choose. Is it Hyuga Hiyashi? Hopefully, you can also know how to choose. It's the village's decision. Of course, I'm not forcing you, if you don't agree. Hyuga tribe. Banner of comforting Hyuga-Hiyashi, Sarutobi came here at night. But before Hanan could say a few words, Sarutobi revealed the conditions of Kumogakure village. Only half of the words are said, and the rest is left to the people in front of them to figure out for themselves. This is the method used by the superior. Sama in front of him, Hyuga-Hiyashi's eyes were full of cows. His words are gentle and kind. But the meaning in the words makes people feel the cold of winter. Not forcing you. If you don't agree. Next, it is definitely not that Konoha will choose to stand on the same side as the Hyuga clan, and then do his best. Force and the Hyuga clan guard Konoha and break the net with Kumogakure village. If it is Shodai first Sama, or Nadaime second Sama, it should be these. Can 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen words? Only one omitted. That is to take tough measures. Hyuga-Hiyashi is no fool. He has even taken a conservative, dog-licking stance, treating himself as a member of Konoha, and protecting himself. Clans Hyuga-Hiyashi sees more than others. The Senju clan said they were integrated into Konoha. But the people who were integrated did not see the strength that the so-called Senju clan should have. Senju's last name has disappeared. But why Senju disappeared? Hyuga-Hiyashi understands. The prestige of that family is too high. Hitaki. Tsukumo. The swordsmanship is terrifyingly strong, and the prestige is even more terrifying. But such people choose to commit suicide. Beneath the serene Konoha lies a deeper darkness. Managing a family is a lot different from managing a village, but Hyuga-Hiyashi also understands that the darkness is inevitable. Indispensable existence. I also understand that the 3 generations sometimes have to do that. When disaster strikes the Hyuga family. What should I do myself? Hyuga-Hiyashi can't even say a word. Be quiet and conscientious. Konoha's sake. Also never as high profile as the Uchiha family. The Hyuga family went through fire and water for Konoha, but in the end they didn't get the protection of the village. Then what is the thing guarded by the blood and cattle lives they paid in the past? Keep saying to protect Konoha, protect the village. But aren't the Hyuga clan a part of Konoha? These words. It suddenly appeared in Hyuga-Hiyashi's mind, but when he wanted to say it, he was stuck. I can't express it in my throat. Dare he say it? Dare not. Fear. I am afraid that if these inner thoughts are spoken out, the disaster of the Hyuga family will come in a few days. The large reception room was extremely silent for hitchhiking. Hosting Hokage had vanished without a trace. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Our Hyuga family not only owns the main clan, but also has a branch. But you don't have to be depressed, Bai Jing, you. Looking at the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Isn't the seal on your brother's forehead just because of this? The mission of splitting the family, just open up if you want. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the room directly. Has the seal of the separation been said? This Hokage-sama really knows the Hyuga clan. Hyuga-Hiyashi smiled bitterly, only to sigh. How does he choose? Does he have a choice? For the Hyuga clan has come. But Hyuga-Hiyashi definitely didn't expect. This is just the beginning. The next morning. A piece of news was suddenly confirmed by word of mouth from the villagers. And the content of the message is nothing else. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hyuga-Hiyashi said last night. Konoha village wants the head of the Hyuga clan to commit suicide, and then send his body to the messenger group of Kumogakure village to pray for peace. There are even rumors. Hokage actually forced the other party to compromise as a superior. No one knows the source of the news. No one knows why news spreads so fast. The first time. For the first time in the history of Konoha, the darkness that cannot see the light appears in the sight of the villagers. Eat melon. There are worries. Not a member of the big clan, and I am glad that I do not have a special keke genke. Only no one stood up to fight for the Hyuga family. The most frightening thing is that some villagers are still booing and asking why Hyuga Hiyashi is not dead yet. Trade his death for peace. No humiliation whatsoever. Even wished that the other party died quickly and sent away those plague gods in Kumogakure village. This is the truth. In this world, not everyone is full of sunshine. Not everyone thinks about things from someone else's point of view. The entire Konoha village, there is little harm in having this mentality. Contrary, in the clan of the Uchiha clan, there is a boy full of good looks. It's been 3 years since the Kyubi, Nine Tails, uprising. He had graduated from ninja school ahead of schedule, and after several missions, he had Death Opens Sharingan. He also hugged the young Sasuke and cried and told his younger brother that he would suffer this kind of pain in the future. But now, he's already joined Anbu in a key role in Kakashi's squad, and of course, it's more of a spy's identity to inquire about high-level information. Itachi, what are you worried about? The clan will open as usual, everyone is talking about the disaster of the Hyuga clan Zero. Some clansmen who gloated over the misfortune were applauding. Seeing such a scene, Fugaku sighed with a sullen face and finally set his eyes on his son. I'm thinking. If one day, other shinobi villagers follow the method of Kumogakure village and force the village to hand over their father, your corpse, how will you choose when the time comes? I'm also thinking about how I will choose then. Rejoice always brings a touch of extraordinary. Itachi's hair has already determined the extraordinariness of this young man. Such outrageous words came out naturally. But the content is very real. Amazing speech. But this is where he is confused. If it is said that in order to protect the village, he actively chooses to sacrifice a person in the village, then this person, still a protected member. This is something he hadn't considered in the original book. Since Konoha didn't have a double dagger missing nin at that time, it was not known to everyone. Even the Uchiha clan did not hold a clan meeting because of this. Deliberately, Fugaku nodded. It's Hyuga. But next time, maybe it will really be the Uchiha family's turn. It's ridiculous. Ms. Minato. Father. Somewhere in Konoha, Kakashi with a copy of Intimacy Paradise in his hand glanced at the 4 generations on Hokage Rock. Yan Yan showed a sneer. It's really like letting you see, the village you guard, the people you guard. What has it become now? Is this really peace? Konoha from the perspective of a bystander. Kakashi discovered that things he hadn't noticed before were magnified infinitely. The words after that child are magnified. A fake village. Just keep the peace. A total of 4 generations of Hokage. Except for this 3rd generation, no one will choose to compromise. I would rather go to war than exchange peace in such a humiliating way. But he did just that. Funny and true. Sometimes Kakashi even thinks, why isn't he Sarutobi Hiruzen the one who uses the ghoul? And he opened the adamantine sealing chains that Kushina made before he died. What a joke. Ning's Rui golden hoop stick can smash the tail directly from the east side of the village to the west side of the village, but it can't be opened. Seal. Can't you just die with Kyubi, 9 tails, in the first place? Impossible. You just don't want to die. Pity. The people who died in the end were his teacher and wife. Kakashi is now truly alone. He has no motivation other than to find out the real inside story of his father's death. Why is that so? Inside a hotel in Konoha, calmly ate the 0.8 lunch that Azuki Yugao hand-fed him, and then glanced at his eyes. Fang is a little crazy, Namikaze Minato walking back and forth. Can't think of it. Face, Sarutobi Hiruzen is long gone. While eating, Kenpachi suddenly sneered. The most humiliating moment in Konoha history, Minato finally caught up. And still in this village, watching this scene helplessly. He is very angry. I really want to ask the 3 generations in person, what is the mission of Yingying? Pity. Kenpachi has not yet agreed with his approach. Why is that so? Minato turned around, confusion in his eyes. This seems to be asking himself, and it seems that he is asking Kenpachi. Isn't Konoha always like this? Kenpachi said indifferently. That's right. The news was made public by Kenpachi. He originally wanted to show those in Konoha the choice of the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen at a critical moment. What is? Well, did not expect. Stupid Konoha civilians who choose to gloat. He really didn't think about this. Maybe those commoners don't understand, but in fact, it is these big clans that make up the important backbone of Konoha. If great clans fall one after another, Konoha, nothing. They will just blindly follow Sarutobi's thoughts. However, this kind of schadenfreude, Jonpachi is quite hopeful to see. Because of this, all the pressure was concentrated on the Hyuga clan. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would think it was Hyuga who spread the news to the top. Face. He should be sitting on pins and needles now, right? Well, it won't be long before those 3 dads should be shouting. Chapter 14 And then. Ruined Konoha. Conditions in the village of Kumogakure have spread throughout Konoha. The atmosphere of the whole village suddenly became strange. The high-level people have intentions to control, but the fishing reel guide is not controllable, and it is still under the condition that they do not know where the news comes from. And at this sensitive time, if the high-level performance is too tough, it will make the messenger group of Kumogakure village have other ideas. So for now, Sarutobi remains silent about the rumors in the village. The reason is also very simple. When he heard the remarks that some villagers even hoped that Hyuga Hiyashi would make a decision sooner or even die sooner, he suddenly laughed. Once. There was one person who died under the mouth of Yo-Yo. Hataki Sakumo. This situation is very similar to the previous one. The atmosphere in Konoha is eerie. But the entire Hyuga clan is basically full of anger in their hearts. Who released the news? Hyuga clan. 1. The clan will open as usual. Hyuga Hiyashi sat on top with his eyes closed and did not open his mouth. Instead, his younger brother, Hyuga Neji's older brother Hyuga Hazashi stared at the people below and asked. The clansmen looked at each other in dismay and could only shake their heads to show that they didn't know. Really? This incident is the loss of their Hyuga family, and this kind of thing can be said to be a rare event in a century. Face-loving Hyuga clan take the initiative to stab this matter out. The strange atmosphere under the silence makes people feel suppressed instinctively. Hazashi, forget it. A long while, Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head and let out a sigh. The world is hot and cold. Now in the whole village, no one even stands up to say something for the Hyuga family. Even afraid of getting involved with the Hyuga family. This is the truth. When the sacrifice of one person can protect more people, most people choose the former. And if the Hyuga family also agrees with this idea, that is the saddest place. Was beaten. The first thing I thought about was not to fight back, but if you hit me, what should I do to prevent you from hitting me again? Your benefit. Give you anything you want, just don't hit me. This is Konoha. It is also the thinking of contemporary Hokage at this moment. Sorrow. Brother, we have to do something. 07. Quote. Walking towards Hyuga Hiyashi towards Hazashi, the worry on his face is not fake. They are brothers. Even if Hyuga Hazashi resents main clan, the brotherhood cannot be ignored. That's right. Hanada several times because of resentment and dissatisfaction in his heart, and was taught by Hyuga Hiyashi with a caged bird. One code can be returned to one code. When main clan is in crisis, as a family member, he will protect main clan as desperately as other family members. It is the family's business how to make a fuss within the family. And now, it is the outside pressure that is falling on the Hyuga family. What must be done? Hazashi, can't you see? Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head with a wry smile. The rumors in the village are so fierce, but the high-level officials have acquiesced in this kind of information transmission. What does this mean? I even think it's the news released by the higher-ups. The purpose is to force me to make a choice. News from the top. Hyuga Hazashi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that the elder brother's words made some sense. That's right. If it wasn't for the high-level intentions, how could those rumors be so disgusting? People even said that let the head of the Hyuga clan die early, his death was worth it. Fart. The peace that this method has achieved, if other shinobi villages follow suit, what will Konoha do then? It's ridiculous that the people of the big clan didn't see this clearly. This time it's the Hyuga family, so what about next time? Hyuga Hazashi suddenly approached his elder brother and whispered a word. Brother, why don't you do it the other way around? Different from main clan. The separation of the Hyuga family, because of the limitation of caged birds, always has the potential of neurosis. Fighting against fate, and being slapped back by fate's big mouth again and again. This is the fate of the Hyuga split. But it is the struggle in their bones that makes them want to break through the current situation. Even when Hyuga Hazashi said the opposite, he didn't expect it to be so big. When these 3 words were finished, the excitement that suddenly appeared in his heart made Hyuga Hazashi frighten himself enough. Are you crazy? Hyuga Hiyashi was startled, and looking at his younger brother always felt a little strange. Use a group to rebel against a village. Hyuga Hiyashi can't choose an adventure. I know. Hyuga Hazashi sighed. With a little desolation in his eyes, he remembered his caged bird. It seems that there is only one way to go. Big brother. Help me take care of Neji. When he grows up, help me tell him it's my own choice as a split. At least, you can choose once. Slowly took off the forehead guard above his head, the seal on it looked so mocking. Hazashi, what are you doing? Suddenly, Hyuga Hiyashi squeezed Hyuga Hazashi's arm. Brother, at least let your brother be free once before he dies. Smile, Hyuga Hazashi broke free from his brother's hand and stood up and walked out. The fate of separation. Didn't he just die for the main clan? Persecution from the top of Konoha. Gossip from the villagers. The Hyuga family swayed like fallen leaves in the wind. Rebel. 1. That's just talking. With the power of the Hyuga clan, there is no way to break through the cage of Konoha. That's right. The village and the seal on the forehead are nothing but a cage. Free birds flying in the sky is just a joke. Caged bird. What a fitting seal. The situation is now clear. It is impossible to resist, it is like the fate of separation, even if it is the main clan of the Hyuga clan. Is no way to resist Konoha. And his younger brother, who is the eldest brother, looks similar to the eldest brother. In place of the big brother and leaving the fire of the Hyuga clan's main clan may be the only way. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, he wanted to take one last look at his son. Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, and stopped his younger brother who was drifting away. Around, Hyuga Hazashi met his big brother's determined face. Go down first, Hyuga Nishiyama, and call Hanada by the way. To the bitter clansman below, Hyuga Hiyashi took a deep breath. Big brother. Hyuga Hazashi was a little puzzled. His own death is the only way to protect the Hyuga clan and Konoha. What are you going to do, brother? There is still a way. Suddenly thinking of something, Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes lit up. No one wants to suffer forever. The attitude of the high level, the attitude of the villagers, everything made him understand how the world is so hot. What to write? 5 minutes later. The tribesmen have already left the courtyard. And Hyuga and Hyuga Hazashi are discussing something. Hinata guarded her little hand cautiously beside her. Can this work? Big brother. After listening to Hyuga Hiyashi's words, Hyuga Hazashi's face was full of confusion. I can only try it and see if that kid has any way to deal with it. Hyuga Hiyashi didn't know what to do, and finally set his eyes on his daughter. Knight 8 Swords. His daughter even has a relationship with Yi Bajian. Hinata, you repeat. What did the man say? Solemn expression, Hyuga Hiyashi asked. Without further ado. Most of the thinking time given by the top management has passed. If there is no way to deal with it by then, Konoha will take coercive measures. Hyuga Hiyashi knew what the so-called coercive measures were. If he is too ruthless to attack his younger brother, then the higher-ups will help him. The world is so real. Ah. It was the first time that his father looked at him with such eyes, and Hinata was a little nervous. Yejianba has come. If you have something that you can't solve and make you uncomfortable, you can. 3 times in the yard called Dad. Quote. He'll show up then. 3 times Daddy. Could it be that he is really his grandfather? Hinata's small face micro Yuhi. I was rescued by my grandfather. Yebijian. Yejianba. Hyuga Hazashi froze for a moment, the name seems to be a little off. When he left in the last Kyubi, Nine Tails Rebellion, he said that he had changed his name to Yi Janpachi. Hyuga Hiyashi nodded in agreement. Going to the doctor in an emergency. Not such people to freely enter Konoha. After all, he was so ruthless that he could destroy the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan alone. But that kind of thing called Daddy. Is there some? No solution anymore. For the Hyuga family, I can only call. Before, when Hinata just came back, he didn't take Hinata's words seriously. But combined with the changes in Konoha village these days, he found that the man seemed to know it early in the morning. Something. In the same way, it can be seen that he is also prepared for this kind of thing and finally has the courage. Hyuga Hiyashi walked into the courtyard step by step. The hope of the family. Is it on that man? This is the last attempt. In Konoha, they don't have the capital to resist. Dad. Dad. Quote. Quote. Dad. Dad. 3 sounds of dad resounded in the yard. From the poor and humiliating at the beginning, to the loudest at the end. Hyuga Hiyashi's mood has also undergone a subtle change. Big brother. Hyuga Hazashi bit Kiba with admiration in his eyes. No one knows better than him how strong his big brother is. Such a person can be humbled to such a degree, what a determination he has made. No need to say more, for the sake of the family, there is nothing that can't be put down. Die. And Hazashi, no older brother will watch his younger brother die. Honor, shouted 3 times with family, Dad's Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly found that the so-called power, the so-called, shook his head. It's not that important compared to Saping. Originally, it was only when he was old that he hugged Uzumaki Sunflower and Uzumaki Boto. I can't understand it now. He has gradually understood something. In the flat stuff. It's a new world after you leave it. It just went down 3 times. The courtyard was still empty. The expected arrival of the hero did not appear. Sure enough, was it just the man who said it casually? Hyuga Hiyashi sighed. Brother, again, take care of Neji for me. Hyuga Hazashi walked over to his elder brother and patted him on the shoulder. And big brother. Hyuga Hiyashi, eyes, Hyuga Hazashi smiled. I don't bear you, I never bear you, and I never resent you, I just don't want to be a caged bird. Snapped his brother's hand again. Hyuga Hayashi also smiled. Brother, you know what I meant by calling Hinata. The same words for you. Take care of Hinata for me, thanks. What a touching brotherhood. Between life and death, do you understand life? Now it seems that the patriarch of the Hyuga family is not a hopeless person. Come in and talk. A voice came from the room behind the two of them. When they turned around in amazement, they found that the not-so-tall boy was sitting calmly in the room with Hinata on the 763rd floor. Obviously. He has been watching Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hazashi for half a day. Night Sword 8. Konoha's double knife missing nin. The horror day of defeating hundreds of Anbu and nearly killing the fourth-generation Hokage Namikaze Minato by himself. The Cubite Ninetales rebellion killed hundreds of people from the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan, and left Konoha with the body of Namikaze Minato openly. Come yet. Deep breath, Hyuga Hayashi gave his brother a wink, and the two walked into the room. Other side is holding Hinata. Are you threatening yourself or what? Sitting in front of Kenpachi, Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes. Put away your ridiculous ideas. Kenpachi calmly took a sip of wine and said, if I want to do something, I won't be able to do anything with the two of you. Clang. Two Zanpakuto slid down behind Kenpachi and inserted into the fragile floor. Control the sword from a distance. In addition to Kenpachi, Orochimaru will also do this trick. But he plays a lot better than Orochimaru. Can't stand it. Hyuga Hayashi smiled wryly. Really can't stop it. Missing nin in front of you should be the most arrogant missing nin. Out of Konoha is like a regular meal, and there is nothing to teach the new generation of Konoha. According to Hinata, those who bullied his daughter had never been seen again after smashing them up. He made a special inquiry and was still unconscious in the hospital at this moment. What a ruthless means. Like a qualified rebel. But, Your Excellency Kenpachi, may I ask you a question? Calm down. Hyuga Hayashi stared at Kenpachi and said, why do you want to help the Hyuga clan? As far as I know, the Hyuga family has nothing to do with you. Yes. This question, he would like to know before a formal discussion on how to break the situation. Why? Janba raised his brows, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Leave that question aside for now. I just wanted to ask you a question. Konoha treated you like this, the civilians you fought so hard to protect. Then why did you choose to be a dog for Konoha? Why choose Konoha as a dog? This problem. Then Hyuga Hayashi's problem. That's right. The former Hyuga Hayashi felt that everything was worth it. Paying the price of blood to protect Konoha, in exchange for the status of the Hyuga clan. But now he understands. Those are all fake. People will defect, they will betray. The Hokage who said about protecting Konoha wants to sacrifice him. He's also part of Konoha. Forget it, I'm not in the mood for the Kabuto circle either. Word of purpose. Probably thinking of one day in the future, to put you on the opposite side of Konoha like me. Then. Ruined Konoha. Chapter 15 I kill them, are you sure you're upset? The hit seems to be a little bigger. After saying what he wanted to say, Kenpachi glanced at Hyuga Hayashi who was in a daze, and Hyuga Hazashi who was a little overwhelmed. Really? Konoha, this place they exist for decades. With this piece of land, this village can't let go of the feelings. Therefore, even if the high-level officials have gone too far and the villagers pointed at them, they still did not choose to fight for their fate. Because once you do that, it means confronting your former home. Destroy Konoha. These 4 words sound terrifying. Half an hour. Hyuga Hayashi gave his answer with a long sigh. This condition, Please forgive me for not being able to agree. The expected answer. Janba nodded. In fact, if the other party agrees directly, then there is a ghost. 1. Although this village has decayed to a certain extent, whenever there is a critical moment, someone will always jump out regardless of their lives and choose to protect it in their own way. He understood where that feeling of recklessness came from. The first generation of Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established Konoha, allowing dozens of families to warm up from the war and unite to protect themselves. They don't want to go back to the strife of the Sengoku days, that's the root cause. Not to mention how the village treats them, what the Hyuga family sees as the stability of living in Konoha. Having a Konoha means they are not bereaved dogs. With this village, there is the last safe haven. Most people have basically this mentality. Compared to the former, the Hyuga clan had no guarantees on the latter, but even so, they couldn't make the decision to destroy Konoha. So the answer given by Hyuga Kenpachi was not surprised at all. Just a simple example is enough to explain why Hyuga chose to refuse. That is Uchiha Madara. Before deciding to find a way to truly bring peace to the world, the word wanted to leave Konoha and start a clan meeting in Madara. The purpose of the clan meeting was to leave with the entire Uchiha. But in the end, almost no one agreed. They have long been softened by the comfortable days of Konoha, and they have forgotten the blow to the Uchiha clan. To know. The person who says this is Uchiha Madara. Madara, who led the Uchiha clan to shine in the Sengoku period. His prestige is absolutely no one higher than him in the entire Zebo clan. But even he did not convince the Uchiha family. And Uchiha suffered the consequences and exterminated the clan when he could only choose to rebel. Uchiha genocide, not all blame lies with Uchiha. Even Itachi in the original book said that it is a problem left by history. After all, people can't be honest with each other and understand each other. The first thing that can't be honest with each other is Konoha's second-generation Hokage Zenjutoi. Konoha during his reign, but Uchiha alone has been suppressed a little too much. Uchiha is the most suitable word for these 4 words. Rebellion came naturally. Well, I'll just pretend I didn't hear your answer. Of whine calmly, Kenpachi slowly put down Hinata and left Hyuga with a weird smile. Maybe I should be a little more euphemistic, like replacing the destruction of Konoha with the rot and decay left by history, and then rebuilding the Konoha and creating a system that is absolutely fair. If I say this, you should accept it, right? Walking to Hyuga side, Kenpachi's expression was still unpredictable. It can be replaced with reconstruction, but it makes Hyuga look brighter. If you can really. But. Clang. Inserted into the ground fell into Kenpachi's hands, and the boy tilted his head towards Hyuga. Unfortunately, I don't say that. And I don't like being called dad for no reason. Well, it's all as a small gift from the old father. I hope you like it. Whoosh. The boy's figure disappeared instantly. Hyuga Hinata, who couldn't understand Kenpachi at all. Brother, what does he mean? Hyuga Hazashi swallowed. I don't know either. A trace of sweat oozes from Hyuga forehead. Just when the other party picked up his strength, he had the illusion that Janba could kill him in seconds. Is it an illusion, or his strength has reached such a terrifying level? What happened? 20. What is he going to do? Hyuga doesn't know. But from the other party's words, he could hear a bit of sarcasm. Seemingly flat. Forcing yourself to make a decision. But what was he coercing? Own daughter. No, Hinata was extremely safe in his arms, and the other party had no intention of doing anything. And the man knew what to say before he agreed to cooperate. But he didn't do that, deliberately saying things like destroying Konoha. Such a horrible man. Night shrouded. Outside an upscale lodging in Konoha, several Anbu ninjas are hiding in the corner, guarding the Kumogakure. Security of the village messengers. They were sent by 3 generations to covertly protect them. More. To monitor each other. What happened to the Hyuga family happened, but it didn't stop there. Sarutobi Hiruzen is Konoha's 3rd generation Hokage. There is corruption, but it's not that stupid. In order to ensure that this situation does not happen again in the future, he plans to monitor the actions of Kumogakure village at all times. Otherwise, if this kind of thing happens again, Konoha still chooses to compromise. I am afraid that time will come. All blood-stained races in Konoha village are at risk. Losing a Hyuga is enough to beat the mountain and shake the tiger. When the Konoha machine is restored, there is no need to fear that someone will emulate this kind of thing and threaten the village. This is the plan of the 3rd generation. But he didn't know. If he can't be ruthless, someone will choose to help him. Crows fly overhead. It heralds an imminent disaster. With the smell of blood and screams, the moon in the sky was also stained with blood. Disaster is coming. Anbu ninja who changed the shift came and found the corpses all over the floor. He let out a horrified cry of horror. Sarutobi. Boom. The Sarutobi family. No, there is only one full room left in that land. That's Sarutobi Hiruzen's home. Sarutobi, who had just smoked a bag of cigarettes, was still drowsy, and the door of the room was pushed open mercilessly. However, it is a little embarrassing that, under normal circumstances, the method of brewing sleep after the death of the wife becomes a bit monotonous. A Sarutobi who doesn't want to renew his string at his age has put his hand on his gun. Whether you want it has not been decided yet. The arrival of Danzo made Sarutobi's old face suddenly yuhi up, and finally took back his ready-to-go posture. Danzo, what are you doing? Clothes. Sarutobi's face lit up with anger. This is my home. It's fine if you don't knock on the door at the office, and don't knock on the door when you come home. What's the meaning? So I don't care about Hokage. Danzo wants to rebel. No time for nonsense, come with me. Danzo rushed out, pulling Sarutobi with a cold face. A few minutes later. Had been blocked by Anbu, the two fell to the ground. When Sarutobi saw the situation in front of him, his head exploded, and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. It was a mess. Blood, messy, incomplete corpses. And the broken Kumogakure village guards only mean one thing. Messengers of Kumogakure village killed. And the means are extremely cruel. Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo. Whoosh. A figure fell in front of the two and knelt down. Except for Azabui, all the bodies of the Kumogakure village messenger group have been found. Without exception, they are all fatal. A deadly knife. Suddenly, Sarutobi seemed to have thought of something. The strength of the messenger group that came to Konoha this time from Kumogakure village was not very bad. Can Anbu kill them all in a short shift time, and the ninja who uses a knife is him. Yejianba is very similar to the death of one's own people during the Kyubi, Nine Tails Rebellion. Besides him, the old man can't think of anyone else. But Sarutobi. Danzo just squinted his exposed eyes. It's still intentional to think about who killed them now. Righteousness. Man, died in Konoha. People die in Konoha. This is the most important. Already several people who died at the hands of Hyuga Hiyashi in the messenger group of Kumogakure village. If Hyuga Hiyashi's life can be used to make up for it, the current situation will probably be even worse. The representative of the Kumogakure village messenger group has disappeared. All the rest were killed. If this matter is not handled well, I am afraid that the war will not be far away. How to do? Moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a trance. He had no idea that things would turn out this way. Go to war. A long time, Sarutobi uttered 2 words weakly. I'd better try my best to capture Yi Janpachi and send him to Kumogakure village to make up for the mistake. Go back and talk. This world, even if it becomes a missing nin, will still be labeled as the original ninja village. For example, if a missing nin in Konoha kills Raikage's younger brother Killer-B, then Raikage will transfer anger to Konoha. Then Konoha was harmed by the vengeful Kumogakure village, and the war ensues. Just like now, they call me Konoha's double knife missing nin. Now, I have killed all the envoys in the village of Kumogakure except you, and the account will be on my head at the same time. It will count on Konoha's head. It's still that mysterious room. Kenpachi calmly sits in front of Miaorong's delicate and healthy-skinned Mabuyi, and defends himself very casually. Hold the other's chin. To be honest, she is very feminine. It even made Kenpachi want to try it out. Although only 10 years old. But for men, anything that can be used can be used. This woman is not bad. She can skillfully use the technique of sending from heaven, and she seems to be the secretary of heaven. As long as you change your mind, it will be more than enough to serve as an assistant part-time maid in the future. But this premise is, he needs absolute loyalty. Loyalty both body and soul. She is afraid. I saw with my own eyes how ruthless this man was when he murdered, and now he is easily caught by him. What to do, isn't it obvious? Kenpachi showed a playful smile and pointed to Azabui's face. Aren't you afraid of continuing the third ninja war because of your actions? Azabui bit Kiba. Being a ninja, especially a female ninja. This day may have been foreseen. But what she fears is the strength and ambition of this man. There is also decisiveness and ruthlessness that mortals do not possess. Kumogakure village messengers. Kill it. He doesn't even hide his fighting style. If she is Yakenpachi, even if she does such a thing, she will definitely disguise as Konoha's hand. In this way, not only can it cause a battle between the two sides of the village of shinobi, but I can also retreat completely. But Yi Janba did not. He even declared with great fanfare, "That's what he did, please put this on his head." Oh. A simple nod to Azabui, Kenpachi frowned, "Then I'm quite honored to be the person who continued the third ninja war." Crazy. You're a total lunatic. Azabui shouted hoarsely, "This kind of people who are proud of starting a war are crazy." Crazy. Thank you for the name, but more craziness is yet to come. Well, please bear with the emotions that Yugao has teased about these days. Your night has just begun. Tier Wong is good. Something. See the latest. Shattered. A quiet night. Kenpachi had a very fulfilling life. 300. But for everyone at the top of Konoha, no one can close their eyes. They dare not. Because they were afraid, the first thing they heard when they woke up was that the village of Kumogakure had been hit. How to do? No one knows. Why do you do this? So it's noon. Kenpachi sat in the yard basking in the sun, while Azabui, who looked sluggish next to him, shook the fan in his hand. Z provides coolness to Janpachi. In front of him, Konoha's yellow flash looked at Kenpachi with a complicated expression. He already knew the news that the messenger group of Kumogakure village had been killed. The top management of Konoha tried their best to block it, but they couldn't stand it. Just like the Kumogakure village's threat to Konoha, it was blocked by the sword. It passed to every corner of the village. But this time, people didn't even cheer. Yes. Weird serval thinking. When people threaten you to hand over a person, you happily agree. Because his death brought peace. But now, someone helped them breathe a sigh of relief, but instead became frightened and resentful. Kenpachi swore that someone must be scolding him. Pat your heart. Pointed his finger at Namikaze Minado's chest. I'll kill them, are you sure you're upset? Of course. Those who scold him, and those who applaud him, are not alone. Such as Namikaze Minato. At least Konoha still has a few disgusting actions for the Kumogakure village who was riding on his neck and shitting. Rather resentful. Cool. Minato gave a wry smile. Being threatened, and fighting back with your head raised, this kind of thing is really happy. But what's next? What about the revenge of the village of Kumogakure? Your pleasure, let Konoha pay for it. Chapter 16. A good show is staged, a village that is rotten to the core. Konoha's situation was even more confusing. The ninjas are extremely worried about the future situation. Even the ignorant villagers know what it means for Kumogakure's messenger corps to be wiped out in Konoha. Negotiations are impossible. The life of the head of the Hyuga clan would not satisfy Kumogakure village. How should the top management solve the current predicament? What exactly? The calm village adds to the haze. Relatively speaking, the atmosphere in the Hyuga clan was much more relaxed than before. Everyone from the Kumogakure village messenger group is dead. Then Hyuga Hiyashi naturally gave his life to the other party without committing suicide. That's a good thing for them. And watching the villagers in the village worry, they suddenly felt a different kind of pleasure. Didn't you gloat in misfortune before? Now the disaster of the whole piece is about to come, and evasion will not solve the problem. Compared with the loss of the patriarch, the current situation is much better than before. 1. This matter, Hyuga Hiyashi understands better than the clansmen think. It looks like the problem has been solved. But if you think about it at a deeper level, the family at this moment has already stepped into the abyss with half a step. The reason is simple. The messenger group of Kumogakure village was destroyed. The high level has not given an explanation for the time being. For ordinary people, they do not know who did it. Hyuga Hiyashi and the top executives knew in their hearts that this matter was done by Kenpachi alone. If you look at it from the perspective of ordinary people, the Hyuga family is the one who hates the Kumogakure village delegation the most in Konoha. Then someone with a heart will forcibly link the destruction of the Kumogakure village delegation with the Hyuga clan. At that time, I am afraid there will be some rumors in the village. Do you know? The Hyuga family, dissatisfied with Hokage's decision, killed all the envoys from Kumogakure village. The Hyuga clan wants to rebel against Konoha's decision. The Hyuga family. Rumors like this are definitely not rare. This kind of thing Konoha can do 100%. Hiyashi, who has experienced the Konoha White Fang incident, knows how deadly the rumors are. High level is not needed. As long as you are shameless, this kind of thing can be done easily. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can't be guaranteed, but Danzo definitely has a way to connect the two things and crush the Hyuga clan. He was all too familiar with this method. Is very similar to the scene where Uchiha was forcibly arranged in the outer corner of the village after the incident of the 600 clan tale. When he had allocated a new area of the village, he watched Danzo calmly make a decision at the conference table, but compared to the Uchiha clan. The fate of the Chia clan. The clan of the Hyuga clan is not the center of the village, but it is also a corner of Konoha to be precise. From the position of their clan and the Uchiha clan, it can be seen how cautious the upper management is with the arrangement of the big clan. Inside the courtyard, Hyuga Hiyashi stared at the location of the Hokage building in the distance with a worried expression on his face. Senior, how will this matter be decided in the end? You go down first. In Hokage's office, the meeting that lasted all night finally came to an end. Sarutobi Hiruzen wore bloodshot eyes, and his tired look made him a little older. The man below, he leaned back in Hokage's chair and closed his eyes. Discussed all night. But even Nara Shikaku, his right-hand man, the most intelligent person in the entire Konoha, came up with a solution that wasn't as perfect as he thought. In this case, the direct descent made Kumogakure village turn its anger on Yakinpachi's body. After the successful transfer, there are two solutions. First, talk to the people in Kumogakure village, ask them about their conditions, and give some acceptable compensation. Second, go to war. These are the two schemes given by Nara Shikaku. But no matter which one, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not decide immediately. Because whether it is compensation or war, this is a disaster for Konoha. Things that could have been solved without spending so much energy, because of the existence of Yijanpachi, the cost has increased exponentially. After a long time, all the people below left. The huge office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were left. There was silence first. Finally Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his big pouch and looked at his old buddy. Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi knew exactly what kind of nature this man was. But even if he has a bad temperament and wants to be a Hokage, it is very extreme, but sometimes he has to admit that the solution he gives is more direct. Also more decisive than himself. Do you have a solution? I can only hope he can give an answer. Sarutobi sighed. Kumogakure village wants Byakugan. It's for him. For them, it's just a few deaths. Danzo said calmly. Is it the same request they mentioned earlier? Sarutobi frowned, but Danzo, it's not the same as before, I'm afraid they'll ask for more. And things like deflecting anger are not that easy. Why divert the anger? There was a cold look in Danzo's exposed eyes, we don't need to do anything. And Sarutobi, remember that it wasn't Yakinpachi who killed Kumogakure's messenger group, but the Hyuga clan. Let the people of Kumogakure know that. What's the meaning? Sarutobi's staring boss. They knew very well that those messengers died under the sword of Yijanpachi. Why did they become the Hyuga clan? Is it throwing dirty water on them? What is that purpose? I think that's the solution. Didn't the rumors in the village have been reported before? The Hyuga family is dissatisfied with Konoha's decision to attack the Kumogakure village messengers privately in revenge and kill all the peace messengers. Kumogakure village launched an attack on the Hyuga clan's clan after knowing about it. From today, there will be no Hyuga in Konoha. Danzo said in one breath. He wanted to finish it, and then calmly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose expression changed in shock. Well, the Hyuga clan's clan has some, and the Hyuga clan's clan is also outside the village. With, of course if they need Konoha's assistance as well. Whether he can get more depends on Kumogakure village himself. Snapped. Enough. Danzo. The desk shattered instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with anger. He completely understood what Danzo said, that is, to expand the conditions of Kumogakure village before Kumogakure village's request was to bring the body of the head of the Hyuga clan back to Kumogakure village for research, then Danzo. Just give them living people. Enlarge what they want infinitely, to the point of the entire Hyuga clan. As for how much Byakugan Kekkei Genkei can get, it depends on the Kumogakure village itself. I know what you're going to say. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly, and was not stunned by his slap on the table, but even more. Calm down. But you also need to know that we cannot accept the two proposals given by Nara Shikaku. Compensation. In the Third Ninja War we, Konoha, are clearly the victors, why should we give? Others compensate. If they really do that, why is Konoha still called the #1 ninja village? As for starting a war, you also know that Konoha can fight in the current situation, but the consumption is too serious. If the other ninja villages will not give up, I am afraid that the Third Ninja War will continue. It's not good for Konoha either. It's better to keep the blood of the Hyuga clan, and we're not giving up the whole Hyuga. Yes. But if we just sacrifice the Hyuga family, the price will be much smaller. We want to have only a few main clans in the Hyuga family. The people who split up the family are destined not to spread Byakugan. Go. What we're going to do is let the village of Kumogakure take the Byakugan Kekkei Jinkei by itself, but we can't give them the real positive Byakugan. Let Kumogakure village get Byakugan. As an enemy, Danzo is not that stupid. This is where the Hyuga family's caged birds can play a big role. As long as those main clans are left alone, the rest AIBB will be killed and thrown to Kumogakure village. By then, the anger of Kumogakure village will be vented, and all those who killed the Kumogakure village messengers will also be killed. Quote. Culprit, they have to think about the pros and cons if they want to continue the war. They are one of the 5 major ninja villages, and Reikage of Kumogakure village must also know how to attack other ninja villages in Konoha. Will not sit idly by. For Konoha, the real loss is the Hyuga clan. But as long as there is one main clan bloodline left, the Byakugan of the Hyuga family can continue in Konoha. Go down. Even Konoha can create a Hyuga clan that is completely under his control, such a clan. Nobles, handed down from the Sengoku period now. No threat at all, Konoha's true lackey. These are all Danzo's thoughts. The old man is for the village. Thinking about it like that, he didn't feel any guilt. Right now, his thoughts are very similar to let Itachi destroy the entire Uchiha in the future. A dog's mind never changes. Still, he thought, the center of power in Konoha had to be in the hands of the top. Weakening the big clan, strengthening the small clan. With roots hidden underground, dark thoughts follow. Next, just look at Sarutobi Hiruzen's answer. Of course. Whether he agrees or not, Danzo isn't sitting still. Action has already begun. Before last night's meeting, he had sent information to Reikage and Kumogakure village, only. If Reikage wasn't a fool, he would agree to this approach. That is the attraction of the entire Hyuga clan. In the time of war, the old men of Kumogakure village have had enough of the pain of bloodless races, certainly not. But Danzo had already figured it out. As long as Kumogakure doesn't get the Hyuga clan's main clan people, then this action is just as simple. Of killing. Absolutely not. Looking at Danzo coldly, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree with this approach. He is useless, but no matter how wasteful, this kind of behavior of sacrificing the entire Hyuga family must not promise that it is no problem for just one person, because as long as a person has the will of fire in his heart, even in times of crisis, he would also choose to sacrifice himself to save the village. If Hyuga Hiyashi has this desire for protection, he will also agree to the previous approach. Can destroy the entire family. Then his sacrifice is completely meaningless. As you like, I'll just remind you. Danzo stood up slowly, looking directly into Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. If the village of Kumogakure hits the door, more people died than all the Hyugas combined. Also, it's you who asked me if I have a solution, I didn't say it myself. Countermeasures. Hyuga clan, village. Sarutobi glanced bitterly at the photo of the second-generation Hokage hanging on the office wall. How should he choose? It is not ruled out that it was a conspiracy. But if I do it myself, I'm not afraid of Konoha's conspiracy. In the Land of Fire, hundreds of elite troops are shuttled through the forest. And the cape on the man who took the lead has proved his identity. Kumogakure village, 4th generation Reikage. But with the exception of the Hyuga clan, Konoha, have you forgotten the sacrifice of Azabui? A trace of anger flashed across his face, and the shadow speed increased again. Danzo's message he has received. But what Danzo never expected was that Reikage was actually there in person. According to the agreement in the letter, the position of the Hyuga family has been accurately given. At that time, Kumogakure village can do whatever he wants. Hyuga family alone how could it be possible to quell the anger of the shadow? No doubt that Konoha was extremely weak at this point. That being the case, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. The former Mitarashi home. Because of Kenpachi and Anko's defection, this place has been assigned to others. Unfortunately, when Kenpachi arrived, they had already become corpses on the ground. In this familiar yard, Kenpachi sat on the reclining chair and enjoyed the bloody corpse on the ground. The taste looks at the sky. And Azabui next to him stood there trembling slightly. As Minato said, he just shook his head and sighed at the Konoha ninja on the ground. He's used to it. Konoha ninjas have died in the hands of Kenpachi, and these are purely due to for bad luck. Just now, Kenpachi was just passing by his former home with some nostalgia and wanted to look nostalgically, but it just so happened that these few people were discussing Kenpachi. That idiot of Yi Bajian. The most unfortunate child who died on Earth, if I remember correctly, I heard him from far away. Uttered this sentence. So his head was split. The strong can disdain others to discuss themselves. But Yi Janpachi is different from others. Even if you are a dog, if you bite me, I will. It will turn its head and kill the dog. Kantha will report as not his character, just a habitual style. Do what you want, not bound by the rules of this world. This is the Night Sword 8 in Minato's impression. But what's with this atmosphere in Konoha? Minato frowned, always feeling that something big was going to happen. This is very similar to how he felt on the eve of the Kyuubi Nine Tails uprising. Calm is. A good show is about to start. Kenpachi smiled, which was unfortunate. Danzo's message to Kumogakure village is discovered by him. Danzo, who is already black and unclean, could prepare such a surprise for him. The idea of the Hyuga clan could be reversed by starting the war alone. Now, the emotion of being sold is enough to make the Hyuga family understand that they can't continue to be otherwise. Only to die. Sure enough, Konoha is still that Konoha. A village that is rotten to the core. Chapter 17. These 3 years have been very hard, right? Brother, can you believe this? Hyuga clan. The atmosphere was still a little weird. In the patriarch's yard, he finally met his elder brother Hyuga Hiyashi. The opposite Hyuga Hazashi looked at the scroll in his hand and asked. Danzo. Head while biting Kiba, Hyuga Hiyashi was full of anger. The information in his hand was naturally sent by Kenpachi. But the content above is shocking. Danzo decided to sacrifice the Hyuga clan to ensure peace in Konoha. Is that shit in his head? How much credit has the Hyuga family made to Konoha since its establishment? Even Hyuga Hiyashi can pat his chest and say, from the first ninja war to the third ninja war. Without their Hyuga family, it would never be so easy. And it is very likely that the third ninja war Konoha will end in a terrible defeat. Winning the battle is the credit of the whole village. Their Byakugan created countless fighting environments for Konoha. How many Hyuga clans on the battlefield? The reconnaissance unit sends information without fear of death. 1. Now, he wants to sacrifice Hyuga because of threats from other villages. If you just win, you will kill the donkey. This approach is heart-wrenching. Brother, I think even if it is true, the 3 generations of adults may not agree. Looking at his big brother's hideous face, Hyuga Hazashi swallowed and said. Fart. 3 generations. Will he die if he is useful for 4 generations? Hyuga Hiyashi hit the ground with a punch, and the cracked floor tiles were like his cracked heart. Anyone who understands the chaos of Kyuubi Nine Tails understands. Very surprised that the 4th generation of Hokage died instead of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Is it okay for the people of the old age to go to the ground earlier? Why waste the village? Why do you have any points in your heart for unloading Hokage? The third generation is useful, the fourth generation will die. Really. Although there are some uses, his existence has reduced the loss of the village a lot, but the real effect. Nobody saw it. However, since the fourth generation died, it was unexpected for him to directly arrange for himself to be re-upgraded. And the high-level thing Hyuga is very clear. Since Danzo said it, he will definitely do something. As for whether the three-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can stop Danzo's actions. Sorry. If you put hope on that old man, the Hyuga family is really not far from extermination. The information from Yi Janpachi is clearly written. The password is still the 3 sounds of Dad. If the Hyuga clan can't solve the problem, they can ask Kenpachi for help. But still that sentence, hope can't be placed on outsiders. This is the most important thing to face. It is the joint blow of Konoha and Kumogakure village. What the car must face is the most beneficial attack. Heart-wrenching place. The village he guarded with his life ended up aiming his sword at them. How ironic. It wasn't the Hyuga clan who betrayed Konoha, but the Konoha who betrayed them. Hazashi, tell the clan to pack up and the fighters gather. Ready to fight anytime. Hyuga Hiyashi, recovered from his anger, took a deep breath and started his arrangement. Moonlit night. In the clan of the Uchiha clan. Itachi looked at the sky, and fell into thought while holding the 3-year-old Sasuke in his arms. Sasuke was already asleep. But Itachi was not in that mood. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the latest events in the village. All the messengers in Kumogakure village are dead. As Anbu's ninja, he knows a lot more than the average villager. Sword sang. Is that you? Everyone knows that the envoys of Kumogakure village are dead, but they don't know the horrific cause of death. 1 kill. The only person who can do such a thing is Konoha's double knife missing nin. But Jianzhang. Why are you doing this? There was a little confusion in Itachi's eyes. With a condensed gaze, Itachi saw a small golden sword slowly falling from the air, and finally floated above him. In front of. This is. Itachi's pupils shrank for a while. Fiction. Jianzhang is the little cross sword hanging around his neck. I once asked Jianzhang, and Jianzhang said that this is a lucky mascot. The cross sword stayed for a moment, and then slowly flew out of the yard. The meaning is obvious. Let Itachi follow. 3 years. Jianzhang really came back. Itachi took a deep breath and quickly put Sasuke on the tatami in the room and jumped out. All the way. Degree. The golden cross sword flew forward unhurriedly to guide Itachi. Here is. Span. This is outside the Hyuga clan's land, which is diagonally opposite the Uchiha clan's Konoha position. You go further, you will go deep into the clan of the Hyuga clan. Obviously, if you go in under the identity of the Chia clan, if you are found, it will probably lead to contradiction. Well known. Also Konoha's Hitomi family, and their relationship with the Hyuga family is not very good. However, Jianzhang was waiting for me in front of me. After biting Kiba, Itachi finally stepped into the Hyuga clan's land. The Uchiha clan. Because the Hyuga family is responsible for the investigation of the village, it is more convenient to live outside. And treat Uchiha differently. Work-related, it cannot be called suppression. And the Hyuga family never asks more from Konoha like the Uchiha family, compared to Uchiha. They look extra safe. But now the facts have proved that, even if you are safe, once something entangles Konoha, the choice is still to throw it away. Abandon Hyuga for peace. Above the tallest building in the Hyuga clan, a figure is sitting there drinking. Behind him, 2 large exaggerated zanpakuto are stuck on the ground. In the building under his feet, the countless spiritual positions looked shocking. Place the souls of the dead in the highest place in the clan, which represents respect for the ancestors. This is the Hyuga family's own rules. Kenpachi, on the other hand, sat on the head of the dead soul and admired the moon and the upcoming fight. Jian sang. Behind him, a figure slowly fell. The golden cross sword fell into his hands. 3 years. They meet again. Before coming, Itachi had countless things in his heart that he wanted to talk to. His experience in the past 3 years. The ostracism of the Uchiha clan. He was dispatched by his father to Anbu to act as an undercover agent, and then he was placed by the higher-ups in turn. The Uchiha clan acted as undercover agents. Of the younger brother, the Uchiha family has more and more friction with the village. A lot, really a lot to say to him. But at this moment, looking at the man's back, he suddenly calmed down. Then he walked over to him and sat there quietly. Everything seems so natural. Seemingly flat. It should have been. The moon above his head radiates light. The 2 teenagers are silent. One of them is drinking, and the other is feeling. No need to think about it. Of calm. Phew. With a move of his arm, Kenpachi broke the tranquility by handing the wine gourd to Itachi. These 3 years have been very hard. For a moment. Itachi's eyes read Yuhi up. Those 3 ticks also emerged because of emotional excitement. Jianzhang knows it. He knows. In this world, the only one who can truly understand himself is Jianzhang. Just like Jianzhang's words, there is no need to say too much between men. The words Jianzhang just said already contain everything. He knew what happened to him. Half an hour. Itachi's mood has calmed down a lot. She gave the man one of the few smiles she had. It's all right. He grabbed the wine gourd handed over by Kenpachi, took a hard sip, and spit out 3 words again. Stop it. Is that so? Janba nodded. After the rebellion, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha broke out completely. Not to mention the transfer of the clan, what does it mean for the Uchiha clan, only from the increasing number of guards. The number of frequent dispatches knows that they can't bear it anymore. This is a question left by history. No one is right or wrong, and the roots come from the battles of the Sengoku period. Second generation distrust. The departure of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Yase's heart and power grown by the guard. Then, the news of the Kyubi Nine Tails rebellion spread by people with a heart has made many people in the village think that the power of control. Attacked Konoha were the Uchiha clan. Have you seen him? Too lazy to think about those problems. Anyway, the situation of this rotten village is much more than imagined. Who? Itachi tilted his head and asked. The masked Uchiha Madara. Janba let out a sigh. The Uchiha clan was wiped out. During this period, the conflict between Chiya and Konoha will continue to intensify. And Obito will also take the opportunity to come to the ancestral hall of the Uchiha family to see the stone tablet. One time, they met again. Obito prides himself on being Uchiha Itachi's guide. Itachi nodded, with a little dread in his eyes. I met once when I was on a mission with Jianzhang, that time the masked man was forced back by Jianzhang. Itachi had no other thoughts than the other party's inexplicable words. Kenpachi said lazily, don't stop him fooling you. In this way, you can fart everything he says in the future. Then I invite you to watch a good show today. After watching it, come back and tell me how you watched it. All is fart. Obito, he scolds you. Distance. Ju and Obito looked at each other, and White Zetsu couldn't help but suddenly speak. They are here for a good show. White Zetsu is outrageously strong in scouting, so they know what's going on in Konoha these days. Even if they can, they want to take the opportunity to kidnap the Kyubi, Nine Tails Jinchuriki column force. Although the collection of tailed beasts should be done in order, it would be more convenient if you could directly take away the human Jinchuriki column force. I know, just scold him at will, and I will give him a good dream when the Eye of the Moon plan is completed. Sharingan turned slightly, Obito's breathing remained calm. Has he scolded less in recent years? Sometimes he even suspected that this kid knew that Ah-Fei was White Zetsu's clone, and then pointed at White Zetsu. Absolutely scolding himself, that idiot Ah-Fei had to use the tone of conveying information to clearly send the content of his scolding into his ears. On purpose. Definitely intentional. Mulberry. What is the meaning of hindsight? This is the first time I've heard of this new word Itachi. I vaguely feel that this has something to do with Jianzhang calling him over. Just take a good look. Kenpachi shook his head, too lazy to explain too much. Hyuga family at this moment is very much like the Uchiha in the future. Hyuga clan in advance, change his mind, and let him re-understand what Guya belongs to, and whether he belongs to Uchiha or the village. Look ahead and tell Kenpachi what he thinks. Give him a choice. This is the purpose of Kenpachi. Reminisce. That thing will have a chance in the future. Ah. In the quiet night, a scream suddenly came. Kenpachi smiled and stood up and pointed into the distance. It's finally starting. Brother, it's really here. The clan, Hyuga Hazashi driving by Akugan said to Hyuga Hiyashi next to him. There are a lot of them, and one of them has a terrifying amount of chakra. That's not right. He's Raikage. Suddenly stunned, Hyuga Hazashi's words came straight to the point. Raikage himself crossed the barrier of Konoha and attacked the Hyuga clan directly. The information is true. Konoha is really going to dump them. Command the clan to fight with all their might. Rear a breach anyway. There is no time for hesitation. If one thing is not handled well today, the whole Hyuga family will move towards demise, has begun. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Hyuga clan's clan, countless masked ninjas appeared here along with Danzo. The elite of Kumogakure village has entered. You have only one to do. Include the entire Hyuga clan's clan, and kill the Hyuga clan's personality. Arranging the task, Danzo looked at the person next to him. Shisui. Hyuga Hinata will be handed over to you, be sure to grab her and bring her back to the roots. Remember, this is for the village. For the village. After listening to Danzo-sama's series of orders, Shisui was stunned. Is this for the village? What they have to do at this moment is to slaughter their compatriots. And the Hyuga family didn't make a mistake. Came here with Danzo just now, he thought that Mr. Danzo was leading the team to support Hyuga clan against the enemy. Now he sees that it's not like that. He wants to out the Hyuga clan. Why? Why exactly? What are you doing? Danzo looked at Shisui coldly. Hyuga clan is in a mess at the moment, but the people who protect main clan must be strong enough to fight. In this case, the one who quickly resolved the battle and captured Hyuga Hinata alive, Shisui was the only one in the route, otherwise he wouldn't be carrying such a soft-hearted waste. Lord Danzo. The Hyuga family is part of the village. Shisui shook his head quickly, as if he wanted to say something. But Danzo didn't give him the opportunity to interrupt directly. Don't say it's the Hyuga clan. If you can sacrifice the Uchiha clan to bring peace to the village, you will too. Get started. Because you are the ninja of Konoha. Not Uchiha's ninja. Hurry up, this is the mission. Not having the patience to continue brainwashing Shisui, Danzo turned and left coldly. He also has to deal with Sarutobi, who arrives for a while. Today's plan must not be interrupted by Sarutobi. Righteousness. Chapter 18 A New Destiny for the Hyuga family. Konoha is always different at night. Those majestic buildings also began to look hideous in people's hearts. The moon in the sky was stained with blood, and with the mourning in the Hyuga clan, this was the most miserable background board hidden in the sun. True darkness. The darkness that makes people feel personally. Sarutobi implements Wairo, Danzo implements ruthlessness. Original book. Kaharu Udatane once said this to Kakashi in order to cleanse Danzo and Sarutobi. There's no denying that the duo made mistakes, but Konoha, where they were at, was at its strongest. This total fart. From Kenpachi's point of view, Konoha's peak was still in the early days of establishing the village. 1 Senju Hashirama, 1 Senju Tobarama. Sweden, water style, and Mokuten, wood style. Plus Uchiha Madara who can push the battlefield horizontally. Konoha in that period wanted to crush the whole ninja world. It was not difficult at all. 1. Mokuten, wood style, and full-body Susanoo can be equal, and it is not something that ordinary ninjas can deal with. Too bad they didn't do that. When Madara fought back to Konoha, Hashirama told Madara that if anyone dared to attack his village, I will not forgive, even if this person is my brother, relative, or even a child. It sounds very emotional. The end. He also tried his best to protect Konoha, thinking that he used the Mokuten, wood-style clone to deceive Madara's eternal life. Flower delivers Madara a fatal blow from behind. But in fact Madara has activated Izanagi, so that the intraoral cells in the mouth are preserved. Madara of that period was still no match for Senju Hashirama. What's going on? Itachi's three hooks turned, looking at the figure hurriedly passing below, and the screams one after another. The voice was full of astonishment. The world has gone morbid. Those who advocate the idea that people can understand each other and move towards peace can say that my heart is good, but I will always live in my own dream. 60. In other words, people who work hard for this idea are worthy of respect, but don't get caught up in it. It was the right decision to wake up a bit and find your own answers. Just like now, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi with a smile like a kind old father. He is undoubtedly telling Itachi, no matter how Naruto develops in the future, please stay away from him. He knows the strength of his mouth. It's better to be in the same camp, but be careful if it's on the opposite side. But this time, Naruto's growth is destined to be influenced by him, and even Kenpachi is looking forward to the fight between two golden legends. The rotten system on Konoha. For example, he now asks Minato to fake his death to see how his son is treated. The seeds have been planted, and the follow-up is as follows. Any development is under the control of Jonpachi. You see it too. The Hyuga family has been loyal since Konoha established the village, and they don't want your family to be so noisy. Not as noisy as your family. This sounded true and a little heartbreaking. Itachi smiled bitterly and seemed to have left the village. Jien sang. Also knows Konoha's situation like the back of his hand. But right now, they're still suffering. You know the cause. It's for Konoha not to be attacked by Kumogakure village. It seems that sacrificing a group can buy a longer peace, and justice is on Konoha's side. But what about the Hyuga family? Why did they suffer this kind of treatment? There was no one in this period. Individuals are willing to come out and help. Janba shook his head and his eyes were full of light. Who will safeguard their righteousness? Since you have tasted and Ping thinks everyone is equal, isn't it just Konoha who is discriminating right now? What does Jianzhang mean? There was a trace of sweat on his forehead. Itachi seemed to think of something, and his breathing gradually became faster. I just want to ask you one question. Assuming that it is the Uchiha family who are being attacked now, where do you choose to stand? Uchiha clan who were attacked. Itachi's body trembled and suddenly woke up. This is just assumption. But he is very clear that this assumption is very likely to happen to the Uchiha family in the future. It can be seen from the contradiction between the clan and the village. Don't rush to answer. Think slowly, I'll deal with something first. Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Kenpachi grinned and leapt down from the top of the building. Just now, he sensed a galloping figure approaching the Hyuga clan and sworn to guard the rear area. That is a familiar soul wave too. Hyuga clan, Konoha. In the dark night, the man with Urgi muttered in his mouth. Danzo's words were still ringing in his mind. But the last sentence, although he sounded unpleasant, didn't know how to refute Danzo. If you don't go, the last spark of the Hyuga family will disappear from today, but you can do it for yourself. Their family preserves their bloodline, how to choose depends on you. Looks like he's doing good deeds. Shisui was stunned. Obviously doing things that hurt others, but now it has been said that it is a good deed. What's the meaning? Why is this happening? What happened to this village, this world? At this moment, Shisui's heart is full of confusion. If he represents justice, the Hyuga clan is the evil side. But why does he stand in such a position to judge others on behalf of justice? Why? He bypassed the guards and landed in the yard, looking at Hyuga Hinata who was being held by his mother in front of him. The surprised faces of the Hyuga people, Shisui's face hidden under the mask is full of shame. There is no doubt that they regard themselves as the savior, as the Konoha who came to support the Hyuga clan. Anbu ninja. Hand over Hyuga Hinata. This sentence is stuck in my throat and I can't say it at all. Master Anbu, is Master Hokage coming to us? Hyuga Neji, who is 1 year older than Hinata, suddenly asked. At just 4 years old, he was certainly not a fighter on the front lines against the Kumogakure village ninjas, but he was also with his own mission to protect the only descendant of the main clan family, the Hyuga Hinata. Protection for the time being. That is his destiny. At this moment, he still doesn't understand what fate means. He only knows that his father had just taken him with blood on his body. Send it over, and tell him to guard the main clan with your bull's life. Shisui didn't speak. With nowhere to vent the suppressed emotions in his heart, he put his hand on the knife behind his back. A ninja's vocation is to perform a mission, even to the death. But his knife could not be pulled out against these people anyway. Just seeing his action, the people of the Hyuga clan instantly showed vigilant eyes. Are you sure you want to draw a knife? At this moment, a figure fell in front of him, standing in front of the Hyuga clan. The figure is not tall, and the 2 huge knives on his back look awe-inspiring. When these 2 knives appeared, his identity was ready to be revealed. Night Sword 8. Rumored horror double to missing Nin. How is he here? Also, what is he going to do? Front of Anbu has the same purpose, trying to take advantage of the chaos. Yi. Why are you here? Shisui was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, he let go of his hand holding the knife. Although the person in front of you is missing Nin, it is not so easy to make up your mind to fight Kanbai. Easy. The reason is very simple. Like Itachi, he also knows the inside story of the year. It wasn't the 8 Swords' fault at all. But things have taken off, and now the person in front of him is hostile to Konoha. No reason, just come when you want to. The tribe gave the Kumogakure village as a bargaining chip, and I just didn't want Konoha to have it. As you should know, I like to fight against Konoha, and Konoha wants to destroy the whole Hyuga. And why should the Hyuga family pay for the mistakes of Konoha? This behavior is true. Face. Janba said lightly. Yi, that's not quite right. Shisui smiled wryly. If it's accurate, you are the one who killed the messengers of Kumogakure village. Then you let Konoha and Kumogakure village settle accounts with me. What about the Hyuga clan? Quote. Shame. I'm sorry, someone like me who does things upright, feels righteous and righteous about your shameless behavior. Yeah, that's what I did. And the words are put here for you. Feel free to ask for trouble. This matter has nothing to do with the Hyuga family, right? Well said. Hyuga clan behind them were instantly grateful. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. In fact, for them, this is a complete disaster. Who provoked whom? Just stay at home, they who never cause trouble are going to encounter this. Why? Although this person in front of me is missing Nin, but he is so open and above board, just expressing his stance. It made them feel a lot more friendly. True, he killed the messenger from the village of Kumogakure. However, Konoha's betrayal of the Hyuga family has nothing to do with Yi Kenpachi, and the point of the problem is not in Kenpachi. Maybe there is a grudge between the family and Kumogakure village. But you have to put this on the head of the Hyuga family, and make the Hyuga family pay miserably. Price to appease the Kumogakure village, is this a bit too much to talk about? Essential reason is still in Konoha. Obviously, from Kenpachi's words, they have heard the maintenance of the Hyuga family. He's here to save people. This. Shisui is embarrassed. He was speechless by the anti-general. Kenpachi is telling the truth. People are killed by others, and one person is responsible for doing things. This has nothing to do with Hyuga, so he came to explain his purpose. Don't do this or that. Kenpachi smiled slightly and drew out his 2 knives and slapped him on the shoulder. Give me a face, I'll save the Hyuga clan, I'll invite you back for a drink and have a good chat. I went back and told Danzo to stay away if there is anything to do, his life has entered the countdown. No doubt. Shisui's mission failed. But the difference is that he always had an explanation. Even when Shisui walked back, he was still a little complacent. If it wasn't for the appearance of Kenpachi, I'm afraid he is still struggling with the problems of the village and the Hyuga clan. All is well now. Just tell the truth to Danzo-sama. Anyway, even the dead 4 generations of adults are not the opponents of Kenpachi, and he will definitely not be able to beat him. Is it Koto Amatsukami? Mangekyo's pupil technique, he never intended to use it on Kenpachi. For friends, that's not responsible. And now Kenpachi is protecting the Hyuga clan. 0. Stick to one place. Similar to Naruto, even before committing suicide, he told Itachi to let Itachi protect Konoha with his will, but he could not give up the Uchiha family. Boom. Brother, I can't stand it anymore. Raikage's beast is a little aggressive. There is still a fierce battle in front of the Hyuga clan. The main clan is still divided, all young clansmen with fighting power are resisting the enemy, every minute. Every second, members of the Hyuga clan fell, and some clansmen took his place again, and the tragic battle continued. In order to protect his brother, Hyuga Hazashi had to rush up and fight with Raikage, only. After a few rounds he realized something was wrong. That guy. Blood, Hyuga Hazashi bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth as he looked at the big old man covered in lightning. Oh shit. This fight is not elegant at all, and Hyuga Hazashi, who is also a taijutsu ninja, can't see the slightest elegance. He even got his own body against a whole gentle fist H trigrams 64 palms just now. Is that still a person? Against the needy shadow, the gentle fist method of the Hyuga clan was extremely uncomfortable, as if they had encountered their nemesis. Gentle fist is a chakra that blocks the opponent by relying on his own acupoints, but his fingers are on the shadow's body. There is no difference between going up and encountering an iron plate. There is no point in wearing the Raiden Thunder style armor that is extremely defensive. Go up together. Hyuga Hiyashi Byakugan slowly opens. Now, this is not the time to let the division protect the main clan if the division and the main clan are not united. Resist the enemy, waiting for them only the fate of genocide. Big brother. You. Hyuga Hazashi slowed down with a smile on his face. At the last moment of life, it is not bad to see such a big brother. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Boom. Range attack on the 4th generation Reikage. But the chakra slamming on Ying's body didn't make him take 2 steps back. Substantial harm. Reikage, whose hair was standing upside down, was clearly in full force. Hyuga clan as quickly as possible, and then led the rest to attack Konoha. Want to do. So from the very beginning, I used all my strength. But he had to admit that he really underestimated the Hyuga family before he came. Although he led all the elites of Kumogakure village, the number was a little smaller after all. The situation where the line of defense was torn between them did not happen. But he was in no hurry. During the offense, news of Danzo got to him. The entire Hyuga clan has been attacked in other directions except for the front of the attack when he came over. By Konoha Anbu's own people. That is to say, he can force the Hyuga clan to surrender completely unscrupulously. But the premise of doing this is to give them a new patriarch. Rai bomb. At full strength, I jumped high and smashed to the ground, while the Hyuga brothers started turning without hesitation. Revolving Heaven, boom. Revolving Heaven, known as the Absolute Defense, stopped turning, and needed a hand of the shadow. In front of a person, he used force to stop the rotation of Revolving Heaven. Although there was also a trace on his wrist due to Revolving Heaven's chakra waves, but now, he has successfully stopped the movements of the two of them. People without strength 2.7 can only be trampled by others. As you are now. The pupils contracted, and I was ready for the final blow. Did it fail? Hyuga Hiyashi sighed with a wry smile. Perhaps, you should have listened to that person in the first place. Opening his mouth, he spit out 2 words. Dad. Reikage. Dad. Did you give in? Want to surrender? Reikage frowned, but calling Daddy directly would seem a little too bony. Dad. Swish. Knife light flashed. Reikage's expression changed drastically and he immediately retreated. Boom. The earth trembled for a moment and 2 sword lights appeared, which looked breathtaking. Yi Janba, here he is. A casual glance at King, Kenpachi walked over to Hyuga Hiyashi and helped him up. Now you're Byakugan, how far can you see? Byakugan distance. Ordinary Byakugan 1 kilometer is the limit. But as the Patriarch, the distance will be farther. No, that's not what he asked. Hyuga Hiyashi was stunned for a while, then took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Kenpachi. I have seen the fate of the Hyuga family. I saw the benefactor who really led the Hyuga family to glory. From today onwards, I swear as the head of the Hyuga clan to follow behind you. Good. Kenpachi nodded in relief, not worth the time he wasted. This was the answer he wanted, picked up Zanpakuto with the back of his knife and nodded his shoulder. Kenpachi stared. Calm. In this case, the fate of the Hyuga family has changed, and you will be my right-hand man in the future. Arm, shake the entire ninja world. Give Hyuga a new destiny. Turning around instantly, Kenpachi's sword was aimed at Reikage. Shaking his neck, the boy showed a cruel smile. Go away or die. Please choose one. Chapter 19. Hold your chest and leave Konoha proud. Who are you? Looking at the sudden arrival of Kenpachi, I clenched his fists and asked. Reikage in chakra mode needs to look aggressive. Konoha today to get Byakugan Kekkei Genkei of the Hyuga clan. As expected, Konoha has completely abandoned the Hyuga clan in order to appease the weak Konoha in Kumogakure village. Hit the village while venting his anger, that's what Reikage is here for. Everything was going well, but the person in front of him made him extremely unhappy. Fighting for so long, the Hyuga clan did not yield, and after this kid came, the head of the Hyuga clan directly announced that the entire clan would follow him. Why? Is it because the old man's personality is not as charismatic as his? Also, who is he to be so daring to let him choose whether to get out or die? who in the end gave him the courage to talk to himself like this. Sir Rakage, there is only one ninja in the ninja world who uses a big sword as a weapon, apart from the 10 people of the ninja sword in Kurigakure village. And the other side is armed with 2 knives, whose characteristics are in line with the missing nin of the 2 knives. It should be the 8 swords of the night. After defecting from Konoha 3 years ago, the Cubite Nine-Tails rebellion returned again, killing the 3 generations of Hokage and that person from all Sarutobi and Shimura clans except Shimura Danzo. Quote 1. According to the information, he has been active in the Country of Fire for the past 3 years, hunting Konoha ninjas for pleasure. Hasn't answered his question yet, but the assistant next to Rakage suddenly opens his mouth and mentions it a little. Night 8 swords. Knife missing nin that came out of Konoha. Unlike missing nin in other villages, he kept a low profile after he left the village and started to hunt the ninjas in his former village for fun. Arrogant to the extreme. However, he is arrogant and has the confidence that belongs to him. At the beginning of his defection, he killed hundreds of Anbu in Konoha when he was still young, and he defeated Namikaze Minato and left gracefully. 3 years later, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. It seems that Konoha is nothing more than this, being tossed like this by a kid. Rakage looked up and down Kenpachi and let out a sneer. 11 I thought the so-called double knife missing nin was a character, but I didn't expect it to be just a kid. There is no shortage of guys in this world who judge people by their appearance. Even Rakage, when he saw Kenpachi's size, he instantly felt unreal. It's him. Tossed Konoha to where it is today. As a missing nin, you can still appear in the old village with grandeur. Little devil. Kenpachi smiled. To be honest, he hated this title. It's really a kid to you. After all, a man of my level can only kill a dozen people from your Kumogakure village messenger group in a few seconds. But I advise you to call me a ghost. Want to know why? Big ghost. What does this kid mean? Rakage frowned and didn't understand. Is Mabuyi your assistant? Jianbai grinned, revealing a meaningful smile. Don't look at her dark skin, but it's very moist. At this moment, the atmosphere of the ninjas in Kumogakure village was stunned. After a full 10 seconds, it took Yingying to fully react and look at Kenpachi angrily and roar. You bastard, what happened to Mabuyi? It was a surprise to him that Mabuyi was still alive. But after the news came out of the mouth of the little devil in front of him, it changed. Wrong. If what he said is true, then he must not continue to call him a brat. Also, the message that Konoha gave me is clearly that the Hyuga clan killed Azabuyi and the others. I growled angrily. Stupid. Kenpachi sighed, then calmly patted the ground, and then a brand new fire cloud suit fell into his hands. Akatsuki's unique fire cloud suit. This is a very distinctive dress. It looks like a dark robe, but the fire-colored cloud above it heralds a world that is about to change. Akatsuki who changed the world. How do you guys who are being played around by Konoha know what they think? You should have heard of Akatsuki's name. After all, you have also cooperated with Akatsuki during this period, and many of my tasks were received from the Land of Needs. Swish. Putting the Huion suit on his body lightly, Kenpachi crooked his neck and looked at Neiying. The suit does not fit well. Before the people in the organization asked me to wear it, I always refused to come. Look at this dress. Of course it has nothing to do with me being here. I just want you to show me this dress. You are fucking kidding me. Rakage looked grim, and the person in front of him seemed unbelievable. But there is something I do have to tell you. Grabbing the 2 swords again, Kenpachi's eyes were sharp. That's what Konoha is for. There is no doubt that the messengers of your Kumogakure village were killed by you. What I can guarantee is that when they died, they were very miserable and painful. They seemed to be killed by one knife, but in fact they felt more pain than being repeatedly attacked by the Millennium Kill. It will be 100 times more painful. Seeing Ping a little regretful, Jianba collided with the two knives and let out a humming sound. After all, he cut the soul. However, Konoha blamed this on the Hyuga family, and the purpose is obvious. Because they know that I can't quell the anger of your Kumogakure village with a me who can't take it, they plan to sacrifice the Hyuga clan to save Konoha. Glancing at Hyuga-Hiyashi, Kenpachi smiled playfully. Very authentic style. Konoha's unique style. But then you think about it, is this Konoha's plan to kill you? For example, Akatsuki, who I belong to, was hired by Konoha to come to Konoha to solve the problem of the messenger group. For example, after I killed the messenger group, Konoha added money again, let me cooperate with them to attack you and let you die here, and then completely eradicate the threat to Konoha from Kumogakure village. Everything is Konoha's conspiracy. It's all conspiracy. Janba's voice fell, but the back of Yingying was full of cold sweat. Suddenly, he found that this operation was full of loopholes. Yes. Does Konoha really have the courage to sacrifice the entire Hyuga clan? If it were him, would he do it? This time the plan, if you think about it, it's all loopholes. Sir Reikage, the perception ninjas have observed, the Hyuga clan has been completely surrounded, and even where we came in, there are people from Konoha watching. At this moment, the people under the needy shadow suddenly reported the situation in a hurry. A time. Everything confirms what Kenpachi said. Konoha's plan was to kill himself. Reikage was shaking, not scared, but angry. Has it been counted? Why doesn't he know? Konoha is so insidious that he seduced himself here, the purpose is to kill him. Don't say, if he thought of this way, he would definitely put it into action. Even if they don't want to admit it, the ninjas in Kumogakure know that deep down they already have a sense of identity with Kenpachi's statement. Especially when Danzo's people actually blocked their access to the Hyuga clan's land. But there are people who are sober on the field. Hiyashi, the head of the Hyuga clan who has declared allegiance to Kenpachi. Does Sarutobi have the courage to use the Hyuga clan as bait? Do not make jokes. If he really had that courage, I'm afraid he wouldn't have come to him before and let his death exchange for peace. Obviously, everything was made up by the boy in front of him. The purpose is also obvious. Sow discord here, let King lose his mind and fight with Konoha here. Whether Hyuga-Hiyashi worked or not is unknown. But judging from the appearance of neighing, it is obvious that he has doubts about Konoha's cattle production. Well, Konoha and Hyuga are no longer related. From today on, where the Hyuga clan belongs is entirely up to Yi Janpachi to decide. Lord Reikage, what shall we do? Konoha really works. Reikage's eyes were cold, but the purpose of our visit to Konoha this time must not be interrupted. Otherwise, the people who lost when they just attacked would not be able to explain to their families. Purpose. Yingying's voice was not hidden, so when he finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense again. There is no doubt that Reikage's trip has only one purpose. That is Byakugan Kekkei Genkei of the Hyuga clan. True that even if Konoha is counting on them, they are also counting on Konoha. In addition to Byakugan, give Konoha maximum damage. That's another goal. But obviously Byakugan is the most important. He could rush to Konoha to kill until he got Byakugan. Therefore, this little devil standing in front of the Hyuga clan must be eliminated. Emotion. Everything I just said was eaten by the dog. It seems that Ping himself should not give others the opportunity to rethink. Sighed and looked at Hyuga-Hiyashi, 2 steps back. Receiving the order, Hyuga-Hiyashi nodded and quickly stepped back. Opponent is Reikage, and it is estimated that it will spread to a large area during the battle. Hyuga-Hiyashi also wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong this man is. Can defeat 4 generations of Hokage. Hyuga family in the future. How strong he is related to the survival of the family after leaving Konoha. Konoha in the future, he was terrified and stayed under the so-called Akatsuki. Under his command. It is still generous and generous, just like this double knife missing nin, doing what she wants to do freely. Hyuga Hiyashi does not ask the Hyuga clan to leave Konoha to be able to shake the ninja world, as long as there is a safe place. Fang development is enough. Everything depends on the strength of the man in front of you. It is destined to be a test that cannot be resisted with rhetoric, and it is only the first. Just a test. There will not be only one person who needs the power of Byakugan in the ninja world. In the future, they will also face a steady stream of challenges. Start with 2 swords. 2 men of disproportionate stature finally pretended to be together and personal everything. Reikage has always claimed power, and even believes that power is the development and application of ninjutsu in addition to the first generation Hokage and the second generation Hokage, the entire Konoha is only. There's a Tsunade that developed a quirky power move. But the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode of Kumogakure village is a well-deserved representative of ninjutsu. Wearing Raiden Thunder style armor, he can even use his body to resist most ninjutsu. And his father's 3 generations of Reikage developed the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode to the strongest spear and the strongest shield. Guojanba understands that the so-called strongest is just a way of expressing surprise. He is strong because no one surpasses him, and even those who surpass him are too lazy to care. Boom. A loud bang. The jet black knife on Kenpachi's left hand slashed on the special wrist guard of Yingying. The earth shook for a while, and the soil around the two of them sank. The shock of the body colliding with each other alone is enough to show how much impact the attacks of the two have had. But Kenpachi raised his brows, looking at Reikage in front of him with dissatisfaction. Zanpakuto pressed down slowly, and the muscles in his arm began to swell. Are you so strong? Are you so strong? People looked at the man in shock. Is he a monster? Pure power is even stronger than Reikage in full strength. Why? Little devil, did you start training from the womb? Biting Kiba, Ying asked his own question from his throat, and his body trembled as he slapped the sword of Kenpachi. What a power this is! Oh, sorry. You really can't stop the power of the 6 gates of normalcy. Kenpachi calmly glanced at his system panel and said. For 3 years, unremittingly wielding the knife. It is not only the progress of the template that is strengthened, but the amount of chakra and physical fitness are also valuable gains. 607 Of course, the so-called normal 6 doors in terms of physical fitness are just a comparison of strengths in a pure sense. If the combination of Reiatsu and chakra erupts together, it is definitely not comparable to the state of the 8 inner gates. Maybe Kenpachi is overestimating Reikage's power. Whoosh. The next moment, Kenpachi's arm loosened, and the Reikage in front of him disappeared instantly. Little devil. The old man is here to teach you a lesson. Reikage's strength is not pure power. Yilei Shen Furious Thunder Axe. The violent chakra fluctuations above his head hit. Kenpachi raised his head slightly, and saw a huge foot kicking his head. Speed. Good. Reikage's strength is not strength. If it is pure strength PK, he is not even as good as Tsunade. But under his terrifying speed increase, the power will be even more terrifying. Also in the original, seeing that he was at a disadvantage in strength to fail the arm wrestling confrontation with Tsunade, he fought back with his speed to win the confrontation. Material Reiatsu defense. Consciously wanting to test the power of this kick, Kenpachi didn't even use Zanpakuto to resist. Calmly spit out a few words, and a touch of golden light rose into the sky. The huge golden materialized skeleton directly blocked the foot of the shadow. Boom. Earth shatters. But Kenpachi still stood there calmly watching the other side unscathed. Materialized Reiatsu defense. Not to mention anything else, just this golden skull is slightly similar to Susano Nengping. Is this to such an extent? Kenpachi shook his head slightly. Mere gravel, not half as good as mine. Out his hand and directly pinching the bare feet of Yingying, Kenpachi suddenly threw Reikage directly from the air to the ground. Boom. Sign. At the next moment, what Yingying faces is the two sharp Zanpakuto of Kenpachi. One gold and one black. Two different kinds of lights, but both use the sword pressure unique to the world of death. Apparently, Kenpachi wasn't afraid of how much of a sensation he would cause by taking out Reikage. At this moment, he just simply wants to swing a knife. The violent explosion seemed to make the whole Konoha tremble. A full minute has passed, and Kenpachi has become a deep pit in front of him. The ninjas of Kumogakure village have also disappeared completely. Dayu died. The distance, Hyuga Hiyashi watched this scene with the clansmen in shock. This man. Terribly strong. Go away. Falling in front of Hyuga Hiyashi, Kenpachi spoke calmly. Where? Hyuga Hiyashi swallowed. Bring your clan and hold your chest out for me. Konoha where you came from, where you left, and walk out of Konoha with a chest as proud as I am. Remember one thing. Leaving Konoha is not betraying or fleeing, but I am disappointed in this rotten village and want to leave here. That's all. Chapter 20 The confrontation at the entrance of the village, the scratches on the forehead. Lord Reikage, _ The people of the Hyuga family walked out under the leadership of Kenpachi. And some corner. More than a dozen guards covered in blood guarded the dying Yingying. Kenpachi's serial attacks were not resolved. Few knives, only a few of the elite troops brought by Reikage were left. And Reikage, in order to protect his subordinates, suffered the most damage. At this moment, Ai's consciousness is almost blurred, the special wrist guard on his left arm has been shattered, and only bones are left in the hand below. That kid. Consciousness is a little blurry, and the pain at the broken arm that comes from the depths of his soul makes him suffer all the time. Lord Reikage, what should we do? The guard next to him, who was slightly injured, asked with difficulty. No one believed that kid could do so much damage. Everything that came to Konoha this time should have been taken into account. Even if Konoha really followed what that kid said, the ultimate goal is to keep Reikage here. He also considered this aspect. Only the destructive power of the double blade missing nin, they had no idea at all. 1. How to do. Reikage gave a wry smile. I wanted to take Hyuga first, but took the opportunity to attack Konoha. But now, only a dozen of the hundreds of elites he brought are left, and the rest are either dead or scattered. In this case, why would they dare to stay in Konoha? Mention that according to Yi Janpachi, Konoha had an idea for them in the first place. Even if he had no idea before and saw such a weak self and a guard, he would definitely take the initiative to create an idea. It's not surprising that those sinister villains do this kind of thing. The way to come has been controlled by Konoha Anbu. Feel for the place where the guards are relatively weak, and go back to the village. Right now, there is only one way to go back to the village. Reikage had murderous intent and anger in his eyes. He didn't even know how to deal with his family after losing so many people. When I came here, it was an easy task, but it turned out to be a little ghost. The double knife missing nin from Konoha. Konoha. Holding his head, I led his men quietly past. What is certain is that this account has been completely put on Konoha's head. It's what Kenpachi did. Missing nin from his own village does. The village where missing nin was before also pays. Reikage has made up his mind, and after returning, he will organize a large-scale attack on the country of fire. In any case, he must give an account to his dead brother. Outside the Hyuga clan. Danzo stood calmly behind the crowd and waited for news. Today's plan is perfect. And just through perception, he even discovered something interesting. That is a very familiar chakra, from the chakra of Yi Bajian. There is no doubt that the kid is in the Hyuga clan's clan, and has even fought against Reikage. A proud smile, Danzo felt extremely happy inside. Hishimura Danzo is not as superficial as others think. This time the plan is perfect, if well handled. The dissatisfaction of the Hyuga clan, the peeping of the Kumogakure village, and the oppression of the double knife missing nin, these three have power over the village. The existence of threats will be resolved. Earlier, he was worried that Yi Bajian would not come, but now it seems that his worries are unnecessary. With his wit and analysis. First, the messenger group of Kumogakure village was killed by Yi Janpachi. Second, the village of Kumogakure has no hatred with Yakinpachi, and if the kid wants to shoot against Konoha, there is absolutely no need for any reason, so he has his reasons for killing the messenger group of Kumogakure village. That is what caused the friction between Konoha and Kumogakure village, and took the opportunity to rescue the Hyuga clan in crisis. Combining these 2 points, Danzo made a gamble. That is, Yi Janpachi has a connection with the Hyuga clan. Is this connection a benefit, or is he himself? It doesn't matter if there is an unknown relationship between us, but Yi Janpachi appeared here when the Hyuga clan was attacked. Counted. He's got it all. To plunge into the Hyuga clan, when it's time for Yejian Bahui to appear, and when it's time for today. Later, he will be Konoha's #1 hero. Danzo is proud at the moment. There is nothing else to be proud of, and that is that he thinks he has surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although I don't admit it, I have been suppressed by Sarutobi for so many years. At this moment, I feel a kind of superiority in my heart. More and more enjoyable. Once again, he was ahead of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Really. Is the most suitable candidate for Hokage. When this matter is over, he will find the Fire Country daimyo and his 2 advisor friends to join forces with him. Hand presses Sarutobi. Sarutobi has said that there is only one reason for him to come back to take over the role of Hokage, and that is to wait for a new one. Before Hokage grew up, he helped run the village. Well now, Danzo thinks his exploits have surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen. The village should also be managed by him. Forcing Sarutobi to step down, his Danzo is Konoha's 5th Hokage. Although it was a little late, it was finally a dream come true. Exhaled comfortably, Danzo frowned suddenly and looked to the side. Danzo. Angry howls whizzed by. Danzo saw a face all too familiar. Come on, Sarutobi. Looking at him calmly, Danzo withdrew his gaze. It's no surprise that Sarutobi came here. Because from the beginning to the end, he only mentioned a small part of the plan to Sarutobi. And successfully deceived Reikage to Konoha this information, he obviously just knew. You didn't even discuss with me on such a big thing. An angry Sarutobi stood directly in front of Danzo. He was indeed angry. As Hokage, he almost fainted when he got the news through the crystal ball and Anbu's ninja. Reikage kills Konoha with someone. Reason is that you want to take everyone from the Hyuga family. And Danzo actually helped the people of Kumogakure to surround the Hyuga clan's clan. Even through the chakra that just erupted violently, the perception ninja determined the night for the first time. Kanpachi also appeared here. What happened to this village? Why, as Hokage, was he the last to hear these messages? The result is good, that's good. Danzo said lightly, my plan is perfect, I'll take the root person in a while. To check the situation. For Konoha, the best situation is for the Shadow and the 8 Swords of the Night. Oh no, the traitor who changed his name to the Sword of 8 and the Shadow of the Shadow lose both. The Shadow of the Shadow and the escort he brought and the traitor are caught by us, and the Hyugas will see us as their hero to save them because of the perfect script. Quote. As for the worst case, the Yakinpachi and the Hyuga clan are wiped out. Reikage has no strength to continue fighting and can only negotiate with us, and the Hyuga clan will leave behind the only bloodline, Hyuga Hinata. Of course, the only bloodline, the root will help Konoha to take care of her, and when she grows up, arrange the most suitable man to become a fertility machine. At that time, the Hyuga family that really belongs to Konoha will be heavy. Even the worst-case scenario is good for us. Turning slowly, Danzo continued to speak with a sneer on his face. And Sarutobi, you did nothing to explain this to the Kumogakure village, and you did nothing but learn from the original Hokage Senju Hashirama. So Sarutobi, this time, the old man won. Of Hokage, I'm doing better than you. For the village, for the Konoha. Sarutobi. The last sentence hovered in Danzo's heart for a long time, but he didn't say it directly. The location of Hokage. Decades have passed since the First Ninja World War, and the old man's dream is finally approaching. Looking at Danzo dazedly, the face is very familiar, but extremely strange. For the village. For the village. He didn't listen to the other words. Only these 4 words are the content that is always on my lips. For the village. Is this really for the village? The first time. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually began to reflect on himself. Mistakes made over the years. Putting aside the bad consequences of Danzo's development, Konoha has finally become the result that is in front of him. At the expense of the Hyuga clan. But have you ever thought about a question? What if everything is beyond your development? Sarutobi's heart was struggling. Is everything we do really for the village? Then why did he see the blood left by a member of Konoha? Lord Danzo. It's not good. Just then, a figure fell in front of Danzo and Sarutobi. Judging from the more bizarre lines on the mask than Anbu, there is no doubt that he comes from the root. Be quiet, the sky won't fall. Danzo narrowed his eyes and looked at his subordinates. Everything is under his control, and in his cognition, there is no so-called bad factor. The battle within the clan is over. The news just came that the ninjas surrounding the Hyuga clan were attacked by 2 forces, and now the line of defense has been torn apart. The root ninja hurriedly continued to report. Is the battle over? Much earlier than expected. Danzo frowned. Go on. One of them is Reikage's escort, which has successfully torn the defense line and rushed out of the village. The other is the Hyuga clan led by Yi Janpachi. They also tore the defense line, but they did not choose to leave the village. What happened? Danzo was suddenly stunned. This is completely different from the script that you expected to lose both sides. And the people from the Yakinba and the Hyuga clan killed the root ninja like crazy, and now they are very close to our position. It can be seen from the trajectory that Yakinba seems to want to lead the people of the Hyuga family to kill the root. Then leave from the main entrance of Konoha. Quote. What did you say? Withdraw. A roar, the flawed Danzo waved his hand in Sarutobi's stunned eyes, and immediately announced his retreat. Yes. Sarutobi was completely stunned. Arrogant just now, chose to flee the scene immediately after hearing that Yejian was coming. Really decisive, as expected of you. Sarutobi smiled. The smile is full of regret and sigh. Just now, his heart was shaken by Danzo's words. At that moment, he even felt that his Hokage was not as good as Danzo. But now, he suddenly woke up. How is this possible? Whenever the village is in crisis, Danzo will definitely protect himself as soon as possible and find him for himself. I got to know my old friend. Yes. The rebellion of Kyubi, Nine Tails, the ninja of Anbu, the ninja of the village, and even the villagers in the village suffered heavy casualties. Where is Shimura Danzo? Where is he? No one knows. In order to save face for his old friend, he did not cross-examine carefully. How can such a person become Hokage? Quote. Are you leaving from the main entrance of the village? It looks exactly like when you left Konoha, Yakinpachi. Alas. Shaking his head and muttering for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed towards the front door. Danzo left a mess. But as Konoha's third-generation Hokage, he still has to clean up himself. No way. He is Hokage. With Shodai first Sama, Nadaime second Sama. Even if you risk your life, you must protect the village. Although, he didn't know until now that it was because of him. His weakness has long ago made everything today. If he was a little tougher when the Kumogakure village messengers came to the door to ask for guilt, it would be a different result. Obviously, at this moment, he still thinks that sacrificing a person can solve things. There is no need to get angry. Face. That thing, he's long gone. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Bang. Ah. Recruit. Looking at the shattered mask of the root ninja in front of him, Hyuga Hiyashi took a deep breath and faced Kanbaju. Bo. Submit your name. You need this wherever you go. Just like now, although he has shown his loyalty to Kenpachi, he must have actual actions. Killed Genjer Anbu had already announced their determination. No special reason. Just the opponent's few tricks down Raikage have to run this kind of strength, it is worth them to follow. His younger brother, Hyuga Hazashi, it is better to work hard for Kenpachi in the future than in Konoha doesn't know when it's so much more powerful. The team is marching forward in a mighty way. Li Wangjiao was at the forefront, behind the Hyuga clan who were about to migrate. Younger children such as Neji and Hinata do not know that the fate of the Hyuga clan has changed. The older generation of clansmen have already been appointed. Konoha village is not big or small, it does not take too long to walk from the Hyuga family to the entrance of the village. And when they come here, the ultimate enemy appeared. Konoha's third-generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and around him is Anbu who has entered a fighting state. Ninjas, those troops that belong to Hokage. Among them, the most conspicuous is Uchiha Itachi next to the third generation. Here it is. 3 generations sighed and took a step slowly. Chief Hiyashi, this is not the same as the agreement. I've learned about other things from Danzo, it's not yours. As a third-generation Hokage, I give you a choice. Turn around, go back to your clan, and leave that dangerous person. If you leave Konoha with Yakinpachi, from today onwards, you will be Konoha's enemies. Both hard and soft. This is the method used by 3 generations. But this set is no longer suitable for the awakened Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hiyashi stepped forward with anger on his face. You said you understood the situation. Fart. A roar, Hyuga Hiyashi pointed at Sarutobi's old face. Do you know how many people Hyuga died tonight? You've seen the freshness that flows when they die. Blood. This blood debt, why do you want to give us a chance to choose? Deep breath, Hyuga Hiyashi told Konoha his choice with his actual actions. All Hyuga clansmen, take out your forehead guards and kunai. Swish. Kunai and the forehead fell into his hands. When that Hyuga Hiyashi took the lead to cross out the trace representing Konoha and threw kunai on the ground. The scene was completely silent.